from Texas in the House Financial Services Committee, questioning Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
The explanation of the tariff matter that President Trump has initiated and sticking by. I'd like to provide just my input on that, if I could, that I think that President Trump sees the relationship with China by what it really is, and that is an unfair relationship, one in which needs to be not only looked at, but really something done about it. And I know that while we have PNTR, it should mean that we treat them the same way they treat us, but that is not happening. President Trump, as part of these changes, has changed the de minimis rule, and that de minimis rule was the amount of money that a package, when it comes into our country under this circumstance, whether it was looked at or not, whether a tariff was paid upon it. And I believe that there were Chinese companies taking advantage of that. Some 4 million packages a day were coming to the United States. And I say were coming because I do not believe that that rate is still occurring. As a result of that, what happened is it contributed to the fentanyl issue that we had, because we did not look at these packages with the same viewpoint that others did. My point in bringing this up is that I believe that with the new numbers of 177,000 net new American jobs being created in the private sector, that there's an understanding by people who want to invest in America that this president is finally taking on the Chinese, who undermined not just intellectual property, but undermined with their government, the Chinese government, undercutting the price and manufacture of many products that were American-made. Many of them, or some of them, might be power tools. And of course, we know Craftsman is an American-made product. But it is not uncommon, was not uncommon for their tools to be on the internet at $400 or $500, and for a Chinese product to be brought in for $40 or $50. That undermined not just our intellectual property, but actually undermined the manufacturing that takes place in this country. And I'm delighted that you and the president are engaged in balancing that out. And I think that's what this 177,000 new American jobs net provided for us, because it's people who want to invest in the United States, knowing that finally we have a president that will protect that onslaught of Chinese goods, undercutting American, not just jobs and intellectual property, but the events that take place therein. And I think this president has done a great job, and I want to offer my support for that, because I think that part of what the president has done is set a new challenge and mark for Americans now to pick up that part that was before challenged by China. Mr. Secretary, Russia still earns over $700 million a day in fossil fuel revenue that helps its war against Ukraine. And I think that most of us here would like to see Russia held accountable. Can you talk to me about sanctions that are or are being considered against Russia energy firms as it relates to selling their products to China?
Yes, sir. And I will tell you that the Biden administration exercised, with regards to Russia and Ukraine support, a big dichotomy. On one hand, they were giving aid to government of Ukraine. On the other hand, their sanctions against the Russian Federation were very, very weak. The sanctions were just against some of the lower level oil companies. There was a price cap that has never worked. On his way out the door, in a fit of bravery, the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, raised the sanctions because the Biden administration had been worried about upsetting the oil price, pushing up oil prices during an election year. The Trump administration, through our energy abundance and signaling to the energy markets, crude oil is down about 20% thus far this year. And I read with great interest this morning that Russian Federation revenues were down 12% last month, which will put a dent in the Russian war machine, sir.
Mr. Secretary, I hope that you'll find today
Thank you, Mr.
valuable for us and yourself, and I hope you'll know that we want
Gentleman from
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bassett.
We now listen to Gregory Meeks,
I'm just a
representative
plain,
from the
simple
state
man,
of New
the
York.
average everyday American is looking at this hearing today. So can you tell me first, does trade deficits constitute a national emergency?
The hollowing out of the U.S.
No, just yes or no.
Class,
Yes or no? Yes or no,
It's a
sir?
national emergency, sir.
It does. It does. You're telling me trade deficits equals a national or creates?
Persistent and prolonged.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And do you know also, sir, that for the last 4 decades, we've had trade deficits in the United States of America, and nobody said it was an emergency? Democratic and Republican presidents? You know what that says to me? That is not an emergency because it hasn't been for 4 decades. It says to me that we should bring tariffs back to the United States Congress so that we can make that determination as the Constitution has said and not try to go around Congress. That's just unbelievable to me. Let me ask this question. Maybe I missed it. Who was the president, and who has been the president since January 20th, 2025?
Donald J. Trump.
Okay. And who was the president in 2024?
One believes President Biden.
One believes? Are you one of those non-believers that the election, the American people didn't vote?
I am not.
You're not? You said one believes? Do you believe in the Constitution of the United States and it should be abided by?
I believe in the Constitution of the United States.
So you believe in it without any second thought. You don't have to think about it. You believe in it and you would abide by it. Is that correct?
I have and I do, sir.
Okay. Well, do you know that a president has said he may or may not? He don't know? Let me ask this question. I couldn't believe my ears. Sunday, during NBC's Meet the Press, President Trump credited himself for the strong economy in 2024 when Joe Biden was president, but then he blamed President Biden for a weak economy in 2025 when he was president. Now, I'm not so sure how the American people puts that together. In 2024, strong economy, he tried to take the credit. In 2025, when he's the president, he blames Joe Biden. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't think it makes sense to most Americans. And I hope, Mr. Secretary, you're a businessman, it doesn't make sense to you either. It can't possibly make sense to you. Let me ask this question. If a government, say, look, Argentina, I remember when I came here, and Argentina kept failing to pay its debt. Not once or twice or 3 times. And we were all upset about it, and we said that they needed a host, somebody needed to take over their government, you know, somebody should help the president of Argentina. If the United States or didn't pay his debt or something like that, we'd be very upset about that if we couldn't pay our debt. I mean, that's one of our focuses. Is that not correct?
Sir, the United States will always meet its debt obligations.
Always. Well, let me ask you this. Donald Trump the deal maker, and you didn't answer Ms. Velasquez's questions, no deals, although he said 3 weeks ago that there would be deals. But Donald Trump, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, but 6 times failed to pay his debts and his business and went bankrupt. And you're going to call that a good business, man?
The gentleman's
I wouldn't
time has
invest in that
expired.
company.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, the chair of our subcommittee on capital markets, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You were listening to Representative Ann Wagner, a Republican from Missouri, questioning
And I thank
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent
for your
on the House
testimony.
Financial Services
I, sir,
Committee.
am going to try to stick to the actual title of this hearing and why we're supposed to be here today, which is the state of the international financial system. So here we go. Mr. Secretary, under the Biden administration, Congress required Treasury to determine whether any Chinese financial institutions were engaged in oil purchases from Iran, no matter how small or how large the transaction. This determination would subject these Chinese entities to secondary sanctions, sir. And just last week, the president himself ordered such sanctions for any purchase of Iranian oil, which helps, obviously, the Ayatollah finance terrorism around the world. Mr. Secretary, can you describe how, well, I think we all know how Iran uses oil sales to fund its proxies, including Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen, to the extent that there's any Yemen left. Treasury is now over half a year late with its statutory determination on Chinese buyers of Iranian oil. And I have 3 questions, sir, related to missing this deadline. The first is, why has it not been submitted to Congress? Had the previous administration done anything to prepare this determination? And third, when can Congress expect to receive it?
To all 3 of those, I will have my staff get back to you on that. And the Representative Wagner, what I will tell you is that since I become Treasury Secretary, the Treasury has repeatedly sanctioned so-called Chinese teapot refiners who are very large buyers of Iranian oil. These are independent refiners away from the state-owned enterprises. We have begun that program over the past few weeks, and we will continue as needed.
Good. Well, and I know that you're in negotiations with, I'll say, that 18th country, which is China. We are thrilled to hear of your trip there, and I hope that this is something that you will discuss with them in terms of their purchasing of Iranian oil that does nothing but lift up a regime that is funding terrorism throughout our world, I'll say. What actions has Treasury taken to combat cooperation between Iran and China on illicit finance and money laundering?
Well, again, the secondary sanctions on these teapot refiners has been a very fulsome effort, and we will continue that. When President Trump left office, Iranian oil exports were between 100 and 300,000 barrels per day. Now they are 1.6 million barrels per day, which allows the regime to finance its terror proxies, not just in the Middle East, but all around the world.
Correct. Yes, and we've seen it, and we've lived it, and it has caused unbelievable death, devastation, and grief, and resources, and loss of life throughout our world. And I am proud that the president himself endorsed sanctions just last week for any purchase, not just from China, of Iranian oil. So I hope that we can get a report on what's been happening with China. Switching gears, in February, several members of this committee and the Senate, including myself and the chairman, and the Senate Banking Committee sent you a letter voicing concerns about the European Union's Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, or CSDDD. This directive, which was finalized by the EU last year, will require many American companies to evaluate their supply chains and end certain business activities not based on U.S. law, but due to UN principles. This directive not only hurts our economic competitiveness, but also undermines our jurisdictional sovereignty, sir. It would force both public and private companies to comply with regulations that have not been approved by Congress, while also exposing them to increased litigation and risk in the EU. I am running out of time, Mr. Chairman, but this is something I feel very strongly about. It is in with the international realm here, and I have two questions regarding this
Gentlewoman,
that I
time
will
has expired.
submit for the record. Thank you.
They will be submitted for the record. Recognize Mr. Scott, the gentleman from Georgia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman.
We're listening to Representative David Scott of the state of Georgia.
Let me ask you this.
Treasury Secretary Scott
Do
Besson
you
testifies
agree
before the
that
House Financial Services
FDIC
Committee.
plays a very essential role in safeguarding our depositors, ensuring prudent bank supervisors, and maintaining the safety and soundness of our financial system?
Congressman, I agree that a well-functioning FDIC is essential to the U.S. financial system.
And on Monday, you said this, and I quote, you said this, that the president tasked you with helping him choose the leader of the financial regulators so that we are all aligned, all regulators, to be safe, sound, and smart. And you went on to list the key positions that you've done that, including a new vice chairman for supervision of the Fed, a new head of the OCC, and Paul Atkins of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and a new CFTC commission. But as of this morning, we have no FDIC chairman full time. It is now under temporary leadership of an acting chair named Travis Hill, with the president having no current plans to either formally nominate him or find a replacement. The nation is watching us. Why we don't have the head of the FDIC. So my question is, have you not helped President Trump in selecting a chairman to lead the FDIC?
Congressman, I would point out that under the previous administration, there was only an acting chair of the OCC for 5 years. 5 years. That Mr. Hill is the acting, and as a matter of fact, the head of the OCC, the head of the CFTC have not been confirmed, so those are in fact acting also. Mr. Hill is a very capable regulator, having been on the board of the FDIC.
Yeah, I'm not. And you're filibustering here.
We are pursuing
I'm not questioning
with
that.
all deliberate speed.
Have you been instructed by President Trump to refrain from offering a list of viable candidates to lead the FDIC?
No, sir. I am constantly reviewing the list and thinking who is best to lead that important institution.
Well, I want you to know that I wrote a letter to the Trump administration, here it is, expressing grave concern with the erosion of financial regulatory agency independence. And, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit this for the record.
Without objection.
And we remain highly alarmed by this growing perception that our financial regulators have acquiesced to political pressure from this administration, perhaps even from the President of the United States. If I were president, I wouldn't have this vacancy at a time when we're running tariffs all over the country, when our economy is in these kinds of difficulties? The nation is watching us. Russia is operating us. As the president is going around the country dealing with upsetting Canada, places around the world. So I just want to know that where are we going? When are we going to have a chairman? Are we going to have it? And answer me truthfully. Has President Trump asked you to delay this appointment? And if so, why?
Sir, that statement is incorrect. He has not asked me to delay that appointment. And I believe that your question is, when are we going to have an FDIC nominee? And we have OCC nominees. We have a CFTC nominee. We have a vice chair for supervision nominee.
Mr. Chairman,
I would ask you to urge your Senate colleagues to, on the Democratic side, to vote for them.
Thanks,
Well, when
Secretary.
is he gonna
Ms.
do
Scott,
it?
your time's expired.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent discussion.
Thank you.
I recognize the distinguished chair of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Barr of Kentucky, for 5 minutes. Secretary Besson, thank you and President Trump for, in February, issuing the National Security Memorandum entitled America First Investment Policy, directing federal agencies to address outbound investments
You are listening
in China.
to Representative Andy
In
Barr,
March, as you
Republican
know,
from
Senator
Kentucky,
Cornyn and
questioning
I
Treasury Secretary
reintroduced my
Scott
bill,
Bessent.
to restrict outbound investment into China, specifically into Chinese military-industrial complex entities, primarily through OFAC sanctions. Tell me, Mr. Secretary, what do you think about that legislation in the context of the President's National Security Memorandum?
Good. Congressman, I want to thank you for your leadership on this matter. My team and I appreciate your input and molding this important issue, one of the most important financial issues of our time. It is a new national security tool that we restrict the PRC from exploiting the benefits. And we appreciate that Congress wants to move forward legislation that is important and helpful. And we would like a bit more time for our process, including the work mandated by the president, to inform the legislation so that it is durable because of the importance of this.
Well, thank you, and I look forward to working with you and the president to align our legislation with the president's policy on this. And I want to give you and President Trump another tool of economic statecraft to increase President Trump's leverage in his negotiations with General Secretary Xi. This is a very important issue, and as you probably noticed, there was recently a $75 million venture investment into a Chinese artificial intelligence firm, Manus. Is Manus AI on the CMIC Treasury entity list?
I will have my staff get back to you on that, sir.
And I think the answer is no, and that's why we need this legislation so that our outbound restrictions look not just at entities, but also technologies of national security concern, like militarized artificial intelligence that this entity, Manus AI, is doing. I would also note that the waiver authority that I embed in this legislation with Senator Cornyn would give you, as Treasury Secretary, the ability to authorize BlackRock or other U.S. firms to invest in Panama to displace the Chinese. So thank you for your collaboration with us on that. Secretary, you've said that with President Trump, we're going to reprivatize the American economy. That is music to my ears. That's music to the American people's ears. When federal bank regulators are talking about reproposing the Basel III endgame proposal, they have been saying now for a long time we should do it in a capital neutral way, abandoning former Vice Chair Barr's approach of a huge gold plating of bank capital. Since the Federal Reserve started to use the term capital neutrality in 2019, however, capital has increased by 10 to 20%, making the concept of capital neutrality really arbitrary. Large banks are now subject to stress tests, CCAR, GSIB surcharge, and a number of liquidity and resolution requirements. When looking at our bank capital regulations in the context of an America First agenda, Mr. Secretary, should we be aiming for capital neutrality, or should we be instead looking at capital levels that actually promote American competitiveness?
Congressman, as you know, I've been very concerned about our community banks, our small regional banks, and the growth of private credit outside the regulated system tells me that many of the regulations may be too tight, and that the business is pulled into the so-called shadow market. I think we want to safely and soundly expand the regulated financial system and get them on equal footing. And I think that these capital levels that are predictable are very important for that.
Last question about China investment in Venezuela. Last week, Venezuelan Vice President Rodriguez asked Chinese officials to increase oil purchases as the country is feeling the squeeze on its energy sales. Tell me what you think about OFAC licenses for U.S. Companies operating in Venezuela when those American firms could displace China to enhance American energy dominance.
It is a very acute balancing act there between displacing China, but U.S. entities providing hard currency for the Maduro regime, and we are constantly—
Gentleman's time has expired.
I look forward to working with you on that issue.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Recognize the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, our ranking member of the Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence Subcommittee, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for coming before this committee and helping us with our work.
Stephen Lynch, representative of
Mr.
Massachusetts.
Secretary, between March 11th and March 15th, 2025, you and more than a dozen senior officials, including of the Trump administration, including Secretary Hegseth, Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, used a commercially available, non-governmental, encrypted, non-secure app to discuss and coordinate imminent U.S. military strikes in Yemen in a group chat entitled Houthi PC Small Group. Particularly, Defense Secretary Hegseth shared actionable intelligence, including sensitive and classified details of an imminent military operation against Houthi rebels and other military plans. These included precise launch times for U.S. jet fighter assets, targeting locations for those Houthi rebels who were, by the way, equipped with anti-aircraft systems. Mr. Hegseth shared the targeting sequencing against Houthi rebels and described the weapons systems, the U.S. weapons systems involved. National Security Council has confirmed that this signal chat was authentic and that you had participated. You realize that for you, Mr. Secretary, because of the responsibilities you have, even outside the Principals Committee, that group, you have a target on your back from our adversaries, China, North Korea, Russia, and others. Can I ask you, have you been briefed on the proper protocols for discussing information such as active military plans?
I have by my general counsel.
Very good.
If you will look,
I got a bunch of questions. So I'm just trying to narrow this down because this is really a concern. Just reclaiming my time.
To that chat
so
was
let me ask you.
My chief of staff's name, which was widely available.
Let me ask the questions and you provide the answers. Okay? How about that?
Wait a waiting for the
Are
question.
you preserving records, Mr. Secretary, of these communications as required by the Public Records Act?
Yes, sir. My
Good.
general
Okay.
counsel has photographed.
Are you still discussing sensitive military intelligence on a non-secure line?
I have never done that.
Okay. The National Security Council says you were on a chat that discussed those details. Are you saying that wasn't the case?
I have said that I have never discussed them.
Someone discussed it with you. You were on that. You were on a non-secure line for a meeting with other secretaries, right? Those people I just mentioned. You weren't on that chat.
I was, but
You okay? That's what I'm talking about. So you could have intervened.
an answer
You
for
could have
you.
brought it up. You could have said, this is an insecure line. We shouldn't be doing this. We're putting our sons and daughters in uniform at risk. Pre-attack. You could have done all that. Mr. Hegseth, this is not involving you, but Mr. Hegseth afterwards did the same thing with a family chat. His wife, his brother, his sister, family attorney. You do understand the troublesome nature of that, right? Are you dismissing that and calling this a roaring success, as others have done, as the White House has done? This is troubling, and I just want the reassurances for this committee and for other members of Congress, other committees, and for, most importantly, for the families of Americans who send their sons and daughters, into harm's way, they put on that uniform. I just want the reassurances that we're not doing, this buffoonery has to stop, right? At some point, there are serious consequences to not complying with security protocols. Mr. Secretary, you're a smart guy. You're a smart guy. You didn't create this situation. You were drawn into it. I'm just trying to reassure the committee that this stuff is not happening anymore.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Allow the gentleman to answer. Be a yes or no.
I think the gentleman's time has expired.
Well, Congressman, I'm happy to say that because of my age, I pick up the phone and call people.
There you go.
Gentleman's time has expired.
You've been listening to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Speaking with the House Financial Services Committee, we will get back to that in just a moment, but I think it's worth pointing out that tech is starting to trade a little heavy, so we wanted to give you a data check here with John Tucker.
Yeah, the major stock averages, Alex and Paul, they've turned from higher to mixed right now, and shares of Google parent Alphabet seem to be setting the tone right now. The shares are down 5.8%, and this slide comes after an Apple executive, Eddie Q, was testifying. He said the iPhone maker is exploring additional AI search features to its browser, adding AI search. So Alphabet facing the possibility of stiff competition. Again, Alphabet shares, Google parent, down 5.8%. Overall, the S&P 500 is down 1 point. The Dow is up 188 points, and the NASDAQ 100 right now 66 points lower. That is down 0.3%. So we have now turned mixed in the markets, Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Let's get that back down to Washington, D.C. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent testifying before the House Financial Services Committee. We have Barry Loudermilk, the representative of Georgia, is now questioning Treasury Secretary Bessent.
Well, I would say that the unfettered ability to borrow has made us more prolific, as there is very little potential for market discipline to date. Right. But there is the potential that the market may discipline the United States government one day. And I am, along with the administration, President Trump, trying to set the country on a path to avoid that.
And we appreciate that. I've long said that I don't feel that there is the political will within Congress anymore to restrict spending and balance the budget. And so I appreciate the work that you're doing there. Is there a world where we can have our cake and eat it too? In other words, is there a policy configuration where the U.S. can maintain the best elements of its exorbitant privilege while also having a balanced export economy?
Yes, sir, there is. And I would point out that the exorbitant privilege, as I believe it was a French politician called it, does not always result in the lowest interest rates. Japan's interest rates are lower than ours. China's interest rates are lower than ours. Most of the EU interest rates are lower than ours.
Okay. I want to shift gears just slightly. For several years, I've called for FinCEN to raise the threshold for currency transaction reports from 10,000 to some higher value. Working on legislation, have been for the last several years, and I do have legislation again this year on that. If adjusted for inflation from the 1970s, this threshold would be somewhere between $74,000 and $80,000. But we haven't. We're still stuck at that $10,000 limit. In your opinion, what threshold value best balances privacy and compliance costs against the utility that these reports have for law enforcement?
Congressman, I am not sure what the equilibrium level is. What we have discovered, so you were talking about the threshold for a suspicious activity report.
Or the currency transaction report, yes, which is in a second.
So we are now examining that, and we are finding that sometimes higher is better, sometimes lower is better. We have discovered that there are approximately 40 counties on the U.S.-Mexico border that account for a substantial amount of nefarious behavior by the cartels. So we have lowered that to $200, and we are finding great efficacy there in pushing the cartels back into Mexico and not allowing them to deal in the United States. So I would say, sir, it's a moving target.
Okay, and I can understand and appreciate that. One of the issues that we have from a nationwide status is the compliance cost that goes to small financial institutions, and even from law enforcement, the complaint is trying to find illicit financing currently is like looking for a needle in the haystack because of the pure volume of reports that are being made. And so my argument has been in a nationwide status, and I'm sure we can work on something to make exemptions during times like you're talking about now in locations, but is not to increase the size of the haystack, but reduce the haystack so it becomes more prevalent, the illicit financing.
And look, Congressman, I am the hypersensitive to the needs of the small and community banks and the undue burden that much compliance is placing on them. And we are working across a variety of ways to lower those costs.
All right, look forward to working with you on these things.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The ranking member on the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank the ranking member, and I thank the witness for appearing.
Right now, we're listening to Al Green, a representative from the state of Texas.
When you testified before the Senate, you indicated that the CDFI fund is a very important program. It's very important to us. Is this correct?
I did, sir.
And is it true that you would not agree that it is a woke program, it has cultural Marxism associated with it, and that it is abused? You wouldn't agree with that, would you?
Sorry, I think the CDFI fund is performing its statutory functions as required.
So you would not agree then that it's woke? Is it statutory function to be woke?
I've never seen that in the statute, sir.
Okay, what about Marxism? Is that associated with it in the statute?
Again, sir, I've never seen that.
Okay, now given that the president desires to cut into this program, you're the Secretary of the Treasury, what are you going to do about it to protect it?
Sir, the skinny budget does propose a new $100 million award program that will provide access to affordable financing.
Does that take care of the many billions that we put in, $12 billion to support the CDFIs? That's a lot. It's quite a distance from the 12 billion, sir. What are you going to do about it?
Look, I understand.
Do you advise the president?
Sorry?
Do you advise the president?
I advise the president on a wide range of matters.
Is this considered a part of a wide range of matters? Would you advise the president that he shouldn't cut these funds?
I look forward to working with you and the committee to ensure these programs operate efficiently for taxpayers.
What about efficiently for taxpayers and efficiently as a result of them being in place to do so. If you don't have the money, they can't be efficient. They can't serve taxpayers if you don't have the money. 61% of these programs are in Republican districts.
Is there a question?
Yes, it is a question in the sense that I'm asking you to suggest to the president that this is important and that you not cut it.
So the skinny, as I said,
100 million is quite a distance from 12 billion.
well, that's not the annual appropriate. 12 billion is not the annual appropriation.
No, but 12 billion is what we, a bipartisan group of folk, put into the CDFIs as well as into the minority depository institutions. We don't want to see that cut. Let's go to another area. Do you agree that when a tariff is imposed upon a product that's coming into this country, that the tariff is collected at the border?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree that that money that's collected goes into the Treasury's coffer?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree also that if the person that is importing this product is of the opinion that it is something that his clientele, his customers desire, that he will pay that tariff?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree that when he pays that tariff, he's likely to pass it on to his customers, his consumers?
Sir, the laws of economics would say that they're very elastic.
I understand, but do you agree that he is likely to do that? Do you agree that he does it sometime? Do you agree that he does it sometime?
Again,
do you agree that he ever do it? Does he ever do it?
Sure.
So your position is, as the great treasurer you are, that this is not passed on to the taxpayers?
It could
the
be.
Consumers. It could be. Well, is it ever? It's hard to say yes, isn't it? It really is.
It's not hard
don't
to say.
listen, sir. You don't have to fear. Don't listen. Don't fear the president, sir. Is it ever passed on? Have you ever heard of this tax money being collected and passed on to the consumer to pay? Have you ever heard of that?
Well, the most recent studies from...
Okay, let's go on to this point. I have a better point to make. Excuse me, I'm reclaiming my time. I have a better point. Listen just a second. I only have a little bit of time. And when it goes into the coffers, that money is then going to be a part of the tax dollars that can be accorded to persons in terms of a tax cut. Is this true?
It's part of the overall...
Yes, it is true, which means that the consumer, the person who pays that tax, this tariff tax, when he makes that purchase, is going to put his money in your coffer, our coffer, and then the president later on can say, you got a tax cut, but it's really the money that the consumer has put into your coffer. That is true. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio, the chair of the National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Davidson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I applaud your eloquent message at the Millikan Institute clarifying the Trump administration's
You are listening to Representative Warren Davidson, a Republican from Ohio, questioning Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent at the House Financial Services Committee.
Aligns completely with your efforts on illicit finance, on trade with the pending reauthorization of the Defense Production Act, the national interest with outbound investment laws and clarity, and on focused international financial institutions. I remain highly concerned about the future of money and frankly, probably the most important policy debate we're having. I'll save that part for future hearings, but on illicit finance, I applaud your FinCEN final interim rule, removing beneficial ownership reporting requirements for U.S. companies and citizens. The prior approach was collecting information on millions of Americans and companies, even homeowners associations, under the guise of illicit finance. Lots of noise and very little signal. By narrowing the scope of the rule, you are focusing on the signal. Given the shift in focus, millions of Americans have shared sensitive, personally identifiable information. Mr. Secretary, as the committee moves forward clarifying the rule, and would you commit to supporting the deletion of data already collected under the previous rule?
Sir, my staff is working on what will happen to that data, and we will get back to you on that.
Appreciate it. We work with you, and certainly hope you safeguard it always, but it'd be especially safe if it was deleted. Speaking of legislation, my bill, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act of 2025, it would require the Secretary, you in this case, to instruct the United States Governor of the United States Executive Director at the IMF to use the voice and vote of the United States to oppose any increase in the weight of the Chinese RMB in the basket of currencies used to determine the value of special drawing rights. This bill has passed the House on a bipartisan basis, most recently in February, and it still awaits Senate action. Mr. Secretary, far more effective than waiting for the Senate is your leadership on this issue. Will you advocate for opposing an increase in the RMB until China straightens itself out?
I look forward to working with Congress on this issue, on whether additional legislation is needed to address the Chinese practices or whether it could be done through trade negotiations.
Wish you great success in your pending negotiations. And certainly, if you look at the IFIs, things like Argentina's recent restructuring under the IMF basically bailed out the Belt and Road. They'd never really have to worry about default at the Belt and Road. They're using their influence in the international financial institutions like the IMF and the World Bank to, frankly, cover risk at the Belt and Road. So hopefully that'll be restructured. You've already covered outbound, and I really appreciate the dialogue on that. But I'd like to turn to the Defense Production Act. I mean, when you look at how you've organized and communicated the president's approach there and the administration's approach, national security is, of course, paramount to that. And as we organize and update and reauthorize the Defense Production Act, of course, it deals with the Department of Defense, it deals with Commerce, who does a lot of these things, but it's been structured under the authority of the Department of Treasury. Would you commit to working with our Committee on National Security and Finance to gather the input and get a final reauthorization across the finish line this year?
I think that is an important piece of legislation. We look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And then lastly, you've spoken eloquently about the kind of mission creep that comes in to some of our international financial institutions. And as you know, the IMF set up a climate fund in 2022 known as the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. Given concerns about IMF mission creep, will you work with to eliminate RST so that the IMF can get back to its core mission?
Congressman, at my speech during IMF Week, I stressed the need to get back to basics at all of the multilateral development banks, especially the IMF.
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, the World Bank's spending a massive amount on that. And as Chairman Hill and I met with the Inter-American Development Bank, they highlighted things that they were doing to deal with natural disasters that are important for tourism for them. So some of this is characterizing things that are really infrastructure for those countries as climate change, maybe to appease the previous administration. I'm confident you'll get it right to the extent we can be helpful in that as we reauthorize these programs, and we consider doing it. I thank you for your clarity talking about American leadership there so that America's interests are focused with the use of America's resources. I thank you for your steadfast work and your testimony today, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois, the ranking member on the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Dr. Foster, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Secretary Bessent, for your appearance here today, as well as your very nice courtesy call.
To Bill Foster, representative from the state of
areas
Illinois.
of common interest.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent testifies before the House Financial Services
I'd like to speak
Committee.
today about the strength of the U.S. dollar and the decline of U.S. manufacturing, which, as you know, I'm very concerned about. I started this company back when I was 19 years old that now provides over 1,500 manufacturing jobs in the Midwest. And it's not been easy. We started our company in the beginning of the Reagan inflation. Then we had to live through all of the Bush policies and the China shock that occurred on his watch. We lived through just all the ups and downs of this, and it's not an easy thing. And now, in terms of the strength of the dollar, it's affected by many things. It's including central bank policies, interest rates, tariffs, and the balance of trade. But in the long run, I believe that the strength of the dollar reflects the world's confidence in the U.S. economy, in the competence of U.S. leadership, in the value of products made by American workers, and our reputation as a fair place to do business and the rule of law in America. Now, Secretary Bessent, earlier this week, you ran an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, echoing many of the points you made in your testimony. And in that op-ed, you promised inter alia more jobs, more manufacturing, more deregulation, lower taxes, less national debt, all while maintaining a strong dollar. On the other hand, Stephen Mirren, Trump's choice for the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, wrote a paper last year arguing for weakening the dollar through something he called the Mar-a-Lago Accords, which you've reportedly been placed in charge of negotiating. The president himself has just been all over the map on almost a daily basis on whether a strong dollar or a weak dollar will make America great again. So my question is, what is it? You know, does the administration support a strong dollar or a weak dollar?
Sir, I'll work a little backwards. C. Head Myron paper was when he was in the private sector, and I think it related to a range of outcomes. Two, that I believe that the conditions for a strong dollar, they are important for international confidence. And again, when we think of strong dollar, what is a strong dollar? Is it the composite on the Bloomberg of all currencies? Is it a trade-weighted dollar? And then we can also look at bilateral relationships, because much of that could be not so much a strong dollar, but other countries manipulating and suppressing their currencies, which would...
We lived through that in the Bush administration and his non-reaction to what China was doing, and all about that. But I think it's interesting to look at the historical record here, and I think, you know, I have behind me, you know, a plot of the strength of the U.S. dollar under recent presidents, and I believe your staff has a copy of a one-page handout that could be given to you if it's easier to read. And what it says is remarkable, that it says that under every president, from every Republican president, Reagan, Bush Jr., Trump 1, or now Trump 2, the dollar has weakened. Under every Democratic president, without exception, Clinton, Obama, Biden, the dollar has gone up significantly. And I don't think that's an accident. I think it's because of all the factors, including predominantly the confidence that the U.S. will maintain a well-regulated and well-governed economy and a fair place to do business. Now, and also on that handout, which I think has actually been given, do you have the copy of the handout with the graphs on it? It's a double-sided single page. We can get you another copy if you want. It also has, you know, the argument in favor of a weak dollar, it should make manufacturing easier in the United States, make our, you know, that's one of the arguments for it. But if you look at the historical record here, if you just look at, for example, change in manufacturing employment under Democratic and Republican presidents, it's remarkable. For longer than you or I have been alive, Democratic presidents have increased manufacturing employment, and Republican presidents have decreased manufacturing employment. You know, from FDR, Truman, Kennedy, Johnson, Carter, Clinton, Obama, and Biden, all increased manufacturing employment. Eisenhower, Nixon, Ford, Reagan, Bush 2, it all dropped. Okay, I don't think this is an accident, but the thing I want to ask you about is, how did the Republicans manage to weaken the dollar and weaken manufacturing employment at the same time? Because it seems like that's completely crossways to the narrative that we're hearing from this administration.
Well, sir,
the gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman's time has expired. The secretary can answer in writing. The gentleman from Tennessee, the vice chairman on Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Mr. Rose, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Stile, and I want to thank Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters for holding
John
this
Rose, the
important
representative
hearing.
from
And
the
Secretary
state of
Bassett,
Tennessee.
thank you for being here with us today and answering our questions. Secretary Bassett, given that the Mint, the U.S. Mint's own fiscal year 24 report shows that the nickel, the U.S. nickel now costs 13.78 cents to produce, and that experience in other countries suggests that our nickel production or demand would double, triple, maybe even multiple times beyond that if we eliminate the penny. Is Treasury analyzing the risk that stopping penny production alone could actually worsen our coinage losses or seigniorage losses by pushing annual nickel losses well past $200 million?
Congressman Rose, that we have looked at this, and we believe that it is possible by changing the composition of the nickel to bring down the cost to 5 cents or less.
Absolutely. That was going to be my next follow-up question too. So
and I will point out that the dime is very profitable.
Yes, and you know, it'll sound like a little self-interest, but a Tennessee company is one of the folks that could lower the cost of the nickel and has made a proposal that I know
We're investigating that with them and are very intent on maintaining those jobs, sir.
And I would just say from my deep dive into both penny and nickel production, it seems to me that there are significant savings beyond just saving on composition of the nickel. So I would encourage Treasury and the Mint to take a look at refocusing how we produce those coins to make them actually positive for the balance in terms of producing seigniorage for the United States. So I'm glad to hear that you're moving in that direction. Secretary Bessent, the President has recently made budget requests that propose significant cuts to the Community Development Financial Institutions, or CDFIs, or the CDFI Fund, and suggests to end core CDFI programs. I know you've recently made public comments about the statutory basis for the CDFI programs. What is your position on the future of the CDFI Fund, and do you believe it should continue to play a role in supporting access to capital in underserved communities across the country?
Well, the congressman, as I told the congressman on the other side of the aisle, we are creating a new $100 billion award program that would provide access to affordable financing, and this will be mostly in rural America.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that, and I understand we always need to be addressing how these programs work and whether they're efficient and cost-effective and produce the outcomes we want. But I am glad to hear that you're making moves in that direction. And I just want to pause at this point and say broadly, it is refreshing to have competent, aggressive, energetic leadership. And so I commend you for that, and I'm very excited about the things that you're doing at Treasury. Secretary, can you discuss the significance of confirming President Trump's regulatory appointees in advancing his America First agenda? Specifically, how do these appointments impact the implementation of these important policies to move America forward?
Yes, sir. I believe that we need to get them appointed as soon as possible. We have some very good acting, the chairs or directors of these, but the sooner we can do it, the sooner we can get down to the business of making these institutions work better for the American people and making sure that Main Street can prosper, because I've been very concerned, as I've mentioned today. I've met, I think, the personal meetings with over 50 community bankers. I spoke to more than 300, and I think it's very important to get these regulators in place so that community banks, small regional banks can make sure that Main Street participates with the rest of the country.
Thank you. I completely agree, and that's what we're hearing, I'm hearing from the regulated entities in my district and across Tennessee. Secretary, given the IMF's limited success in pushing China on transparency and debt restructuring, how can Treasury justify supporting the IMF's current leadership?
We are in constant discussions. It is leadership that I inherited. Thus far, they seem very open to the Trump agenda, America First, and advancing the issues that most affect the United States and working Americans, so we will keep pushing them on that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Ohio, the ranking member on the National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Institutions Subcommittee, Ms. Beatty, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and ranking member. And to
you were listening
Secretary
to Representative Joyce
Bessent.
Beatty, Democrat from
administration
Ohio, questioning Scott
alleged
Bessent,
that
Treasury
detecting and
Secretary.
Deterring transnational criminal organizations such as Iranian terrorist groups and their proxies is a priority for national security. But on March 2nd of 2025, your department announced that it would not enforce any penalties or fines associated with the BOI reporting rule, nor will it enforce the CTA against U.S. citizens, domestic reporting companies, or their beneficial owners. So I'm a little confused of how you square those two things. So my question is, can you explain to, or would you explain to the American public how you undermine the bipartisan CTA and expect law enforcement and national security agencies to quickly and effectively know the true owners behind shell companies registered in the United States now that foreigners, including a drug cartel, gang members, could register a company in the United States with no state or any federal ownership reporting requirements. And I remind you, in your testimony, you talked about illicit actors. Well, these are some of our illicit actors.
The Congresswoman, an overwhelming majority of the domestic entities that you're describing are hardworking Americans with small businesses. We bifurcated the bill, and any foreign entities must still file.
So you saying to me it's not true that they must file and the foreign entities must file the BOI?
Yes, we bifurcated the CTA program that domestics do not have to.
So maybe I'm asking it the wrong way. So it appears that they are doing it registering to avoid the transparency of who the companies are.
I'm not sure what your question is. I'd be happy to answer it.
So I guess I'm looking at it as, and if you're saying it is not true and that they now are complying and completing the BOI, so let's take it one step at a time. So you're saying everybody is completing the BOI. You're enforcing it.
No, ma'am. I am saying that we have bifurcated it, that U.S. nationals do not have to file, and that foreign nationals do.
Okay, so I guess when we look at this, if we're limiting enforcements of the rule just to the foreign entities, that creates a giant loophole whereby any foreign entity can register in the United States and evade or not do the BOI reporting requirements.
Well, they would be subject to all. They would have to come through a U.S. financial institution, so they would be subject to all U.S. institutions,
including the BOI.
Including
the BOI. Including the BOI. Yes or no? Because the answer is no. I mean, you can say it however you want to, but the answer is no. And this makes it easier, and this is what I want the American folks to know. It makes it easier for human and drug traffickers, cartels, terrorists, organizations, and other criminals to do business in the United States. And when you're limiting the enforcement just to foreign entities, it exempts 99% of the entities that Congress intended the law to cover when it was passed into law. So I think I do have my answer. We're just not agreeing on it, and we know why. So let me go to my second. It's my time. Let me go to my second question. The clock is running. It's my time. It is my time. You will not do this on my time. Now, I'm going to ask for a few more seconds since he refused to comply with my time, not his time. In 2016, former Secretary Jack Lew announced that Harriet Tubman was to be the new face of the $20 bill. Can you tell me what's the current status of this project?
No, ma'am, I can't, but my staff will get back to you.
No, I want you to get back to me. Because, see, there seems to be an issue when it comes to things that affect people of color or people who live in poverty, whether it is what you're doing with Social Security, what you are doing with restricting funds.
The gentlewoman's time is expired. The gentlewoman's time is expired.
To me?
The gentleman
Mr.
from
Chairman,
Texas.
I need him to answer if he will. I'm not a staff
gentlewoman can
person.
submit
I'm not
questions for
asking
the
him to
record.
have his staff report to
The
me.
gentlewoman
So,
can
Mr.
submit-
Chairman, I'm addressing it to you to
The gentlewoman's
ask
time
him
has
to
expired.
respect me. Mr. Chairman,
The gentlewoman's
I'm talking
time
to
has
you.
expired.
I need him to address if he
gentlewoman's
will
time
answer
has
me.
expired.
As a,
Thank you,
no,
Mr.
I'm
Chairman.
not going to.
The gentlewoman's
yield.
time
I'm
has
not
expired.
going to stop until you
The
direct
gentlewoman's
him
time
to
has
answer to
expired.
me as a member of Congress.
The gentlewoman's
Mr.
time has
Chairman, point
expired.
of
The
order
gentlewoman
to
has
you.
offered that she can
Mr.
submit questions
Chairman,
for the
point
record.
of order to you. I will not stop. I will not be silent.
The gentlewoman is
until
not
you
offering
direct
an
him
appropriate
to
parliamentary inquiry. Does the gentlewoman have a parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, I do.
Please state the parliamentary inquiry.
As a member of the United States Congress addressing the Secretary, I am asking you to rule on asking this hostile witness to direct his response to me versus having him tell me that his staff will respond to me. My staff person didn't ask him the question. I did.
The gentlewoman does not state a parliamentary inquiry.
So let me ask the
Gentlewoman's
point of
time-
privilege to you, Mr. Chairman, because I'm not going to stop this morning until you respond to me then, if you will direct the Secretary to respond to me as a member of Congress. Or let me ask him.
It is not a
Then
point of
let
privilege.
me
The
ask
gentlewoman's
him
time, the
if
gentlewoman's
he will
time has
respond
expired.
to
The
me.
gentlewoman
Will
will
he
suspend.
respond to me?
The gentlewoman will.
respond
The gentlewoman will
that
suspend.
he-
The gentlewoman
It can
will
be simple
suspend.
if he
The
responds.
gentlewoman will
If
suspend.
he responds
The
to
gentlewoman
me,
will
if
suspend.
he will
The
respond,
gentlewoman makes a legitimate request, a personal
you
privilege.
can simply ask him to
Grant
respond.
personal privilege.
Just
Personal
ask him to respond if he'll respond to a member of Congress versus saying a staffer. It's simple as that.
I ask that members keep decorum and remain cordial during today's hearing.
I am being
Members,
cordial
the
to
gentlewoman
you,
will
Mr.
suspend.
An
The
exchange
chair
here
has the
with the
time.
Democratic
The
Congresswoman
chair
Joyce
has the
Beatty
time. The gentlewoman
of
will
Ohio.
suspend.
Gentlewoman
And
makes
Congressman
a
Brian Stiles, who is
legitimate
standing in as
request.
chair
I
of this
ask that
House
members
Financial
keep decorum
Services
and
Committee
remain
hearing in
cordial.
which the
I am
Secretary of the
being
Treasury,
cordial. I
Scott
resent
Bessent,
your statement
is
to imply
testifying.
That I am not. I am a member of the U.S. Congress. I am asking this
The
Secretary
gentlewoman
to
may
respond
submit
to me.
QFRs for the record, which will be responded to by the Secretary.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Small Business Committee, Mr. Williams, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being
And
here.
now
This
we
may be
move
a
on
little
to
easier
Republican
running here.
Congressman
I'll
Roger
fast
Williams
forward.
of Texas
The
questioning
Chinese Communist
Secretary
Party has
Bessent in the
enabled
House
their
Financial
economy to
Services
serve
Committee.
as a central hub for money laundering, human trafficking, and the export of chemicals used to manufacture fentanyl. Increasingly, Chinese nationals and financial works have informed operational alliances with Mexican drug cartels, providing laundering services, digital payment platforms, and chemical shipments that fuel the trafficking of fentanyl across our southern border. These criminal partnerships exploit the international financial system and pose a direct threat to U.S. national security, public health, and financial integrity. So my question, Mr. Secretary, is can you elaborate on the steps Treasury is taking to disrupt the flow of illicit financing, money laundering, and drug trafficking between Chinese entities and Mexican drug cartels?
Thank you, Congressman, for that very important question. And note that they are interlinked, that the Chinese provide precursor drugs that are then converted into fentanyl by the Mexican cartels. And just today, I signed an order that will be made public within the next few days, identifying Chinese entities who are engaged in the fentanyl trade.
Great. Far too long, China has taken advantage of the international financial system and has become the world's largest creditor. The IMF and World Bank's focus on climate and social initiatives has resulted in a lack of accountability for the Chinese unreliable economic data, currency manipulation, and opaque predatory lending practices. In addition to the lack of accountability, this shift in focus to climate has forced many developing countries to turn to Chinese financing. The United States must leverage its leadership of the world stage to counter China's growing influence as a global lender and put an end to the deceptive economic practices. So, Secretary, how is Treasury working to prevent IMF and the World Bank resources from indirectly legitimizing China's debt trap diplomacy and economic oppression?
Well, Congressman, in various ways. One, as you would have noticed, I will have said that when this horrible Russia-Ukraine conflict ends, that no country or person who financed the Russian war machine will be eligible for any rebuild in Ukraine, especially that financed by the World Bank or any of the other multilateral development banks. Also, we are working with the OECD especially to look at, and the IMF and the World Bank, to look at the true debt levels for these countries. Everyone agrees, or everyone save one country agrees that this is a problem, that there are rapacious mineral deals, that there are tolling arrangements, and it is impossible to know and assist a country that has experienced economic hardship when we don't know the true levels, or if there is an undisclosed priority payment to another creditor.
Let me try to get to my last question. I was encouraged to hear that you are taking a fresh look at the bank regulatory framework to better reflect actual risk and ensure a level playing field across the financial system. And as part of that review, I hope you'll consider where U.S. regulations may be putting banks and financial institutions at a disadvantage compared to our foreign competitors. In particular, I urge you to weigh the combined impact of proposals like Basel III Endgame, the GSIB surcharge, and leverage requirements, especially whether these changes could limit banks' ability to support the economy and compete globally. So in your work so far, are there any specific areas where you plan to address these concerns about regulatory putting U.S. institutions at a disadvantage, such as in the re-proposal of the Basel III Endgame rule by amending the GSIB surcharge regulation?
Congressman, we are looking across all areas and know that this is at the top of our agenda, that most countries have very concentrated banking systems. In many cases, the banking systems are larger than the GDP of the countries, so they have very different needs than the United States. The strength of the United States, lending and capital markets and economy, is the breadth and depth of our financial institutions, and we will continue to advocate for them both at home and abroad.
Thank you for your service. I think you're doing a great job. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, the ranking member on the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Mr. Vargas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and ranking member, for holding this hearing. Mr. Secretary.
This is Democratic Congressman Juan Vargas of California questioning Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in the House Financial Services Committee, heard live on Bloomberg.
You consider Vladimir Putin a war criminal?
Yes.
Would you negotiate with a war criminal?
I think that's the nature of diplomacy. One must negotiate with both sides, sir.
So you will be negotiating then with the war criminal?
I believe that negotiation was needed with the Japanese after World War II.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. Are you familiar with what President Trump has called his One Big Beautiful Bill?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe the basics of that bill?
It is a combination. The core of that bill is to make the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent.
If this, what he quotes, a big, beautiful bill passes, will the deficit go up or will the deficit go down?
I believe over time, the deficit to GDP, which is the important number, even Secretary Yellen agrees with that, will stabilize and go down.
So next year, will it go down?
Sir?
Yes.
I believe yes.
You see, so if the big, beautiful bill passes, you believe the deficit will go down next year?
The deficit to GDP will. Because again, what is important is that we grow the economy faster than
I understand that. I understand that, of course. But you say that in the long term, I'm asking in the short term, will the deficit go down?
I believe the debt to GDP can go down.
But what about the deficit itself? The amount of money that comes in as opposed to goes out. Will the deficit go down next year?
Will it go down from 2024 and 2025? I believe it will, because these are extraordinary levels.
What about the long-term debt? Will it go up or down if this big, beautiful bill passes?
Again, sir, While the absolute...
I think the reason you're having a hard time answering...
I'm not having a hard time answering because what is important...
I've given you plenty of
isn't
time.
the absolute level of debt. It is, as Secretary Yellen said, the debt to GDP. So that if our GDP were 100...
Everyone is talking about the $37 billion. Is it going to go up or down?
Sir?
Yes. Is it going to go up or down?
It will likely go up, but if the GDP goes up faster,
I think that's the interesting thing. My colleagues on the other side always talk about reducing the debt and reducing the deficit, and yet the hypocrisy of trying to pass the big, beautiful bill that will cause both of them to go up.
No, sir, I did not say the deficit.
No, I know you didn't say it. You're trying not to say it, but that's exactly what's going to happen.
I actually said it would not go up.
I know you did.
And just to be clear.
You said the number would go up.
Just to be clear, last year, 6.7% deficit to GDP.
No, I'm asking the number. I'm asking the actual number. No, we're looking at, see now.
Previous administration.
We're asking about numbers here, Weldon.
When we were not in a recession and not.
I'm not going to let you get away with that one because it's very clear what's going to happen if they pass their bill. The deficit's going to go up and the debt's going to go up. And we're going to see the hypocrisy of them always saying, cut the budget so the deficit's going to go down and the debt's going to go down. It's not. It's going to go up. Now, I do want to ask you about the independence of the Fed.
Yes, sir.
You have kind of been on both sides of the fence on this. You seem to say that we need an independent Fed, but at the same time, you said there should have been a shadow Fed.
Sir, since taking office, I have refrained from commenting on Fed monetary policy, and I have said that monetary policy is a jewel box that must be preserved.
Okay, great. And lastly, I do want to ask this because a number of my colleagues have brought it up about elite, the coastal elites. Where did you go to school?
Sorry? I grew up in Little River, South Carolina.
And what university did you graduate? You graduated from Yale. You were part of Wolfhead's Society,
Congressman,
one of the big three.
Congressman, I worked 3 jobs to put myself in Yale.
Believe me, I grew up just as poor as you did. I understand that too. But the thing that I always get is, the funny part is, I always talk about the coastal elites. You're a billionaire that went to Yale. I don't hold that against you. I just find it interesting that my colleagues are always talking about the coastal elites, and yet the president and yourself are both coastal elites.
And I made all my own money, sir.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions. Secretary, thank you for being here. Earlier today, you referenced the electric slide. I'll share my concerns that during 4 years of the Biden administration, we were sliding behind foreign competition.
This is Republican Congressman Brian Stile of Wisconsin questioning the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in the House Financial Services Committee hearing heard live on Bloomberg.
If we object, if we walk out of that type of leadership role, which I think is so essential, to make sure that the United States continues to lead the way in Web 3 as we did in Web 2. And in particular, how does the leadership in digital assets play into President Trump's broader agenda? And specifically, how do dollar-denominated stablecoins impact dollar dominance in Treasury markets?
Congressman, thank you for that very important question. Our goal is to encourage firms to reshore, bring back to the United States best practices, their digital asset innovation and experimentation here in the United States without scaling back their ambition to influence the global industry. The administration's efforts to promote clear regulatory frameworks for digital assets will contribute to this goal. So will ongoing efforts to promote fair access, interoperability of payment technologies across all borders. We will continue to support private sector solutions and discourage public sector solutions that distort markets and stifle competition.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in because I think that's spot on. And then let's talk about what happens if we fail to act. Yesterday, some members objected, walked out of a hearing to discuss market structure and digital assets, an absolutely essential leadership role the United States has to play. What happens if we walk out on our responsibility to lead in the digital asset space? And what would occur if Web3 center of gravity shifts away from the United States to countries like China or other locations?
Well, numerous things could occur, sir. As we saw under the previous administration, an entire ecosystem, the unregulated and renegade, springs up outside the U.S., and illicit actors abuse the value of these transfer systems, and there is a technological loss here.
Can you walk us through or share any of your impressions from the conversations you've had with your counterparts abroad as it relates to their experience with regulating in the digital asset space?
They believe it's very important, and I believe that they are a little worried that the U.S. is willing to restore its leadership here. And as I said earlier, there is a chance that digital assets can provide a substantial source of demand for the U.S. dollar.
In my bill, the Stable Act, which regulates dollar-denominated stable coins, we give the Treasury the authority to identify which foreign stablecoin regulatory regimes are comparable to ours. What are the key aspects of comparable regime, and are there lessons or criteria that we can draw from other similar areas in the financial services space?
Congressman, I think that we have the blueprint with the bank regulation and adherence to anti-money laundering laws around the world, financial stability, and I would guess that 70% of the countries would be very easy to judge yes, no, and then there will be another group. That's why I believe that some of the bills encourage phasing this in.
And a lot of stablecoin, a lot of digital asset space needs reliable banking services. Could you comment briefly on how the Treasury is working with bank regulators to ensure that financial institutions can safely participate in this emerging industry?
We have recently delivered a report to the President on this, so we have safe and sound best practices, and we want to work with the financial industry, with new companies and entrepreneurs, as well as incumbents. The banks, there is a solution to banks to participate in this business, whether it's through custody or their own coins.
Let me shift gears really quickly in my final 30 seconds. President Trump issued an executive order on modernizing payments to and from Americans' bank accounts. The executive order noted that the Treasury checks are 16 times more likely to be reported lost or stolen or returned as compared to electric transfer funds. Do you think we're making real progress in this space?
We are working all speed ahead. Congresswoman from Staten Island told me of numerous losses of checks in the postal system, and it is both cost-cutting and good practice, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here today. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us this morning.
This is Democratic Congressman Vincent Gonzalez of Texas questioning Scott Bessent, the Secretary of the Treasury, heard live on Bloomberg as he speaks in the House Financial Services Committee.
More than any other sector, this decline is attributed to a combination of factors, but mostly attributed to the tariffs. At a recent Dallas Federal Reserve meeting, a veteran CEO, energy CEO, said, quote, "I have never felt more uncertainty about our business in my entire 40 years in the industry, and this turmoil is no accident. It's a direct result of Mr. Trump's vandalism." Just yesterday, Diamondback Energy, one of the largest Permian producers, told shareholders that tariffs are adding significant cost of drilling activity. That's mostly due to the tariffs to our neighbors to the north and the south. Mr. Secretary, the chaos in the energy sector has eclipsed any gains from President Trump's industry-friendly regulatory rollbacks that they were so much looking forward to. Stable energy prices depend on stable policy. The Trump administration pledged to support American energy sector. However, this decline demonstrates the opposite. Given these outcomes, how do you reconcile the administration's stated support for energy sector with policies that appear to have directly undermined its stability and global competitiveness?
Sir, I would take issue with the idea that it was tariffs. We have seen one of the largest decreases in the underlying price of crude in history.
That's right.
So,
but 100%, there's not a single energy CEO in America right now that would agree with you. They are all attributing their downfall right now, the troubles that they're having, to the tariffs, and they need some relief. What's the administration going to do?
Congressman, you and I must speak to different energy executives because I speak to them quite often.
Well, I spoke to API today.
I will note that OPEC has done a substantial supply increase, and the history of substantial OPEC supply increase.
And the tariffs are just making it worse. China is no longer buying our LNG, neither is a lot of other countries around the world.
So, I think we've seen Harold Hamm, the head of Continental Resources, has said that he is reshoring his supply chain, and he believes that over time, he did not save any money by outsourcing the equipment.
Secretary,
overseas.
Our energy industry is hurting, and they need your help. And I know you're a smart man, and you're one of the most stable people in this administration. You need to talk to the president about this. This is hurting the industry, and it's hurting the American people, and more needs to be done. I have another question that I want to talk to you about that's hopefully a little easier, and it has to do with our shrimping and fishing industry. As you may know, our domestic shrimping and fishing continue to experience economic hardships caused by an increase of foreign imports, high fuel prices, labor shortage, immigration regulation, all to make matters worse. Plus, we have flooded the domestic seafood markets with foreign farm-raised shrimps, many which are subsidized by by American federal dollars in the international financial institutions. We need to put an end to this. What are we doing in terms of tariffs to helping this industry that is hurting? I mean, if we want to talk tariffs, there are some that work, and I think this is certainly an industry that needs a lot of help. It's been ignored. It's on the verge of collapse. If we continue down this path, we will rely on imported seafood and certainly imported shrimp, which is hurting the worst within the seafood industry. And I don't know how familiar you are with this industry, but I'm curious to hear your opinions and what can be done to improve this.
Well, sir, as I mentioned earlier, this coastal elite grew up in a fishing village that when I was young was 500 people, so I'm very attuned to that. And again, on one hand, you're saying you don't like tariffs, on the other,
no, I don't like tariffs on our energy sector. Yeah, we do need tariffs in certain industries. This is one of them that I think would make sense.
I agree, and I'd be happy to work with you on this. We've worked with the Alaska delegation extensively on what's happening with Russian illegal fishing and illegal or sales to China that's then transshipped back to the U.S. So we'd be happy to work with you on this.
I'd love that. Okay, I'll be in touch with you. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Bessent, thank you for being here.
This is Republican Congressman William Timmons of South Carolina questioning the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent before the House Financial Services Committee.
Your steady leadership is appreciated on both sides of the aisle. And after an abysmal 4 years, it is encouraging to see thoughtful and serious leadership guiding this discussion once again. And I would like to add a personal note. Both of us proudly call South Carolina home, and my family, like yours, also came to Charleston in the 1600s. I know you understand the economic landscape of South Carolina deeply, and that perspective is invaluable in the position that you hold. Let me start with a question about the textile industry. South Carolina, and especially my district in the upstate, has a long history in textiles. For over 100 years, it was more than just an economic sector. It was part of the cultural and social fabric in our communities. But there was a drastic shift in the 70s and the 80s. Well-intentioned regulations from Washington related to labor and the environment made the U.S. economy no longer competitive. And while I agree with the policies that we should not dump dyes and chemicals into the rivers, and we should not have 120 degrees in factories, and people should only work 40 hours a week, we need to focus on being competitive. And those regulations, all they did was push all of our textile jobs to China, or most of our textile jobs to China. China took advantage of it, and they incentivized and subsidized textile manufacturing, capturing an enormous amount of the market share. Hundreds of thousands of jobs were lost in the South. Recently, you made a comment suggesting we do not need to bring the booming textile industry that once defined the region where we both grew up back. And that statement stirred some concern from some of the textile companies that survived in the district. And I agree with your broader point. That we should not return to producing low-quality goods just for the sake of manufacturing in the United States. I do want to ask, do you agree that we should prioritize support for the American textile industry that are still here, and particularly leaders that are in innovation and high-tech manufacturing and people that are producing Berry Amendment products for our warfighters?
Congressman, what I mean and meant was the survivors in this industry, they have done it through innovation, and they will continue to innovate, and they are high-end textile manufacturers. I remember going to China in the 1990s and 2000s and seeing everything that had been outsourced there in the textile industry. Sock City, they would have Sock City, Underwear City, and those are the jobs you and I grew up with many people, our family friends involved with. And I think that we, through good tariff policy, we can make sure that these existing businesses can grow and thrive, especially in the high end. And again, anyone who has survived has done it through innovation, hard work.
And that's what I told them. I told them that we still support them, and we are going to make sure that they continue to thrive.
Sir.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I want to turn to the automotive industry, and specifically BMW, which operates its largest plant in the world in Spartanburg, South Carolina. That facility, which opened in 1994, has helped make our state the top auto exporter in the U.S. It employs either directly or through a nearby supply network, indirectly, almost 80,000 of my constituents, almost 1 in 10 of them. And foreign automakers like BMW are continuing to invest heavily in U.S. manufacturing. Incredibly, they have invested an additional $4 billion in the last 3 years, and that investment has real lasting benefits for American workers, exports, and innovation. It is President Trump's promise to the American people to renew the U.S. economy's competitiveness in the global economy, and this is an effort long overdue. My question is this: as President Trump renegotiates our trade relationships with the world, is it fair to say that BMW, the type of investment that BMW has made, a generational investment, is what we're hoping to incentivize?
Yes, Congressman. I regularly see at the Port of Charleston, the BMW X Series sitting there for export. And I think that the president recently met with the heads of the 3 German auto companies and is working toward a solution for more American content and more made in the U.S. rather than just as assemblers. So it would be more jobs in your district.
And that message was heard loud and clear, and they're going to continue to invest. They've been a very good partner, and I'm just excited because interest rates coming down, energy costs going down, regulatory relief, a more fair trade deal. We are going to be the best place to start to grow, to build a business, and I appreciate your leadership in that regard. Thank you, sir. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman who's the vice ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Caston, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Bessent, I'm starting.
We're listening to testimony in the House Financial Services Committee by the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, who is now being questioned by Democratic Congressman Sean Casten of Illinois, live on Bloomberg.
System earlier this year. As you know well, this is the system that manages over $5 trillion a year of federal payments to taxpayers, payers to Social Security beneficiaries, payers to embedded foreign assets who are overseas and undercover, and it has their personal information and their routing information. This is a purple district. People were nervous. We sent a letter to your office along with 150 colleagues asking 20 questions. Your response that we just received was non-responsive on all 20. Mr. Chairman, I'd like unanimous consent to enter those 2 letters into the record.
Without objection.
I want to get through a lot of those questions right now, Secretary Bessent, and I would ask you to be as brief as you were in your response, but I would very much like a more fulsome answer in writing. In January, the New York Times reported that you pressured David Lebrick out of his role overseeing that after he refused to grant that access to people that Elon Musk had imposed. Can you confirm the accuracy of those reports?
That's incorrect, Mr.
You met with him on January 30th, put him on administrative leave, and he left the day later. Is that accurate?
They did not put him on administrative leave. Administrative leave, I asked him to take, I met with him 90 minutes
So you're denying the New York Times report? Was it your choice?
I am adamantly saying that the New York Times is inaccurate.
Okay, all right, fine. That's yes or no. New York Times is inaccurate, fine.
He was not placed in administrative leave, and he was subsequently resigned after sending numerous emails.
Sir, I'm just asking for yes or no questions. If you want to be voluminous, please write me a letter. Was it your decision to terminate Mr. Lebrick, or were you pressured by others?
He resigned.
Who made the decision to put him on administrative leave? You or someone else?
Again, sir, he was not put on administrative leave. That is
Okay, so you're denying the New York Times. Fair enough. Tom Krause, you a fan of him, who's now playing that role?
Yes.
Okay. You'd mentioned earlier he was in that role. Do you agree that that role includes duties that include managing Treasury's payment system to ensure timely Social Security payments, overseeing auctions for U.S. Treasury bonds, which determine interest rates, and ensuring the U.S. doesn't breach the debt limit? Would you agree that that's all part of the functions of that job that Mr. Rouse is now holding?
No.
No. Shocking. Okay. Does Mr. Krause have any prior experience in government service?
He does not. Neither do I.
Does Mr. Krause have any prior experience in the financial sector, which of course you do?
What's that?
Just, you can answer me. You don't need to. I'm doing this solo. You don't need the people behind you to help you. Does Mr. Krause have any prior experience in the financial sector?
He had in the financial sector. Yes, he's put together more than.
No. Did he work for a bank? Did he work for a hedge fund? Did he work for a private equity firm?
He worked for a private equity firm.
He's the CEO of a software company.
He's done more than $100 billion of tech deals.
He runs a software company. He's still the CEO of that software company, isn't he?
I'm not sure.
He is. Is it your view that that job that he's holding is a part-time job?
I'm not
managing $5 trillion a year of distributions. That's a part-time job, or does that require full-time?
No, sir. He is not managing $5 trillion a year of distribution. He is doing a tech upgrade, an ERP system.
That's all that Mr. Lebrick was doing, was a tech upgrade?
Sorry?
Mr. Lebrick, who said, I'm not going to allow people to hack into this system. He was just doing a tech upgrade? Or you've downgraded what that job function is?
Mr. Lebrick was in charge of 1.5 billion payments a year, which 1/3 did not have a task identification.
Sir, come on.
So he had failed.
Come on, we're going to move along. The chairman, notably a moment ago, did not swear you in, so you are not under oath right now. February 4th, in your response to a Senate Democrats letter, you said that Mr. Krause will only have read-only access. A moment ago, in response to our chair, you said, and I quote, they were only granted read-only access at Treasury. You're not under oath right now. You could be, but you're not. Mr. Gioeli testified under oath in a recent hearing, saying that Mario Alez was given right access to the Treasury payment system. Do you wish to correct your remarks to the chair, the ranking member?
I would say that
no one was given right access.
I never granted anything other than.
But Mario Alez was granted right access.
I never granted anything other than read-only access.
Mr. Alez left the Treasury Department in part after it was discovered that he said normalize Indian hate and I just want a eugenic immigration policy. Do you agree with those sentiments?
I do not at all.
Do you think that someone who has those sentiments should be employed in your department?
That I had a conversation with the vice president. That I admired his grace.
He then went to HHS.
Gentleman's time has expired. Thank the gentleman from Illinois. The gentleman from Indiana is now recognized. Mr. Stutzman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Frankly, I apologize.
This is the voice of Republican Congressman Marlin Stutzman of Indiana, about to begin questioning the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, who is before the House Financial Services Committee, heard live here.
With respect to the individuals originally referenced by Ranking Member Waters, who may have had access to certain BFS systems, and in response to Mr. Kasten, do you want to add any additional information on that matter?
I would say that that is in litigation, and I never authorized access.
Thank you. Well, I just want to say thank you for your service and for your willingness to come serve in Washington, D.C. at a critical time, and the fact that you heeded President Trump's call, and it's refreshing, honestly. We see a lot of ups and downs. Things are happening around the world, but here at home, there's a reset that's happening, and that does create some volatility. But I'll tell you what, there's a lot of good news that I think the other side is missing, and I find it ironic that this chart was handed out earlier. And of course, it tries to show that all the blame is on the Republican presidents over the past century or so. But the one that really caught
Congressman, if I may interrupt, as a former finance professor, that chart we get an F.
Well, I agree, and it's interesting that this big drop off right here after President Clinton. I live in one of the heaviest manufacturing districts in the country, and I know that businesses don't turn on a dime that quickly, but that was because of different trade policies. Something happened during the President Clinton era that caused a lot of jobs to leave. And that's what President Trump and you are trying to fix. Is that correct?
I think that thing was called NAFTA, sir.
Exactly. Well, thank you for doing that, because we saw jobs growing up in Northeast Indiana in the auto industry and agriculture, manufacturing just continue to have this slow decline. And manufacturing is critical to a nation, and manufacturing has built America. And we've seen jobs leave because of bad policies over years. But because of President Trump and because of you, sir, we're now seeing headlines that say Rolls-Royce planning to shift production to the United States to avoid Trump's tariffs. We see headlines saying Johnson & Johnson to invest over $55 billion in U.S. in the next 4 years. Even in my district, GM has announced that they're increasing truck production. I know, coming from a manufacturing family, that we're seeing opportunities. Is it going to happen overnight? Absolutely not. But it's at least giving us the opportunity to look forward and say there's an opportunity, because you all are resetting the table to look out for America first. And so I want to say thank you. And, if you don't, and if I've heard you say this before, that President Trump has tasked you with reducing debt and deficits as well as keeping the economy strong, that's a huge task, but it's one that has to happen. And I appreciate what you've been doing, because a debt crisis would just flat out limit us to any sort of recovery. It'd be very difficult. I want to ask you real quick about the Federal Reserve's dual mandate. Generally speaking, should the Federal Reserve focus more on fighting inflation or providing maximum employment? And what should the Fed focus on if the economy enters stagflation?
Sir, I would just comment on monetary policy in general rather than the Federal Reserve. I think the two are inexorably linked. And as we saw during the terrible inflation during the Biden years, that employment picked up, but that was a slingshot effect as we came into post-COVID recovery that financed by debt-fueled government spending, and we are trying to end that. So the Federal Reserve should focus on both, and it's at different times. But look, keeping inflation down, President Trump won because of, I believe, because real wages for working Americans dropped.
No, that's absolutely right. And we saw the cost of living go up. The last 4 years have been the hardest on Americans due to the former administration's policies. And I know that there's a huge recovery, and people are still trying to recover and are hopeful and optimistic. And my time's about to expire, but I just wish you the best, and I want to say thank you. And working together here in this committee, there's plenty of places to work together and try to get us back on track rather than pointing fingers. So,
gentleman's time has expired. We now recognize the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Secretary Bessent, you have...
We're listening in live to the House Financial Services Committee, where the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, is facing questions from lawmakers, now beginning. Democratic Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley of Massachusetts, heard live on Bloomberg.
Wreaking havoc on our economy. Rather than delivering stability for our country, this Trump tariff tantrum has been inconsistent, counterproductive, and disconnected from reality. In my district, the Massachusetts 7th, I'm hearing it from everyone. Small business owners are reeling from the unpredictable on-again, off-again tariffs. They're holding back on expansion, delaying hiring, and bracing for the impact. Local and state officials are telling me about the effect tariffs will have on our state budget. Simultaneously, Massachusetts will see energy bills increase while revenue from tourism will decrease. But I want to focus on the constituent outreach that I've received from everyday families who are just fighting to make ends meet. Yes or no? Mr. Secretary, do you know what a car seat is?
I have 2 children, yes.
I figured as much. It's correct, you and your husband have 2 children. So I'm sure you know that car seats are absolutely essential for families when traveling with babies and toddlers to school, to worship, to doctor's appointments, just everyday living. But not only are car seats essential, they are the law of the land. It's the law of the land in 50 states. So there's no getting around that. Mr. Secretary, what's your estimate of how many babies are born in the United States each year?
I would guess 2 to 3 million.
Well, while the number fluctuates, there have consistently been more than 3.5 million babies born in the United States. That means millions of families in this country are doing what? Buying a car seat because it's essential and it is the law of the land in all 50 states. But now that cost is going up because Trump has announced up to 145% tariffs on Chinese imported products. Approximately 9 out of every 10 car seats in the U.S. come from China. That's a steep cost. Steep cost hike for families all over the country. The price is up in Republican districts and in Democratic districts. And it's not just the car seats that are impacted. We're talking about strollers, cribs, high chairs. No family is exempt from the harm of these Trump tariffs on essential baby products. But don't just take my word for it. Mr. Chair, I would like to enter into the record a Yahoo Finance article from May 2025 entitled, "First Year Baby Expenses Already Top $20,000 and Tariffs Are Adding to the Bill as China Dominates Key Imports."
Without objection.
Look, I support improving manufacturing in America, but that is not going into effect overnight like these tariffs are. There needs to be an exemption to help America's families. Trump has used his power for tariff exemptions on thermoplastics, semiconductors, but what about baby products? Mr. Secretary, do you support an exemption to tariffs on items that parents need to care for their kids? Yes or no?
Congressman, what you're referring to are...
Yes or no?
What you're referring to are...
I'm reclaiming my time because I don't want you to filibuster or give me some macroeconomic answer. Families at home are hurting and so just give me a direct answer.
I am going to agree with you that
So yes, you do support an exemption on tariffs for products that are essential for families for their babies.
Exemptions on E4 items, which...
I'm sorry, I have to reclaim my time. I'm reclaiming my time. Mr. Chair, I am reclaiming my time. Give me my time back. I'm reclaiming my time. I just want a simple yes or no. Do you support an exemption to tariffs on items that parents need to care for their kids? Because you all claim you're pro-family. I cannot hear the words you say because I see the things that you do every day. So clear it up. Yes or no? Do you support an exemption to tariffs on items that parents need to care for their babies?
It is under consideration.
Great, good. I don't know what's stopping an exemption from going into effect today, so do it now. In Donald Trump's America's price is not yesterday's price, is not today's price. Costs are going up, everyone is suffering, especially our families with young children. Mr. Secretary, I'm making an appeal to you on behalf of the people of this country. Please tell occupant Trump to reverse course and stop hurting America's families. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, our chair of our Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Mr. Muser, recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, great to be with you. Thank you. Boy, oh boy, I sure wish we had colleagues that were upset about the Biden 20% inflation.
This is Republican Congressman Dan Muser of Pennsylvania, beginning his questioning of Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent in the House Financial Services Committee.
Throughout my district, thousands of dollars. I wish we would have heard a peep about that, and yet we have just angry voices over the potentiality of bringing manufacturing back to the United States that, in fact, hasn't even got into effect yet. It's nuts. Mr. Secretary, the ongoing litigation response to the Democrats' questions about the Treasury DOGE team, is it true that they can find all the information, find all the available information there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Also, regarding the beneficial ownership rule, which was a disaster for my small businesses, I mean, all of them, 100%, complained about it. The original intent of the Corporate Transparency Act was to root out bad actors. The previous administration, however, turned it into a massive data collection with over 50 questions. Originally, there were 4 that outraged small business, accountants, attorneys, anybody who had anything to do with it. In fact, only 20% of the small businesses were even able to comply by the January 1st deadline, and meanwhile, they were threatened with fines up to $500 per day and up to $10,000, small businesses. They were beside themselves. You listened to the small businesses and did something immediately to correct course, exempting U.S. companies from reporting, and my small businesses throughout my district, throughout Pennsylvania, applaud you for eliminating a needless bureaucratic reporting regime. So thank you.
And Congressman, I'm just sorry that so many of them had to waste their hard-earned dollars either complying or preparing to comply.
And losing sleep and everything else, and some even going out of business because they found it preposterous. Thank you. Let's talk about removing the ideological, subjective, even capricious regulators how will you, under the Biden administration, bank supervisors focused more on ideological concerns and less on material, bright-line financial rules versus the risks? How will you work with bank regulators to refocus supervision on bright lines rules rather than issue unrelated to safety and soundness?
Again, Congressman, very important point. We could see that we had 3, under the previous administration, we had 3 of the largest bank failures in U.S. history. 2 weeks before that, the Financial Stability Oversight Council published a report that said that climate was the biggest threat to the financial system, not the deposit volatility, not over-leveraged bond portfolios. So we are promoting common sense, back to basics.
Yes, thank you. Okay. The efforts related to the removal of reputational risk as a basis of supervisory criticism, can you comment on that?
Yes, sir. Many people, many individuals, many organizations were debanked because of their political beliefs, and regulators used that as a litmus test, and that it is a very capricious category in bank regulation. So we have moved to remove that as a criteria. We believe that financial ratios are much more important than whether you are a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent.
Thank you. Yes, well put, and appreciate the fact that you see things that way, as should be seen. Capital requirements, Basel III Endgame, of course, the GSIB surcharge and other proposed capital rules might put U.S. banks at an international disadvantage. What do you believe, if you got an idea of the right level for capital requirements?
Sir, we are examining that now, and we will weigh in heavily at the BIS and the other rulemaking entities. But again, this one size fits all. And I believe one of the reasons we've seen the stagnation in many other countries is the regulatory, the framework, the very tight regulatory framework that they put around their regulated financial institutions.
Thank you. I'm almost out of time. I'll yield back. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During so-called Liberation Day,
and now Democratic Congressman Richie Torres of New York has his chance to question Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, in the House Financial Services Committee. Heard live
countries
on
which
Bloomberg.
the United States runs a trade surplus, not a trade deficit. He imposed tariffs on products that cannot be produced domestically, which means a higher cost for American consumers without any benefit to American manufacturers. He imposed tariffs on impoverished nations like Lesotho, which cannot afford to buy as much from us as we buy from them. If President Joe Biden had put in place these absurd tariffs, every single Republican, without exception, would have condemned his trade policy as the height of incompetence. And you, Mr. Bessent, would have joined that chorus of criticism. There's no doubt in my mind. But swap out Biden's name for Trump's, and suddenly the moral outrage from Republicans vanishes like magic. I have a simple yes or no question. Do you think excessive taxation undermines the competitiveness of American manufacturing?
Yes, sir.
Now, the Trump tariff regime is a breeding ground for the excessive taxation of American manufacturing. Consider as an example Intel's manufacturing of CPUs. Intel sources foreign components, which is subject to the first layer of taxation. It then manufactures the CPUs in the United States before exporting it to China, which will face a second layer of taxation. And finally, China will export the CPU back to the United States, where it will face a third layer of taxation. Taxation upon taxation upon taxation of American manufacturing goods. Do you think that kind of compounding taxation of American manufacturing goods like Intel CPU will strengthen or weaken American manufacturing?
Sir, I just want to be clear. You're saying that taxes raise cost.
I'm sorry?
Sir, you're saying that taxes raise costs.
Taxing the intermediate goods that go into a manufactured product raise costs, yes.
You're saying that taxes are inflationary.
Taxes are inflation, yes.
Good, then we should cut
taxes. In the context of tariffs, yes.
Then we should cut taxes, and you should join the...
Can you answer my question about the tariffs?
In the tax bill.
Can you answer my questions about the tariffs?
I'm not sure I understand.
CPU's Intel would face Intel CPU would face 3 levels of taxation: the taxes on the foreign components, the U.S. taxes, and the Chinese taxes, or the Chinese tariffs. Do you think that kind of compounded taxation hinders or helps American manufacturing?
I think that strategic American manufacture is very important, like Intel, and I think we have to bring that back to the U.S.
Do you think taxing intermediate goods that go inside American manufactured products helps or hinders manufacturing?
I believe that, as the Intel example you give, we have to bring these strategic industries back to the U.S.
We're not going to bring every component. A Boeing aircraft, 747, has 6 million components. There is no universe in which we're going to manufacture all 6 million components in the United States. And so if you impose a tax on those foreign components, you are hindering the manufacturing of Boeing 747 here in the United States. Do you even acknowledge that?
I acknowledge that the supply chains, they are wide, but we've also, for the automakers, we have given an exemption.
I'm not asking about the automakers. I'm asking about Boeing aircraft. Let me move on. Critical minerals are essential to the military defense of the United States. China controls almost all of the world's rare earth mining and almost all of the world's critical mineral processing and refining. The Trump administration has chosen to wage a total trade war with China without first building a critical mineral supply chain here at home. Just like it would be foolish to enter a car race without enough fuel in the tank, or enter a weightlifting competition without sufficient strength to lift the weights. It seems equally foolish to wage an all-out trade war on China without a domestic critical mineral supply chain, breaking China's strongest chokehold over the United States. The CCP's chokehold on critical minerals and rare earth elements is a precondition for winning the trade war against China. Do you agree with that?
I believe that we have to bring the rare earth, as you correctly said, processing back, or not even back to the U.S. We have
It's not only processing, it's rare earth mining as well. And it's critical mineral processing and refining.
Strategic minerals.
And the weaponization of critical minerals against the United States is the opposite of making America safe again.
Rare earths are not that rare. Processing is rare.
The mining is rare too. We have a insufficient mining industry here in the United States, and you know that.
Good, then I'll hope you'll join us in the deregulation of many of these onerous mining requirements.
I think my time has expired.
Appreciate the gentleman from New York. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters, for holding this.
And now it's the turn of Republican Congresswoman Young Kim of California. Member of the House Financial Services Committee, where the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is currently testifying, heard live on Bloomberg.
To Pacific Rim, and Asian goods into the United States come through the ports of LA and Long Beach. But we are already starting to see a drop in volume as the ports of LA and Long Beach are expected to see 35% to 30% drop when compared to a year ago. Cargo volume is one of the largest economic drivers in the region, and long-term drop will not just impact families, at the grocery stores and small businesses' bottom line, but also result in truckers and dock workers losing their jobs. So, Secretary Besson, I would like to ask, how can you ensure that our tariff policy will not unintentionally harm American small businesses and workers in the long term?
Well, Congresswoman, we believe over the long term that it will drive growth in the economy. And as I've said many times, it is a mistake to look at trade in isolation. The Trump economic policy is a three-legged stool: trade, taxes, and deregulation. And we believe that the sum of the parts, that the whole is greater than the parts. And as we complete each one of those, that the U.S. will see substantial economic growth.
Thank you. I know that a lot of my constituents share these concerns that we raised. So I'd like to continue this discussion on this specific topic with you moving forward, because I'm concerned that these long-scale tariffs, if they continue in the long term, then American working families and small businesses will suffer under price hikes and a lack of certainty. But I want to shift gears and discuss the Financial Stability Oversight Council, FSOC. Under the previous administration, Secretary Yellen rescinded the non-bank systematically important financial institution and replaced it with a new framework for assessing the financial risk. And this new framework overlooks the importance of prioritizing an activity-based standard and a cost-benefit analysis. So, Secretary Besson, does FSOC intend to reassess the 2023 guidance so that it is more closely aligned with the thoughtful process that was created in 2019?
Congresswoman, that is on our agenda.
Thank you. As you finalize that decision, I want to emphasize that my support for a return to an activity-based standard that more appropriately addresses the risk of non-banks. Thank you.
Treasury would be happy to work with your team on that.
Thank you. And finally, I'd like to urge you to continue your support for CDFI. CDFI fund programs are statutory, as you know, and it has been critical in promoting the local economy in Orange County. So do you still agree that the CDFI fund has a critical role to play in fostering economic opportunity? I think I know the answer because you stated very clearly in public statements.
We believe that if CDFIs follow their statutory obligations and do not digress into more ideological boundaries, that they can be important institutions.
Thank you. As you know, last week, I attended the Financial Literacy Roundtable that your team put together, and thank you so much for inviting me.
I think I just missed you.
But your team was very well represented, and again, I want to thank you so much because as a co-chair of the Financial Literacy and Wealth Creation Caucus, events like that, bringing the stakeholders together and having a meaningful dialogue and conversation, I think is critically important, and we need to continue that. So can you talk about how you can continue to advance financial literacy initiatives now that we are past the Financial Literacy Month? I mean, I was able to take the leadership and pass the bill that proclaims month of April as the Financial Literacy Month, and I hope that we can continue to work in this space together.
As you should know, that it is a strong core belief of mine that financial literacy is the only path to economic independence and well-being. So the more Americans who can be educated, and I think we should probably go state to state and encourage each state to put in financial literacy standards for their students.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Secretary for being with us today.
I wanted to
This
start
is Democratic Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia of Texas, getting her turn to question the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent as he speaks before the House Financial Services Committee, heard live on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Pardon me?
Your testimony reads right at the very top, embargoed until delivery, which means that we didn't follow the usual practice of this committee of getting the testimony 24 hours in advance so that committee members can review it and prepare for questions. Yours was posted at 10:01. The committee was at 10. Well, it looks like you need.
My staff is just telling me that it's standard practice.
It's your standard practice? It's not our standard practice. As a committee.
I'm told that it was standard practice.
Okay, you were told by whom, sir?
So my comms team and legislative affairs team working with the committee.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think for the record, I think you should clarify to the gentleman that that is not our standard. And I know that at least I didn't know anything about this until I got it here. And I don't think our committee staff on the Democratic side was notified that we would be getting all your testimony late. I just wondered, why you had made that request, and clearly at the top, embargoed until delivery.
Well, embargo to delivery, I think that was mostly meant for the press.
We're not press, sir. We're the members of Congress that have oversight. So, Mr. Chairman, I would hope that you not condone this kind of late submission. It just doesn't help, frankly, for some of the atmosphere that's created when we all just sit down and we still don't have your testimony. Well, then we just sort of don't feel really good about that. It's not our custom.
Congresswoman, I appreciate the importance that you put on my statement.
Well, thank you. Notice is important, sir. Do you know what the poverty rate is in our country?
I believe that the poverty level is a fixed number.
No, do you know the poverty rate in this country?
I believe it is in the teens.
The teens, okay. Well, it's about a little over 11%. It just strikes me that most of all of your testimony is always about the tax cuts and cutting costs, and it's always about tax cuts, and it's always about the rich. But nothing is ever said about poor, other than you suggesting that you worked yourself.
No, ma'am. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime.
Sir, I read your testimony. That's not anywhere in here.
Deductibility.
That is not in here, sir.
Deductibility.
I am referring to your testimony and what I've listened to. I said right up front, I can see you and I can hear you. You've not said one thing about what we're doing to help the poor. In fact,
none of your colleagues
even when we
have
were
asked
talking, even when we were talking about the car seats, that impacts poor people more than anyone else, because not only can they usually not even afford a car seat and have to go to a garage sale to find one, now it's going to be even higher. Your president is suggesting that he wants to give a $5,000 bonus to women to have babies, and then what? Just leave them out on the cold alone? No car seat, no food, no Medicaid, no
Congresswoman,
chip program.
I can tell you the worst.
And I'm asking you right now, sir.
The worst thing for working families
need to,
will be the expiration of the 2017
as Secretary of Treasury, it's not just
Job
about
Act.
the inflation rate. It's not just about the GDP. It's also about making sure that we keep the poverty rate in this country low. There are people who are living in poverty that never have lived in poverty before. You also failed to say here, you say unemployment remains low. I mean, somebody should have read unemployment went up.
Ma'am,
because it did.
Under the Biden administration,
And the growth administration, we're not talking about Biden, sir. We're talking about your testimony here today about the current president and his plans. Because I can tell you, I'm from Houston. I'm concerned too about some of the terrorism on energy. We have done a lot to increase trade in Houston, construction, everything after the pandemic. And all things were growing. Everything has been growing. But now that the Trump terrorists have surfaced, it is threatening Houston's economy. I represent the area where almost the entire ship channel is in. The petrochemical companies all are in my district. The port is in my district. everybody is trying to figure out
Gentlewoman's
what the
time has
hell we're going to
expired.
do.
Mr. Chairman,
The ranking member.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the opinion and order by the United States District Court in the Southern District of New York in the matter of New York versus Donald Trump that directly contradicts several responses the Secretary gave to me about DOJ's access to Treasury payment system.
Without objection. I want to thank our witness today. We appreciate Secretary Bessent's testimony. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair. The questions will be forwarded to our witness for his response. Secretary Bessent, please respond no later than June 2nd, 2025. This hearing is adjourned.
And that does it. The chairman of the House Financial Services Committee, Congressman French Hill of Arkansas, gaveling out what was about 3 hours of testimony from the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, before the committee, in which he fielded questions from tariffs and negotiations taking place this week in Switzerland with China, or this weekend, rather, to the ex-state, and questions around the debt and deficit. We'll have a full recap of that for you in just a moment, as he also weighed in on Fed policy, saying the Fed should focus on both price and employment goals, with just an hour or so out here from the Federal Reserve's latest rate decision. So interesting timing there. We're going to get to all of that here on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lyons in Washington, and also in Washington is Amy Morris, who has a check on how the markets are set up ahead of that Fed decision. Hey, Amy.
All right, thank you, Kaylee. Wall Street investors have been hoping for a de-escalation in the U.S.-China tariff standoff. That drove stocks higher despite bets that the Fed is expected to wait and see, maintaining that stance until there's more clarity on the impacts of President Trump's trade policies. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.4%. NASDAQ is flat. The Dow is up about 1%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.28% and the 2-year yield at 3.79%. Walt Disney reporting fiscal second quarter results, beating Wall Street estimates, raising its outlook for the full year, citing strong performances from theme parks and streaming television. The company expects a modest increase in Disney Plus subscribers in the third quarter, and Disney announced plans for a theme park in the Middle East, the very first one they've opened, a resort property in Abu Dhabi. Shares of Disney now 11% higher. Uber shares are down 2% after that company reported weaker than expected quarterly gross bookings of $42.8 billion, citing lower U.S. inbound travel and a strengthening dollar. The company's U.S. rideshare business, which accounts for more than half of its profitability, was affected by decreased gross bookings per trip, partly because of fewer tourists coming into the U.S. And once again, green on the screen. S&P 500 up 0.4%. NASDAQ still kind of flat, but on the upside. And the Dow is up about 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power now with Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Amy Morris with a check on the markets on this Fed day. Thank you so much. We're just about 54 minutes away from that rate decision, which of course is expected to be no change in rates at all. Chairman Powell and company expected to leave them unchanged, probably talk about the flexibility they have to continue to do so and watch as the data comes in, as they consider the policies coming from the Trump administration, inclusive, of course, of tariffs. This was a subject that the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, just got a lot of questions about in his testimony before the House Financial Services Committee, of course, his second day in a row on Capitol Hill this week, answering questions about this, what it would do to costs for consumers, baby products, for example, but also the state of negotiations with different countries. Remembering we heard from the Secretary in his testimony yesterday that negotiations had not yet, in fact, begun with China in particular, which currently has 125% retaliatory tariff on all U.S. goods because the U.S. has 145% tariff on Chinese goods. But those conversations will begin shortly. We heard about it from the Treasury Secretary himself, previewing what's to come in Switzerland this evening.
I will be going to Switzerland, and the negotiations will begin on Saturday. The trade negotiations will be led by myself and Ambassador Jameson Greer,
and
USTR.
And what about Pete Navarro?
Sorry?
Peter Navarro.
He will not be joining us in Geneva.
So the Treasury Secretary and the U.S. Trade Representative not trade advisor at the White House, Peter Navarro, planning for talks in Switzerland this weekend, not this evening, as I said a moment ago. But we want to get more on that and the rest of the Treasury Secretary's testimony and turn now to Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, Washington correspondent, who is live outside the committee room on Capitol Hill. Tyler, a lot went down in the last few hours.
Yeah, Kaylee, and in fact, we couldn't have timed this more perfectly because the Treasury Secretary is actually walking out right now. Mr. Bessent, Mr. Secretary, will you lower Chinese tariffs this weekend during negotiations? Thanks very much, guys. All right, well, that was one of our tries, one of our big leading questions here as we wait to see what potentially could come out of those negotiations as they do head to Geneva over the weekend. As you mentioned and played that song, Peter Navarro not expected to be in those talks. When it comes, though, broadly speaking about these trade negotiations, the Treasury Secretary did say that we could still expect to see some sort of principle, agreements in principle, as he called them, as soon as this week, and that they would later paper those deals over in the months ahead to make them fully fledged agreements. We have yet to get any update from the White House on when those potentially could be coming. Sticking with China, though, it was interesting because he said that the Treasury was working with legislators on outbound investment rules for China that would make it clear what's allowed in and what's not. And he said it would basically amount to a red light, green light system to be used as a national security tool in order to restrict China from allegedly exploiting American capital. Quickly, I would also like to add, Kaylee, that when asked directly, when it came from China to actually Russia, when asked directly if he thought that Vladimir Putin was a war criminal, he answered in the affirmative yes, but that ultimately you do need to negotiate with both sides. That is the nature of diplomacy in order to get a deal done. I will also add, of course, we can't talk about this administration's economic policies without also pointing to the tax cuts and the reconciliation package. Treasury Secretary Bessent, perhaps one of his more contentious exchanges with one Democratic congressman, did say that he thinks the deficit to GDP ratio will stabilize and go down over time if this reconciliation package passes. But when pressed by that congressman, he did say that long-term debt will likely go up if the bill passes, but if GDP goes up faster, then it wouldn't really matter. He did affirm that the U.S. will always meet its debt obligations and did not give us an update on a potential ex-state, instead saying that it's a moving target. Of course, as you well know, we have been watching that very closely because that's considered to be that sort of hard deadline when it comes to things on when these lawmakers are going to have to pass that reconciliation package in order to lift the debt ceiling.
And Tyler, just quickly on that, Secretary Bessent will also be partaking in another one of the so-called Big Six meetings on reconciliation today. Do we expect today to be a day of real progress?
At this point, we haven't really seen much progress, and I can tell you behind me, you actually might be able to see it. There is a dual hearing going on in the Energy and Commerce Committee, and they are trying to figure out exactly how to shift through the debate when it comes to potentially Medicaid cuts. That is one of the biggest litmus tests here, if you will, that Republicans really do have to find. We even saw that House Speaker Mike Johnson recently said that the $880 billion target over 10 years is likely very ambitious. As of now, Kaylee, we're tracking that they're negotiating potentially work requirements, but how expansive that would be remains to be seen.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live on Capitol Hill and trying her best to get one more answer out of the Treasury Secretary after his hours of testimony. Thank you so much. Here live on Bloomberg TV and radio. And joining us now also from Capitol Hill, but instead of the committee hearing room from the rotunda, is Republican Congressman Greg Murphy of North Carolina, who happens to be a member of the House Ways and Means Committee, which is also meeting on reconciliation today. Congressman, you're very kind to step out for us, as I know there were some important conversations happening between you and your colleagues on the committee earlier. Can you give us any insight as to whether or not tangible progress has been made, particularly on the issue of the SALT cap?
Yeah, you know, well, Chairman Smith has sworn us to secrecy, but I will tell you that we've been making definite progress really over the last 3 or 4 weeks, if not several months, on trying to get a solid package. Obviously, SALT is very concerning to some of the members, where you have California and New York, which have insane taxes on their citizens. We're trying to put something into a package that will help alleviate some of the tax burden that they have. That said, you know, Kaylee, the bottom line is we have to worry about our debt. And as the Secretary said, our debt to GDP ratio really right now is killing us. So when we bring all these discussions together, we have to worry about one singular thing. It is the singular focus on our debt. And we're trying to have pro-growth tax policies to grow that GDP, to make sure that it is higher than our debt ratio. And so we try to grow ourselves really into a place of stability.
Well, Congressman, I understand the chairman may not want you to reveal too many details, but he in fact spoke with my colleague Julie Fine yesterday and suggested that when it comes to salt particularly, everyone is going to end up unhappy with whatever compromise is made. With the way things are tracking now in conversation, do you expect there will be more unhappiness from some of those blue state salt caucus members or those who don't think the salt cap should be materially lifted?
Well, I think it is a tension. It is a battle. We're worrying about our deficit, but those members in California, New York, the high tax states really do want some relief. Yeah, everybody's probably going to be proportionally unhappy as we move forward with this, but that's what would happen with all the tax packages. There are going to be some winners and some losers, but they're all going to be winners and losers in some regard.
And Congressman, as you were just alluding to the Treasury Secretary's testimony around the debt to GDP ratio, specifically, which he said is something that even the former Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen watched rather than the sheer level of the deficit. When he was pushed under questioning if that deficit number itself was likely to go higher, he did say yes. And I wonder if that is an acceptable outcome to you as a Republican.
Well, we want the bottom line is we want the American economy to be able to, the American government to be able to repay its debts. That's the bottom line. It really doesn't matter specifically on numbers. The real crux of the matter is, can we pay back our debts? And if we're growing our economy greater than we're producing a deficit, that is the goal. That is the goal itself. So real numbers themselves are great, but you really look at ratios as to really what the most important factor is.
Well, and of course, spending has to factor into this as well, specifically where spending cuts have been identified or will be identified. And Congressman, I don't have to tell you, as we just heard from my colleague Tyler, Medicaid is very much in question in this argument. This is something that the Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer of New York spoke to us about here on Bloomberg yesterday. And this is what he said about Medicaid cuts in particular.
We asked them, give us specific examples of waste when they're cutting Medicaid. And they failed to come up with them or have one anecdotal thing that can't even be proven. We know that they want to slash Medicaid, not because of waste, but for one reason, and that is to give tax breaks to the wealthiest people in this country. You know, God bless the people who made a lot of money, but they don't need a tax break, certainly when you're cutting Medicaid, which is going to cause huge layoffs, decline in health care, and closure of hospitals and nursing homes.
And of course, sir, you are not just a sitting congressman, you are also a medical doctor. And it's with that in mind that I ask you about this, considering we got new figures from the Congressional Budget Office in response to a question asked by Democrats about some of the various proposals that could be put forward here. They estimated, the CBO estimated, that capping federal spending in states that have expanded Medicaid, which hasn't been ruled out by the Speaker, would lead to 3.3 million people being booted off their coverage. Is that something you would support?
Well, first of all, Chuck Schumer's being false. He's being absolutely wrong in what he's stating. I'm a practicing physician. I can give you many examples of waste and fraud that's going on in the Medicaid system, so he doesn't know what he's talking about. Second of all, you know, Republicans are destined, and this is what our plan is, still to raise Medicaid probably by about close to 25% over the next decade. We have to get to a system, and if you're going to pick one word for this administration, it's called accountability. And any business person, anybody who's looking at this program understands you can't run a business and you can't run a government without accountability. This Medicaid system has been a system that has been abused, used, fixed, and taken advantage of in so many different quarters. And it is okay, it is absolutely the right thing to do, to look at this system and make sure that it works for the people that is intended to work for, those who are eligible for Medicaid. So Chuck Schumer, you know, shouting out those nonsense lies is really not helping the situation. Good Lord, I've been a physician for 35 years and I've taken care of really the most desperate of individuals. The last thing I want to do is not take care of individuals, but we have to be able to pay for it at the bottom, at the end of the day.
Well, and so to kind of come back to my original question, Congressman, if there are indeed millions of people who are booted from Medicaid rolls as a result of this legislation, is that an acceptable outcome?
So if you look at what's happened with the expansion population, we had people that left being insured by companies to go be insured by the federal government. If it means getting them back on insurance by companies and getting them off the federal dole, that's not losing health care, that's taking it off the federal books. But as far as people being kicked off health care, et cetera, those are scare tactics. We're literally trying to save a program for those who are eligible for it while trying to take the benefits truly who don't deserve them.
All right, Congressman, we appreciate your time. As always, Congressman and Dr. Greg Murphy of North Carolina joining us here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio as we are live in Washington paying attention to the reconciliation debate on Capitol Hill, a Federal Reserve rate decision that is coming just over 40 minutes from now, of course, expected to be no change in rates, but also what is happening in geopolitics after we have seen some serious escalation between nuclear powers, India and Pakistan in recent days, of course, in the aftermath of an attack on Kashmir back in April, India then striking into Pakistan yesterday, saying that it was only targeting non-civilian targets. Pakistan disputing that, and Pakistan's premier actually, in fact, just within the last 30 minutes or so, has said India must face the consequences of those strikes. So we want to get the latest on this situation and turn to Courtney McBride, Bloomberg national security reporter, who's here with me in our Washington, D.C. studio. So Courtney, obviously the tensions between India and Pakistan, nothing necessarily new here, but we haven't seen this kind of military activity in arguably over 25 years. Is this likely to escalate further?
It's really anyone's guess. There's certainly some escalatory rhetoric coming from both sides, but it really remains to be seen. Pakistan has vowed to retaliate at a time, place, and manner of its choosing. But, you know, we have been here before. In 2019, they came pretty close, it seemed, to all-out war. There was also a shoot-down, a capturing of an Indian pilot by Pakistan. Ultimately, they did step back from the brink, and that's certainly the hope this time as well.
What role does the U.S. play in trying to pull everyone back from the brink here? Do they have any role to play in this particular instance?
Well, certainly the U.S. has relationships with both countries. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in his capacity as acting national security advisor, did speak with both of his counterparts in that acting role and urge India and Pakistan to talk directly and to work to defuse the situation.
Yeah, now National Security Advisor and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in addition to everything else he currently has to juggle. This also comes, Courtney, after J.D. Vance just spent several days in India. His visit was primarily focused on trade and trying to reach a trade deal, but it did happen in the aftermath of this attack back in April that, of course, originated this current bout of tensions. Do we have a sense of what the Vice President and Modi talked about when it comes to Pakistan and how it might be shaping the way in which this is all playing out?
I mean, our understanding, you know, obviously any bilateral visit and conversation has a variety of components, but that, as you said, that visit was much more focused on the economic relationship between the two countries. You know, we do have some reporting today on some of the challenges to India's rise economically that are posed just by this ongoing tension with its neighbor. There's a question of instability that certainly can play a role.
Well, especially considering these are nuclear-armed countries that we're talking about. No one anticipates, Courtney, that this would ever escalate to a level where the use of those weapons are actually in question, right?
Correct. But, you know, that is an added complication and something that has to be taken into consideration anytime these two neighbors are at odds.
All right, Courtney McBride, who covers national security for us here at Bloomberg. Thank you so much for joining me. As always, again, we're juggling a lot of stories here on Balance of Power today, from what's happening abroad, how the U.S. is playing a role, to what's happening here at home, and conversations on Capitol Hill, also conversations with our trading partners about our economic relationships. And all of that could factor in ultimately to the health of the U.S. economy and what happens going forward with both growth and inflation. Having just heard from the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent testifying before the House Financial Services Committee, saying that the Fed should be focusing on both sides of its dual mandate, prices and its employment goals. The Treasury Secretary saying the two are inexorably linked. And of course, that's what the Fed has to consider as it gets ready to send this rate decision down about 38 minutes from now. So for more on this, we turn to Liz Pancotti, joining me here on Bloomberg TV and radio. She's Managing Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Groundwork Collaborative. Liz, welcome back to Bloomberg as we consider not just the decision itself, because I think we know that's not going to be where the news is if they don't do anything with rates as expected, but the press conference we're going to get from the chairman shortly thereafter. How hard is this line going to be to walk for Chairman Powell, who is under pressure from the president to cut rates and have to explain to the journalists who are going to question him and to the American people why they are or are not ready to think about doing that yet?
I think Jay Powell has become somewhat of a tightrope walker acrobat over the last really few years, but particularly in the last few months. And so I suspect we'll see him show those same attributes. I think what's really going to be notable in this week's FOMC kind of sense making is that last FOMC meeting, we saw them really just go up right to the line of hinting at stagflation, of slow growth, increasing unemployment, and increasing prices. And nothing since 6 weeks ago has gotten really better. We've gotten new data out showing really slowed growth. We've gotten a jobs report that was a little bit hard to make sense of, but certainly we are seeing weakening in the labor market. And we got an inflation print that still shows extremely sticky prices, and combined that with the kind of policy outlook with a trade war, or really many trade wars all at the same time, threatening both the labor market and prices and ultimately growth. I think we will see the Fed sort of hint even more at stagflation this afternoon.
Well, if the hint is going to be stagflation, knowing that in theory monetary policy would step in if there were signs of an outright recession, Liz, when do you expect those signs to materialize? And knowing that the Fed wants to wait to have hard data in hand, isn't just looking at the soft data, can they actually act in a timely enough manner to avert a recession in its entirety, or can they only act to bring us out of one if it occurs?
I think the question is actually, what can their actions do to avoid a recession at all? If you do have economic conditions where prices are increasing, growth is slowing, and unemployment is rising, the Fed has really one blunt instrument to be able to change the macroeconomic picture. So it feels a little bit like we have, a Phillips screw and a flathead screwdriver with this conundrum. So I think the question is not necessarily when will the Fed start to act, but really if the Fed acts, will it do anything to actually soften the blow of this economic calamity that the president has really created on his own?
Well, and when we consider the president's own words about what could happen economically, he seems to be talking a lot, Liz, about what will happen through the lens of children's dolls, the availability of them, whether kids will be able to get as many and how much they will cost. But I do wonder, if it's not dolls, where you expect within the economy these shortages and potentially either empty shelves or higher prices for items that are shelved will start showing up in a more material way. How close are we to that moment, considering what we're seeing in cargo volumes coming over from China?
Yeah, I mean, at the Port of LA, we are now at a 50% reduction year over year. Just last week, Gene Soroka, the head of the LA port, was saying 35%. So the picture is grim. JP Morgan is expecting 70 to 80% declines in shipments from China. I think the president was kind of making an offhand comment when he said that the children might have 2 dolls instead of 30. And what he might want to turn his attention to is, the doll makers have said all of the hair for those dolls comes from China. And so it's not how many dolls they'll have, but if they'll be bald. But I think on a more serious note, 98% of car seats, 97% of strollers, 90% of first aid kits all come from China. These are essentials that parents cannot go without. And as we head into the summer season, more than 90% of charcoal grills and fireworks come from China. As these businesses kind of, we saw in the trade imbalance data earlier today that there was a massive spike in imports kind of leading up to Liberation Day. These businesses are rapidly spending through their inventories so that they don't have to pay the tariff on new shipments. Eventually, they will run out of those inventories, and families across the country could see essentials not on shelf for them to be able to purchase pretty soon here. I'd say for most businesses, they typically have between 2 and 4 months worth of stock supplied. Maybe some larger businesses were able to stretch that to about 6, but there's only so much stockpiling you can do.
Well, and as the Fed has said repeatedly, and as you were alluding to earlier, Liz, there's not much the Fed can do to address supply shortages. Their ability to impact the supply and demand dynamics is focused solely on the demand side. And I wonder, as we consider the interest rate mechanism and its abilities to influence demand, if actually what we could see is consumers themselves balking in the face of higher prices, bringing their own demand and consumption capacity down, and in some sense actually making it easier for the Federal Reserve if it's consumers that bring their own demand down, making the Fed not necessarily need to have tighter policy. Does that make sense?
It's possible. I mean, we've seen this a little bit from some of the fast food earnings reports out last week. You know, McDonald's, Chipotle are all reporting decreases. We'll see Disney this week. But by and large, I think consumers and businesses are really trying to put as many big decisions on ice as possible. We don't know what the president will announce tomorrow, if it'll be 1,045% tariffs on China or 0% tariffs on China. It is really hard as a consumer to make a decision about large purchases. Do I buy a car now because I expect that the prices will only continue to go up and my car might be on the verge of breaking down? But you had Ford announce large increases in their prices. As families are planning, vacations for this summer, they're rethinking, is now really the right time to spend a couple $1,000s, or should we wait it out and see what happens with our jobs or with our expenses? And as businesses are considering hiring decisions, they're really thinking about, should I add a full-time employee right now, or can I make do with the staff I have? So I really think what we're going to see is largely an economy on ice. And the question is, as that ice melts, is the economy spoiling or flourishing? And I think it really remains to be seen, and the president's actions will have a large effect on those, and it's not totally clear what's coming out of this White House. The president alleges that there's hundreds of deals he could announce, but he's not announcing any. I know Treasury Secretary Bessent and USTR Jameson Greer are traveling to Switzerland this weekend to meet with the Chinese. I'm not sure how much we can expect movement there, and so I really think it depends on how the president keeps course on his erratic trade agenda as to what happens with American consumers and businesses.
All right, Liz, we just have a minute left here, but if you had the chance to ask Chairman Powell a question at the press conference today, what would he need to answer for?
I think the better question to ask him is about his Grateful Dead fanfare. But I think what I really want to know the answer is, if faced with increasing unemployment and increasing prices, what tools are in the bottom of the depths of the toolbox of the Fed to make sure that American families do not pay the price of this president's erratic economic agenda? And I'm not sure he has an answer for that.
All right, well, we'll see if he gets asked a variation of that question this afternoon all the same. Liz, thank you so much for joining me. Liz Pancotti is Managing Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Groundwork Collaborative, helping us count down to this Federal Reserve rate decision, which, of course, is coming just 30 minutes from now. Again, they are not expected to change rates at all, expected to stand pat, which may be met with the displeasure of the President of the United States, who has reiterated time and again he would like to see an interest rate cut now. So watch the press conference, but also watch your True Social feed to see the president's reaction. I'll have more on that in the late edition of Balance of Power at 5 p.m. Eastern. In the meantime, a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance, The Fed Decides with Tom, John, and Lisa is straight ahead.
Live from New York City for our audience worldwide, Bloomberg's The Fed Decides starts right now.
This is a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Tom Keene. Bloomberg Surveillance, The Fed Decides.
Live from New York City this afternoon. Good afternoon for our audience worldwide. That Fed decision 27 minutes away, with equity markets positive on the S&P 500 by 0.4%. And how about this for a promo? Earlier on today, Francis Donald from RBC. I can't remember the last time I spent less time thinking about a Fed decision.
Well, that solves it. Well, to me, though, you take a step back, and not that much has changed in markets since the Fed's decision on March 19th, and yet everything has changed on a broader level in terms of people's outlooks, and how they reflect that will be important and interesting, and certainly the markets will respond as much as they say that they're not.
I don't think there's a policy chapter on this in any monetary textbook. I mean, this is absolutely original. It starts at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Do you think, John, they're going to be watching today? from the White House?
Watching what? This news conference or the football at 3 p.m. Eastern time?
We'll get to the football in a moment. I think Arsenal really, do they have a chance?
You think they've got the edge on PSG?
Honestly,
that's about how serious some people are taking this news conference later. It's important. Here's why. We've seen a generational shift in trade policy in the White House, in the nation's capital, and this Fed is stuck between a rock and a hard place. This chairman has emphasized anchoring inflation expectations, facing down potentially downside risk to growth, upside risk to inflation.
Yeah, Bob Michael of JP Morgan reminded us that it was just last meeting that the T word was rolled back out, transitory, which is rather shocking considering the sea change that has occurred in the meantime. That is the key question. How do they message going forward what type of inflation we end up getting at a time where not only have we gotten the tariff announcements, Liberation Day, but also the first negative real GDP print? How do they message that?
I ran into Anna Wong. She was getting in at the crack of 11 a.m. and she's back to October. I think there's some real debate here about which meeting and when, and she says the uncertainty is so great, she moves back to the autumn.
The data has been resilient so far. Anna Wong, though, pointing out it might not be that way after you take a sneak peek of what the data will look like for the month of May. Equities at the moment are firmer by 1/3 on the S&P 500. A lot has changed in policy. To Lisa's point, at the index level on the S&P 500, not much has changed at all. Where you have seen a change is in the FX market. The last time they met, we were sub 110. Right now in euro dollar, 113.41.
Yeah, and gold up 11% in that period of time. Coming up shortly, don't miss this, JP Morgan's Bob Michael, Kathy Jones of Charles Schwab, and Julia Coronado of Macro Policy Perspective. They will be taking us up to that Fed rate decision at 2 p.m. Eastern. That everyone is on tenterhooks to try to understand what it possibly could be. Then immediate reaction from former Fed Vice Chair Rich Clarida, Diane Swank of KPMG, and Deutsche Bank's Matt Lazzetti. And finally, the scintillating words of Chair Powell after his news conference. Former New York Fed President Bill Dudley and BlackRock's Jeff Rosenberg will be joining us. And I can tell you, I am excited for this press conference.
I'm not excited about it. Can I say that? Joining us now is Bob Michael at JP Morgan. Let's see if he's excited. Bob, let's get to it. What has changed since March 19th? A massive change to policy. What's changed for this committee today?
Well, they've got a lot to consider. They know that there are these two big policy initiatives out there. One on renegotiating and re-engineering how the world trades with each other, not small in and of itself. And Congress is busily beavering away on a tax and spending reform package. So both of those things are seismic for the Fed to consider when we see the details. And until we see the details, they're probably a bit like us, bewildered as to what to do.
Do you think they're going to roll out the T word again?
I think that's going to be retired. I don't believe that makes sense right now. No matter how you model tariffs, whether you think this will end up closer to 10% or in the worst case scenario, somewhere closer to 20%, it is a tax on businesses and households. And that tax, of course, is a price increase, and we don't know how it will be embedded going forward.
Bob Michael, my book of the summer, Ken Rogoff, just out 2 days ago. You spent some time with Dr. Rogoff at JP Morgan. He did a paper 25 years ago on Rudy Dornbush about this fearful word, overshooting. What is the risk to this institution, our central bank, that they get this math right, they get it wrong, the calculus wrong, and they overshoot or undershoot some of these important policies?
I think it's actually pretty low. I think relative to 25 years ago, when Ken and others were looking at markets and policy and data, they didn't have the volume of real-time information that they have today. I think the other thing very important about the Fed, they have a lot of powder that's dry. They could come in, they could cut rates several hundred basis points if they need to. They could bring rates down to 1 or 2%. They're not at 1 or 2% where they were going into COVID. And if inflation expectations become embedded, they could go up 100 or so basis points. And then there are all the other policy tools they have in place. They have the balance sheet. They could dial larger or smaller, and then they have all the facilities to buy securities.
This is a really important observation because they've tested lots of these things, which we haven't in previous conferences.
They've tested a number of these things, but this is a different era. And I think it's important to know what John's pointed out, that there has been a sea change in markets. It hasn't been in the bond market. It hasn't been in the stock market. It's been in the currency market. You've seen the dollar weaken dramatically against all of its peers. How much does that remove some of that firepower from a Fed that is dealing with potentially a new backdrop for the bond market and, frankly, for U.S. assets more broadly?
I think that's the question for Jay Powell at the press conference. The Sell America theme, how do they define it? What are they looking at to gauge whether it's actually happening or not? Is it institutions selling dollar assets in retaliation for terms of trade, or is it normal portfolio rebalancing? From our perspective, we think what we've seen so far this year is normal portfolio rebalancing. And yeah, there have been some lever trades that have been squeezed out that have exaggerated the moves, but we're not seeing the big holders of treasuries that are overseas, that are structural buyers, coming in and dumping them. But I think he has to pay attention to that.
Can you explain that? What is normal portfolio rebalancing? What's the difference and how do you identify between the two?
Well, it's looking at a portfolio and thinking there's a lot of opportunity out there. Are you crowded into one specific trade or area? And the dollar became a very crowded trade. And we saw that from our client base. We saw a lot of overseas buyers just wanting to hold dollar bonds unhedged. And of course, we've seen that in the equity market, whether it's the Mag 7 or U.S. equities in general, they took the lion's share of flows.
You speak to those international investors. Have those conversations changed? Are they worried about other people repatriating investments back into domestic currencies, a home bias taking hold of their investments? And are they looking to get ahead of some of that? What are they saying to you?
So the large-scale official institutions right now don't see the Sell America trade. They're happy holding what they're holding. They hope that the trade negotiations progress palatably and things fade somehow. When you start talking to wealth management platforms and distributors, yeah, they're thinking about maybe we just got too crowded into the dollar. We have a European client base. Why don't we bring some of that back to Europe and put it into the U.S. equity or bond market? I think that's relatively normal. We were looking for that anyway.
We keep going back to this, Lisa. We've talked about it a million times. Is this a cycle level shock, a rebalancing, or a system-level shock, where people start to diverse away from the US dollar because the White House, the administration, is absolutely determined to rewire the international system and change the system? And I think the risk is that international investors start to worry that it is the latter and make a move ahead of time.
And take that a step further. For Fed Chair Jay Powell, how do you deal with that level of uncertainty, not only of the economic backdrop, but also of whether it's a regime change that fundamentally changes how they respond because their function as central bankers to the world has been greatly diminished?
Is the answer do nothing and wait? Just wait and see. Get through the summer and see what it looks like.
And I think you go to the press conference and you only use three phrases. Solid for anything that refers to the economy. You talk about the labor market being solid. Anything that refers to inflation, you throw out somewhat elevated, and hence you have the moderately restrictive policy. And then anything that talks about their dual mandate, you say that everything is well positioned with policy.
Lisa said this a number of days ago. It's Operation Get Out of There Fast. Wrap it up, end the news conference. It's going to be one of those that finishes at like 3:15.
So this is the time when he does a Homer Simpson. There's a shrub, and he just tries to back into it, disappear with his hat still stuck in the leaves. That is what this is going to be.
TK's looking for that meme.
I'm looking for
when he disappears into the bush. Do you know that one?
Yeah, I know that one.
He sort of backs
I've
away.
seen every episode, John.
Yeah.
You know, it's heritage.
Including the football one, which you really like. I know.
We like the football.
I know you really do.
Between that and Toto, it works.
Do you know he used to troll me all the time when we first started doing radio together? He'd start the segment and he'd play the Simpsons and the football commentary.
Oh, boy.
What was it? Back pass? Back pass? How did it go? Something like that, right?
Captain of the midfield, the captain, and
back to the keeper.
And then we play Toto Africa. We could play Toto Africa today, John.
Let's not do that.
Oh, man.
Bob Michael's going to be sticking with us, I'm pleased to say, to talk about markets. Kathy Jones and Charles Schwab joins us in just a moment, alongside Julia Coronado of Macro Policy Perspectives.
politics to the world of business. Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories.
I've never seen cash machines as lucrative as these companies are.
Just close your eyes and buy.
Many Koreans find this really shocking and unbelievable.
This needs to be a wake-up call for Europe.
You can have only one captain of the ship, and we are the captain of the ship.
You love it or hate it, you can't ignore it.
Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
The top names at the Fed are on Bloomberg.
I'm not going to overreact to any increase in inflation that I think is attributable to the tariffs. But if I see a significant drop in the labor market, then I'd be ready to go. I wouldn't be sitting here waiting to determine whether the inflation is transitory or not. It's time to worry about the real side of the economy. I would expect more rate cuts and sooner once I start seeing some serious deterioration in the labor market.
Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg.
Is this a negotiation or the new rules of the game?
It could be either.
It is up to the president how he wants to negotiate.
The higher the tariff, the faster they come.
A 90-day pause is not an eradication.
The trade negotiations are moving quickly.
There will be deals cut.
Trust Bloomberg for all the context and clarity you need as the tariff and global economy story evolves.
This year's bear case, very quickly, becoming the base case.
Nobody covers tariffs like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
I can't remember the last time I spent less time thinking about a Fed meeting.
They will do nothing on rates.
There's no reason for the Fed to be cutting.
We don't think they should be cutting.
We expect cuts this year, but we just don't expect them, immediately.
Wait for more clarity.
Wait and see.
I don't think they can offset a full impact of the trade war.
It puts the Fed in a tremendously difficult position. The Fed's hands are tied.
They're very timid in how they're approaching this.
They're going to move relatively slowly.
The Fed should continue to remain on hold.
On hold for a longer period of time.
The Fed is really, really between the rock and a hard place.
Chair Powell is going to have to master the art of saying nothing.
The desire is to get out of this without making any news.
60 minutes of tap dancing coming right up. The decision 15 minutes away. 30 minutes after that, 2:30 Eastern Time, a news conference with the chairman, Jay Powell. Your equity market this afternoon shaping up as follows. Snapping a 2-day slide on the S&P. We're positive by just 0.2%. In the bond market, back on March 19th when the Fed last met at the close of 10-year, 424. Today, 428.10 in the FX market. A lot has changed. Euro dollar, the last time these guys met, 109. This afternoon, 113.38. Lisa, huge change in the FX market.
To me, this is the big change, and it's the one that Fed Chair Jay Powell will avoid at all costs, because ultimately it goes to the heart of the question: how much is this just a sea change in expectations globally, and how much is a fundamental shift in the dollar as the reserve currency?
And also, I'd say very importantly, and you really see it through BBDXY, the Bloomberg Dollar Index, EM currencies are doing some strange things. I looked very carefully today at the Taiwan dollar. When was the last time I did that? When Tottenham won. And the answer is, I look at Taiwan dollar, John, and it's very, very fragile. These shifts in the Pacific Rim are for real.
Lucky not to get relegated, Tottenham.
They're very close.
Not a good season.
I can't sleep.
We're not going to talk about that, okay? Big dislocations in FX markets. To discuss, Bob Michael at JP Morgan, still with us around the table. He'll be with us through the decision and approaching the news conference, and joining us now, I'm very pleased to say, Kathy Jones of Charles Schwab. Kathy, welcome to the program. No new forecast from the Federal Reserve at this meeting, but I wonder, just a thought exercise, if we had any SCP today, if we had an update to the forecast from the FOMC, how much do you think those forecasts would change?
Well, I think they would change and indicate more of this sort of stagflationary environment, with inflation remaining elevated and growth slowing down. Most of the data that we've seen, other than, say, the employment report, does point to the idea that we're getting slowing growth in the second half of the year. The question is, what will they do about it?
There are a number of questions about how different the feeling will be in this speech, in this press conference, than the one just on March 19th, including the transitory word, which Bob Michael was talking about. He doesn't see that making a comeback, but also the soft data versus the hard data. How much do you expect Chair Powell to reaffirm the idea that the soft data has not necessarily cohered with the hard data, and they're watching the hard data much more closely than anything else?
I would suppose that he'll make that statement that, you know, the real economic data that they're watching, the real-time data is still holding up, especially the labor market, and therefore there's no reason to adjust policy right now. You know, I think the bigger question for me is how are they assessing the inflation expectations component? Because that's where we're starting to see a less well-anchored, I would guess. Last time in the press conference, Paul indicated that inflation expectations are well anchored. And we've seen evidence that that's kind of giving way. That anchor isn't as firm as it was. So I think that's going to be a tough question for him to answer. And I'd be curious to see how the Fed is thinking about that.
Hey, Cassie, I'm one of the LIBOR, where everybody dressed up in a tuxedo and figured out where interest rates were for cocktail hour. LIBOR's gone. We have SOFR. You had a very smart comment today on SOFR, SOFR, at the 2-year rate. What do you see in the short-term trust market now when you look at 2-year SOFR swaps?
Yeah, you know, what we're seeing is this divergence between expectations and where we are, right? So you look at CPI swaps, and by the way, I have to give credit to Bloomberg Intelligence for pointing this out. But it does look to me like we're starting to see those swap rates reflect inflation expectations staying higher. Or inflation staying higher down the road than what we're seeing in the SOFR market, which is more rate-based. So it'll be interesting to see how the Fed kind of brings those two together, because inflation expectations are a big part of their policy setting and a big part of how they see what they do affecting the markets.
Hey, Kathy, I love hearing what you tell individual investors to do in environments like this. What are you telling them to do in environments like this?
Yeah, we're hoping that they've been following our suggestions for the last, 6 or 8 months, and that is just a intermediate term duration, meaning, 5-7 years, maybe a little bit beyond even, given the slope of the yield curve, in high credit quality bonds. And try not to time the market with, being too short and saying you're going to roll in, when things change. Try not to be too long and take on that interest rate volatility. But we want to stay up in credit quality, intermediate term, and more internationally diverse, because the dollar does look like it's turned, and we think it's going to continue to work lower over time. Of course, tariffs are a wild card, but for the first time in a long time, international diversification in developed market bonds looks like an attractive proposition.
Bob, it's interesting. I've heard this argument quite a few times now. This comfort level with the belly of the curve. If you ask anyone in fixed income, look along the curve, where are you comfortable? And I keep hearing the 5-year. And then I say, what about further out, 10s, 30s? Do you think they'll rally if we get into some trouble here in the economy? And they've got doubts. What's your reaction to that argument?
Yeah, I think everyone's worried about a stagflationary environment where the Fed actually does come in and start bringing rates down because unemployment starts shooting well above 5%. And in that environment, the front end of the curve will reprice to where the Fed funds rate. However, if you're going to be in the long end of the curve, particularly 30 years, you want some real yield out there, and you won't be getting it if inflation shoots up towards 5% as well.
Let's build on this conversation. Joining us now is Julia Coronado of Macro Policy Perspectives. Julia, a big conversation about whether this Fed can ease in the face of weaker growth prospects. Now, at the last meeting, as you saw implied by the SEP, they took their growth expectations down, but didn't dial up the median dot for rate cuts. Julia, from your perspective, what are you telling clients about the ability of the Federal Reserve to respond to weaker growth?
Well, their ability is definitely more limited during the last than during the last trade war, when inflation was below target. So by definition, with challenges to both sides of your mandate, and you're starting from a point where you are exactly on the longer run estimate of the unemployment rate, but you're still a solid 0.5 percentage point plus above your 2% inflation target, you have to be a little bit later. You have to gather the information. The bar for what you need to see in terms of weakness in the economy is a little bit higher than it would be otherwise. Last time around, we got preemptive insurance rate cuts just to cushion the blow to the manufacturing sector. Now we're looking at a multiple times increase in tariffs, a much harder blow to the manufacturing sector. But, you know, again, the inflationary backdrop is very different, and potentially the international trade-offs that you guys have been discussing are also very different. So the Fed really needs to be cautious here.
Julie, if we get a Bob Michael 5% CPI, my math is 2.4% to 5%, maybe it's a little less. That's a 108 percentage point move in the inflation rate. All of our viewers and listeners are going to be crushed by that.
Yes.
How quickly does the Fed move? Should we anticipate 50 basis point cuts?
For sure. At some point, I think that's a perfectly reasonable expectation. Again, the bar is higher. It has to be a pretty decisive indication in the labor market data that we are sliding into a recession, that we have gone from the positive feedback loop of growth to the negative feedback loop of contraction. Then the Fed is going to turn to that side of the mandate. If you look at peak to trough declines in core inflation in the average business cycle, it's several percentage points. So it still is a sort of law of nature that inflation is likely to come down in a recession. And you're starting from a much higher point on interest rates than we've been in the last couple of cycles. So there's room to move. And of course, we can imagine in the scenario where we're seeing losses on non-farm payrolls and a rising unemployment rate, financial markets might also be tightening conditions, and the Fed will need to signal that it is on the case. And so, yes, I think a 50 basis point move at some point is a perfectly reasonable expectation. When that is, we would really have to see the rollover in the hard data.
Just look at what these markets, these investors and these officials are up against. Bring up the S&P 500. We've just taken out all the gains for this afternoon on one headline from the President of the United States, Lisa, saying no to the potential for pulling back tariffs on China. As an official of the FOMC, how do you set policy for this when you can dial up and down tariffs whenever you want in the White House, and that can have a profound effect for how people perceive the risk to the outlook?
This is the reason why Fed Chair Jay Powell is going to try to disappear. He also is asked about President Trump about tariff exemptions for baby items. I don't know. We'll see who says I'll be the one to sign off on this. There is a level of uncertainty that's starting to make its way into the hard data, with companies starting to price that in as a level that they have to guard against.
And Kathy Jones is still with us. Kathy, I want your thoughts on this headline. We were going into a meeting this weekend between the US and China. A lot of people were hoping that that would mean tariffs eventually would come down for a bigger set of negotiations down the road. How do you respond to that headline? And what does it mean for the FOMC as they get together today?
Yeah, I think this is the toughest part of Jay Powell's job right now, because there's so much unknown about the tariff policy, and it can change in a heartbeat or with a Truth Social post. And how do they assess then what the impact of tariffs will be on the economy if they don't have the tariff rates yet solidified, or if they can change really quickly? And the second part is, how do they know that their interest rate policy will have that much impact if it's a supply side shock that we're getting? So I think that's a really, really tough thing for the FOMC to deal with. And I think they'll take baby steps and be very cautious until they get some information. But as you pointed out, this can change day by day, minute by minute, and setting policy is not done on a day by day, minute by minute basis. So it's going to be really tough.
This makes it super difficult to act preemptively. And Bob, it's the reason why a lot of people have been with us around this table and said they're going to be late. They've got no choice but to be late. Is that how you see things?
My London-based fixed income team sent me something this morning which terrified me. They liken the current environment with tariffs to Brexit, where you can sit there, you can model all the impacts, they're all to the downside. But because you haven't seen the impact yet, there's a complacency that takes hold of the markets on the expectation it will be worked out somehow. And it wasn't, and the downside was realized. I hope this time it gets worked out in advance.
Bob, the new ex post that we're living in, I got two ex posts. I got an ex post on interest rates and, you know, the shock of a 5% inflation if we get there. And I got an ex post on the labor economy. I don't think any textbook has how they dovetail together. To me, it's almost a squared function. Is our new ex post, is Jerome Powell's new ex post, is it something absolutely original?
I don't think so. I think
it's business as usual?
I think they have no choice but to look at their dual mandate and try to balance the labor market with inflation. If they can't save both, which is it more important to save? And I think they'll choose the labor market and the economy and hope at some time inflation will run its course.
Bob, can you just build on what you were saying in terms of those comments that scared you? The downside, do you still see people flooding into long-term treasuries if that downside is realized? Or is that part of your concern in terms of some sort of relevance with Brexit and Liz Truss?
Well, it is part of my concern. And the other thing that did change from the March 16th FOMC meeting, the front end of the curve is down 20, 25 basis points. The 30-year is up 15 or so basis points. So that's already starting to become manifest in the pricing of the curve. I think what we learned from Brexit is you knew the supply of labor and goods would be cut off. You knew inflation would reset higher. And you knew that would create a hit to the economy. And everyone hoped that there would be some moderation around that. And I think that's the overall concern that investors are trying to weigh now. How significant will the inflation shock be? Will it actually fade next year, or will businesses have no choice to pass that along? Consumers have no choice to pay it, and then you're caught in a wage price spiral again.
And this is the challenge for investors. We asked the question this morning, just how much can the promise of deals sustain this market? The promise of deals has driven this equity market higher to a significant rebound. So you sit there waiting and waiting. And to Bob's point, complacency can come into it. And all of a sudden, it's this slow erosion of the economy as a lot of people just snap into this wait-and-see mode. And before you know it, you hit an air pocket in the economic data. And you've got to respond to that too.
Suddenly you get a jobs report that is not what people are looking for. I wonder how soon it will come, if it's possibly next week with inflation. Ford said it wasn't going to raise prices on vehicles in response to tariffs. It is raising prices. It is the test out there to see whether consumers will actually absorb it.
That decision is just seconds away. Your scores going into it look like this on the S&P, erasing gains on the S&P 500 as the president says he's unwilling to lower tariffs to get China to come to the table. With your Fed decision, here's Mike McKee.
There is no move, but there is a warning. The target range stays in the range of 4.25% to 4.5%. But Fed officials warn, quote, uncertainty about the economic outlook has increased further. And they go on to say they, quote, judge that the risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen. The economic assessment has changed. After last week's report, the economy contracted in the first quarter. Although swings in net exports have affected the data, the minutes say, recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. No change to their view. The labor market remains solid. Unemployment has stabilized at a low level in recent months, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. No other changes to the statement. Again, the committee will assess incoming data, the outlook, and balance of risks in considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range. There's no change in balance sheet policy, which was adjusted in March, and the decision was unanimous, with Minneapolis's Neil Kashkari voting as an alternate for Kansas City's Jeff Schmidt.
And our thoughts are with him, that's for sure, given the circumstances that led to that. Mike, thank you, sir. Mike's on it, second paragraph at the very bottom of it. The committee is attentive to the risk to both sides of the dual mandate and judges that the risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen. And that is the central banker's dilemma.
The stagflationary environment that every central banker wants to avoid. The initial knee-jerk response in markets is interesting in that its yields lower. There is a question whether that can continue all across the curve, as there's a question around just the new structure of trade and the uncertainty that is weighing on businesses.
The problem is with the market response, Bramo, as you know, we're competing with the headline from the President of the United States, which is perhaps more significant than anything we hear from Chairman Powell in 28 minutes' time.
Okay, fair enough.
The President coming out and saying we're unwilling to lower tariffs to get China to come to the table. That's what they're confronting in this meeting. How do you set policy for this when for the moment in time, that's the headline? But that can change again this weekend and again next week and the week after that.
How much is communication a monetary policy tool when you're communicating the same thing that everyone's communicating, which is we have no clue and we are waiting for that tweet or truth that's come out and give us some sense of where the next move is going to come from?
With us around the table, Bob Michael of JP Morgan Asset Management, and our guest for the next 28 minutes going into the news conference, the former Fed Vice Chair Rich Clarida. Rich, thanks for dropping by. Important conversation. Look, a lot of people say this news conference is going to be boring. I get it. You're not expecting a big change. But they face a really big dilemma. The dilemma that they articulate in this particular statement this afternoon, the prospect that the dual mandate is in conflict. Rich, what do you do when the dual mandate is in conflict?
Well, you wait and see for a while, and I would note that the language appears to me to be quite similar to the remarks the chair gave a day or two after Liberation Day, so not the first time he's telegraphed a change in statement language from a speech. I still believe, and I think I've said on this show before, that if the labor market cracks and they see tangible evidence of a weakening labor market, higher unemployment rate, negative payroll gains, I think they will move. So in that sense, once they see tangible evidence that the labor market is weakening, I think they will cut, but they're not going to cut preemptively based upon a forecast it might happen.
I see instabilities out there, Dr. Clarida.
Many
of them.
turn
to Richard Clarida in the Financial Times, taking us back 40 years to Plaza and Louis Vuitton. I've got EM currencies moving.
Yeah.
Some of them are moving 4 standard deviations. Do we, and particularly does President Trump not understand that his tweets can shatter the financial system?
Well, I'm not sure about that. I will say that, coming into the year, there was some commentary, including by now CEA Chair Mirren from his work of last year, which was sort of dangling the idea of let's weaken the dollar, let's do other things in the Treasury market. And I thought that was a risky move, and I've noted since then, including at the IMF meetings recently, he's sort of walked that back. And Scott Bessent, including when he's on Bloomberg, says he's in favor of a strong dollar. So maybe they're trying to put that genie in the bottle.
As a student of this history, do we underestimate the potential shocks that are out there? Are we all too complacent, except for John Farrow?
Well, I would hope we're not complacent, but yes, the world economy has operated for 40, 50 years in a particular regime, a dominant dollar, more or less credible U.S. monetary policy and innovation and all of the rest. And, regimes don't necessarily last forever. So I think there is that risk. I don't think it's front and center right now, but I think there is a risk, sure.
Bob, you've had a second to digest all of the headlines as they've come out. Did anything stand out to you as noteworthy or telegraphing how they are going to deal with this dilemma?
Well, they did put in the risk of higher inflation and higher unemployment have risen, so they've taken a pass on having to determine which of the two they place greater value on. And I guess, Rich, I have a question for you. You've been at the table with this. We know 4% core personal consumption expenditures are 2% away from their target. What's 2% away from their unemployment target?
Well, I think right now we're in an environment where I think they've telegraphed, and I believe them, that any appreciable move, 0.5 point, 1 point in the unemployment rate is going to get them off. And the dime and start cutting rates. And so I don't think you need to calibrate, and they're probably not calibrating it too carefully beyond that. And it is a risk. I think, as we've all said, there's a two-sided risk because we've had 4 years, including one in which I was there, in which inflation was not transitory. It was above target. This could be the 5th year in a row, and I think that's why they're looking at inflation expectations.
Equity markets rolling over this afternoon. As Lisa pointed out, bond yields are lower. We're down by 4 basis points on the 10-year, 426. When they last met, March 19th, at the close, 424, almost bang in line with where we were a number of months ago. But a lot has changed, which is why this line pops up in the statement. If you're just joining us, no change to policy expected, but some new language here. The committee, attentive to the risks of both sides of its dual mandate, and judges that the risk of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen. Mike McKee, I want to bring you back in before you run off to this news conference. Mike, as you know, those comments at the Economic Club of Chicago a number of weeks ago maybe irked this White House and the President of the United States. What are you expecting to hear later on this afternoon?
Well, I would imagine now that it's in the statement that Jay Powell will stand behind it, and of course it's what he said in Chicago. Now the question is, how is the president going to react to this, because he was upset about the Chicago version of this that came right after Liberation Day. But the Fed otherwise doesn't mention the administration or the White House except to say that imports affected GDP. So is this a poke at the White House, or is this just accepting reality and trying to get the market markets to accept it.
Mike McKee with the latest. Mike, I know you've got to run. Mike McKee heading into that news conference. The news conference, by the way, starts in about 23 minutes' time. Bob, your view on what's happened with central banks elsewhere? The ECB cut interest rates. This president was annoyed by that. Overnight, the Chinese central bank cut interest rates. I imagine this president is annoyed by that. They look at the same policy shock but see a different outcome. Abroad, they believe this is a disinflationary, potentially deflationary shock for Europe. What kind of shock is it for this Federal Reserve?
Well, I think for this Federal Reserve, they're worried about the stagflationary shock. They're worried about exactly what they talked about, which is inflation goes up 4% or higher, unemployment goes up, closing in on 5%. Now both are kind of at a similar break-even level. What are you supposed to do? I'm in Rich's camp. I think you've got to save the economy, because if you don't save the economy, then you've lost on both mandates.
You live some of this, Rich. I just wonder how you'd live it right now. It's so public, the criticism of the Federal Reserve. As a committee, when you heard these kind of things, you saw the social media posts when you were on the committee.
Oh, my, yeah.
How did you deal with them?
Well, after a while, you sort of get used to it, and what I would note is that there was some criticism of the Fed when we hiked rates in December 2018, and then there was criticism of the Fed when we cut rates in July of 2019. So at some point, you put your head down, you do your job, and of course, the mandate is price stability and maximum employment, and so that's the way I thought about it and the way we thought about it.
Rich, what do you make of the fact that they dismissed the first negative real GDP print in a long time, in years, as simply swings in net exports? Some people would say that's accurate, but the fact that they led off this statement with that really highlights how much they are shrugging off some of the negative economic indicators that are glaring.
Interesting observation. I think there were good economic reasons to shrug it off. I mean, the surge in imports and probably some measurement issues. And I had been thinking and been saying I thought they would shrug it off if it came in negative. That said, it was interesting that they did choose to lead off with that observation. I think that is another way of them saying they think they're in a good place. They'll wait and see. Had they emphasized the negative print, it might have been more difficult to justify what they want to do.
You'll notice this equity market has taken another leg lower. We're down about 4%, 0.4% on the S&P. Don't get too excited on the S&P. It's not that exciting this afternoon. Let's talk about the why. We've got some conflicting information. At the same time, the Federal Reserve is saying growth potentially could be weaker, unemployment could be higher. They're also facing down the prospect of higher inflation as well. The President of the United States is not backing away from the tariffs from China too. You combine those two stories, you've got a weaker backdrop for risk going into this news conference.
This is the worst of all worlds, especially given the fact that Fed Chair Jay Powell is not going to do what a lot of people thought he would do, which is to come out and say, we're very concerned, we're going to cut rates, don't worry, we got your back. No one thought he was going to say that, but some people were hoping that maybe he would, including somebody at the White House. To me, this represents the dual shock that the Fed cannot address. And to me, that is the key question. What other tools are at their disposal, and how are they watching market functioning as a virtue of that 10-year and 30-year yield at a time of some potentially messy auctions?
To build on that, to extend the conversation, Diane Swank of KPMG joins us now for more. Diane, welcome back to the program. I remember when we were talking last time around on March 19th, you and I were both in agreement. We looked at the SEP, we saw a weaker forecast for growth and no move to the median dot. We both said this is hawkish. This is a Federal Reserve whose easing bias might be constrained. Dan, do you think they're communicating that a little bit more clearly, even more clearly, in today's statement?
I do, and I guess I disagree a little bit with Rich, and I know he was at the table, but I think back to that 2022 Jackson Hole, Wyoming speech, which was like the there would be pain speech. The bucket of ice dropped on our heads when the Fed was put in a situation where they had to worry about inflation over unemployment, and they thought a recession may ensue. Luckily, it didn't. They were willing to make that decision to go ahead and raise rates anyways because they were behind the curve and still catching up at that point in time, and I think they're still smarting from that period. I also think it's important. I was in Chicago when Jay Powell spoke, and he made an important point in the Q&A, and that is that no matter what, the bump in inflation due to tariffs would be temporary. That means that they hold off a bit before, as unemployment rises, or we get some red ink on unemployment, and then they cut. It is not only not preemptive, they have to wait in order to make sure that inflation's coming back down again in the fourth quarter.
Rich, in preparation for this meeting, I was reading The Economist, Oscar Wilde, and he said, expect the unexpected. What's your unexpected right now? I got all my radar up. We've all got answers. We've all got analysis. We've got our monetary textbooks out. We're reading Mankiw. Guess what? What's the unexpected out there?
Wow, so I guess we're into known unknowns and unknown unknowns. I guess to me, the unexpected would be if Mike McKee or someone asked Jay Powell today how they would respond to a rise in the unemployment rate if he repeated what he did at Jackson Hole 3 years ago, which is some pain, inflation's too damn high. So that would be the unexpected at this press conference.
What does pain look like? Rich, what is pain? Because quite clearly, if I lost my job, that's painful for me.
Yeah.
If the three of us lose our jobs, I hope it's painful for you. You'd miss out on a lot, I'm sure. I want to understand when it becomes painful for the Federal Reserve. What kind of number is painful for the Fed?
I think I put it out a moment ago. I think round numbers, I think certainly if we got a 1-point rise in the unemployment rate, I think probably even a half-point rise in the unemployment rate in the context of a cracking payroll employment report would be enough. I think probably the only person who knows for sure is probably Jay Powell, so I'm just guessing, but to put round numbers on it, yeah.
Syed, what's your view of this in terms of the pain that would get the Fed's attention at a time where, as Rich has put out, there has been elevated inflation for years above where the Fed has targeted?
Well, and I actually agree with Rich on the degree of which we'd see the unemployment rate go up that would precipitate the Fed to feel comfortable that it could begin cutting because the demand is so weak that inflation will come down. But that is after the fact of inflation actually going up. And remember, unemployment is a lagging indicator, and I think that's important. We also have one other factor out there that we've yet to see fully influence the labor market, and that is whether or not the change in immigration policy results in lower labor supply, which was part of the soft landing scenario, but it also will mean a slower increase in the unemployment rate if we lose the participation of those foreign-born workers. So all of those things together leave us with a period of the economy with maybe red ink and in payrolls before the Fed actually cuts. And I think that is the important message. The timing is only maybe a few months apart, but that not preemptive, but also not synchronous, I think is what we have to walk away from.
But Michael, one of the arch things here is Michael Feroli's thoughts from years ago about such a low potential GDP number. Maybe we got saved by productivity, who knows, maybe it was triple stimulus in that, but in your framework of the debt market around Clarida's economics, do you just frame in a new lower GDP that we have to get used to?
No, I don't think so. And I think if you talk to Mike Feroli today, he would tell you that the post-GFC environment has faded. There's a new generation that's in place, call it loosely the millennials. There will be a demand in costs and productive use of capital. So we're going back to an environment that existed pre-GFC. I think what's interesting to me right now is the markets have voted. And if the FOMC is going to tell them that that the risks are higher unemployment and higher inflation, neither of those are good. So equity prices are down, bond prices are up. At least we've got sort of right-way correlation today.
John, have we heard from President Trump yet?
Not yet, not on the Federal Reserve directly, Lisa, but I think he's shaken up this market already.
I was going to say that the fact that he said he was unwilling to lower tariffs to get China to the table is a pretty big headline that maybe is getting more of the attention in markets than elsewhere. But Rich, to Bob's point, and this is a good one, and it's one that actually Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent made just a couple of days ago, the two-year yield is screaming that the Fed should have already cut rates. Do you buy that type of reasoning, that this market is pricing in a slowdown that the Fed should preemptively respond to?
The market is pricing in a material probability of a recession, and Secretary Bessent's entitled to say then the Fed should cut. I think what we're hearing and what we'll hear today is that's a risk that they're willing to take given the history of inflation and given what they see down the pipe. So the markets are pricing in 40, 50% chance of recession. And as you pointed out 5 minutes ago, the past 30 years, the Fed typically already by now would be in preemptive mode to ride to the rescue. But again, history is relevant here, and that's why this time is going to be a little bit different.
To ask more directly, though, what do you make of the specific argument that the Treasury Secretary is pushing? The idea that the two-year yield is traded below where Fed funds is, and he believes that's a sign potentially that the Fed's too tight and the market's telling them to cut. Is that a good measure of things?
It's a sign that the probability of a recession has gone up, and that in that scenario, we all think the Fed will be cutting. The difference is that I don't think, anyway, that the Fed's going to be cutting to try to get ahead of that curve. As Diane said, the risk is that, the very real risk is that they're going to be late, and certainly not early.
Diane, based on that, how much has the risk of recession gone up just in the past couple of days, given the fact that it seems like the Fed is going to reiterate that point?
Well, our view has been the risk is 60% for some time now, and I would bet that poly markets are probably back up to 60%. They had come down just a little below that in recent weeks with hopes of more toned down rhetoric with regard to trade tensions, and now that's being unwound today. I think the risk, what the Fed has to do, and Rich knows this as well as anyone, and what we're doing, and it's a lot more work, is probability and scenario analysis. Yeah. That's all we can do. We put on a certain probability on what tariffs will be in different kinds of regimes and how they're likely to play out, and and sit down and think about how would the Fed, stepping in their shoes, have to react to all those scenarios. So our recession scenario is 60% probability.
The companies are doing the same thing. Diane, just before you run, that news conference starts in just a moment. Your number one question for Chairman Powell at the moment, what is it?
Well, again, it gets down to how much pain are you willing to endure before you feel you need to cut? And that's, Rich has answered it. It would be nice if Jay Powell answered it. I don't think he will, but it is one that we all need to know is, what is the pain threshold and the trade-off for the Fed, and how late are they willing to be?
Diane, thank you. Appreciate it as always. Diane Swonk there at KPMG. We've had the decision from the Federal Reserve. No change to policy. The news conference starts in about 11 minutes' time. This stood out in the statement. If you've not read it yet and you're just joining the program, welcome. This stands out. The committee is attentive to the risk to both sides of the dual mandate, and judges that the risk of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen. To discuss, Matt Lazzetti at Deutsche Bank joins us now for more. Matt, welcome to the program. Is that your assessment of things as well? Do you share that view of the FOMC?
Yeah, I think no doubt. If you look back relative to March, uncertainty has clearly risen. We've gotten tariff effects and tariff announcements that were substantially larger than anticipated. Downside growth risks to the economy have clearly risen. Upside risks to the unemployment rate, inflation risks are clearly higher. So I don't think anybody really debate at the moment that risks are far more elevated today than I think that they were back in March. And from a stagflationary perspective, that inflation is likely to be higher and the unemployment rate is likely to be higher.
It seems like there's a bias right now in markets, Matt, that the unemployment rising feature of this dual mandate is actually more important than the inflation side of the mandate, and that if unemployment rises enough, the Fed will respond to that even if inflation is still elevated. Do you think that needs to be pushed back on, that maybe that's not the bias that should be there?
Look, I think that's right to be the bias. The question is always kind of thresholds for which the unemployment rate needs to rise to get the Fed to act. And there I do think that the market may just be anticipating that the threshold is lower than what the Fed is actually willing to deliver on. At the same time, I think you do have healthy dynamics. I mean, we got a better ISM report, ISM services, you had a jobs report that surprised the upside. With that, we've substantially taken down the probability of cutting rates by June. Now, a lot of that's getting priced out to later meetings. But if I were the Fed, I wouldn't be too perturbed by market pricing at the moment. They probably agree that recession risk is elevated. And we'll just kind of have to see how that plays out. I think importantly for them, the market is responding to stronger data by reducing near-term rate cut probabilities.
Matt Lazzetti, David Folkers Landau got it right. He said there would be a new Europe, there would be a new investment in Europe, maybe a new nominal GDP, a higher pulse, if you will, for Europe. That's one of the unexpecteds here. What's the unexpected you're looking for that we're not talking about?
Look, I liked Rich's unexpected, which is that Chair Powell highlights that we're willing to take pain here. I don't really anticipate that we get that. I think near-term unexpected would be if he kind of gives clarity that they're still in no rush to cut rates. Essentially says that June is probably off the table. I think at the moment the Fed is likely to just take a step back, not provide much forward guidance, let things play out as they come. But I think importantly for them is going to get clarity on two things: trade, but also fiscal policy. Because I think fiscal policy and tax cuts are larger than anticipated, then this turns into something that looks kind of like a mini COVID shock. You have a big supply side shock from tariffs, immigration being coupled with a demand side stimulus from tax cuts. And I think the Fed will really want to see both sides of those policy decisions.
You're fired up about this, but take it internationally. Take it to the stimulus in Europe to a higher nominal GDP, the true unknowns we don't understand about a China fiscal policy, and the mess that's in Washington.
I guess on both those, Tom, I'm even though I grew up in Illinois, I'm from Missouri on those. I mean, the Europeans have talked for decades about this. We get it, more demand growth, more fiscal space. The Germans maybe will pull it off. What I'm hearing from my colleagues in Europe is it's not clear the rest of Europe is going to do that. Again, the same with China. I mean, we've been talking about boosting consumption, being less reliant on exports in China for 25 years.
And you're still showing me.
So I'll believe it when I see it.
When you say Missouri, our international audience has no clue what you're talking about.
Can I just say I appreciate the healthy skepticism regarding Europe? Because it's kind of been ridiculous, hasn't it, over the last several months? Well, Europe's the place to be. They've got their act together. Germany might actually do some stimulus, sure. Is the rest of Europe going to follow? How constrained are these other nations?
Yeah, and let's see how long it takes for Germany to get a chancellor. Oh, yeah, we finally got that. So there is this question about how it comes together, which goes to the heart of the issue. How big of an existential threat is there that the Fed has to face, having to do with the exceptionalism and, frankly, the preeminence of the dollar?
Matt Lazzetti, before you go, when have you penciled in the first rate cut from this Federal Reserve?
We still have December as the first rate cut. We have them cutting 75 basis points through March. And really, our view is that in the near term, you're going to see elevated inflation. The pain threshold for the Fed is going to be elevated because of that. I kind of think as they begin to see unemployment rates that are 4.5% or 4.6%, then it becomes a greater debate about cutting rates to respond to the downside risk to the economy versus the elevated inflation, which certainly is a concern for them. If inflation expectations pick up, I think that could be pushed out further into the future, but I would view the risks as them cutting a bit earlier, certainly if we get downside realizations on the economy with the unemployment rate rising faster.
Hey, Matt, thank you. Matt Lazzetti at Deutsche Bank. One cut, December. You can drive a truck through the range of estimates on Wall Street right now.
Yes.
Forget market pricing. That's just averaging out a wide range, an incredibly wide range of outcomes. I've got Morgan Stanley and Mike Gapin at 0 for 2025. And on the other side, Andrew Honhorst at Citi at 125. For 2025. That's a very different view of the world going forward from here.
A real lot of it has to hinge on when the hard data rolls over. How long does it take? Because that is going to be the whites of the eyes that the Fed will respond to.
That's 5 Fed meetings away. Think of the drama we could have.
Could be a lot of drama. Do you want some good news? Take a look at the market screen. Equities roll over, down 0.25% on the S&P. Look what happened to bonds. Bonds actually rallied. Bob Michael, music to your ears. Bonds are doing what bonds are meant to do. Do you take some comfort in this move?
Yeah, and that's what we're hearing from our clients. They felt that they were underallocated to fixed income. They've been coming into the markets. They're a combination of institutions buying taxables, foreign official institutions buying treasuries, and actually individual investors coming into the municipal bond market. So I think we're going to continue to see a lot of flow across bond markets.
This is something that clearly Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has been looking at very closely. He talked extensively about this today. He's even looking at the auctions and the dealer take-up of potential auctions. I'm just wondering what would get you nervous and how much can the Fed respond with bond buying, how much their balance sheet potentially is going to be on the table later this year, especially as they become politically enmeshed in the fiscal aspects.
I'd get worried if both ends of the Fed's mandate got pulled to extreme levels. So core personal consumption expenditures up over 4% and unemployment up close to 5%, and they still feel they can't do anything, then I would start to worry.
Dr. Clarida, what would you do with the dots right now?
Well,
use invisible ink?
Today there are no dots. I think at the last press conference, Chair Powell said, I'm paraphrasing, said something along the lines of, we had to write down something.
Exactly.
I mean, as a student of the dots and then as a dot writer for 4 years, I've observed under all Fed chairs, Bernanke, Yellen, and Powell since the dots, there's some meetings when the dots tell the story they want to tell and then they embrace them. There are other meetings when the dots nuts. You got to write something. You got to write something down. So I think I would be in the you got to write something down mode right now.
I think a lot of people trash talk the dots, but I do think it goes some way just to emphasising the reaction function at the moment of the Federal Reserve, which is why I want to lean on you just a little bit more to really get a specific from you. If today we had an SEP and they had to dial up expectations for inflation again and dial down expectations for growth, would you leave your dot unchanged or not? Because that goes some way to describing what they would do up against a stagflationary shock. What would you do?
I think I'd probably leave it unchanged, with the idea being the probability on both bad outcomes has gone up and they move in different directions. So I'd leave them unchanged.
What would be your one question right now to the Fed? If you were going to ask anything and put Fed Chair Jay Powell on the spot in a way that you thought he would actually answer?
Well, no, that makes it more difficult, because Chair Powell's quite good at answering it the way he wants. No, it's what I said several moments ago. Chair Powell, you've emphasized that if there's a weakening in the labor market, that the committee would adjust. Vice Chair, Governor Waller has said that. Is that the case? Or with a 4% PCE inflation rate, can you be cutting rates?
How collaborative was it when the chairman had to go into a news conference like today and he'd offered his personal views of the Economic Club of Chicago? Was it easy for him to get the rest of the committee to get behind him so he could put his own language in the statement?
Well, Jay Powell's very, very collaborative, and he had bilateral discussions with every member of the committee. We did distinguish between the FOMC statement, which is a committee document, and the press conference. The press conference, he reads an opening statement, but that's Jay Powell speaking as Jay Powell. So as I think we mentioned before, when you look at the opening statement or even the press conference, you want to count the times he says we in the committee versus I, and sometimes that balance goes up and down.
That's an important distinction.
Yeah.
Bob, before we go into this news conference, Chairman Powell will walk out in about a minute's time. You got a quick question for Mike McKee? What do you want to know?
Yeah, I'd ask him about Sell America. How do they define it? What are they watching to see if it actually happens?
Something a lot of investors are thinking about going into this one.
And one that he definitely will not answer, but this is really going to be one of the key questions to really gauge how much the bond market continues to be some sort of counterbalance to risk in markets.
At least bonds are rallying. Isn't that the good news this afternoon?
I guess so. I mean, I guess we could talk about why. We could talk about whether it's some sort of global recession that's being priced in if there's no trade discussion or whatever it might be. But yeah, for now, this is great.
I think we're beholden to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Maybe we'll get a tweet within the conference.
We've already had a headline that's shaken up this market from the President of the United States, the President unwilling to lower tariffs to get China to the table. This is about framing the negotiations into the weekend, but it also frames the risk for this committee. The FOMC, facing down stagflationary risk, articulated in the statement this afternoon, which reads as follows: the committee, attentive to the risks to both sides of its dual mandate and judging that the risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen, emphasizing the language, the communication that came from the Fed chair more recently at the Economic Club of Chicago, and clearly the committee getting behind him. March 19th was the last Federal Reserve meeting. April 2nd is so-called Liberation Day squeezed in between. A generational shift in trade policy, totally shaking up the outlook for this Federal Reserve.
Which makes it incredibly difficult for them to give actual forward-leading indicators at a time of such great uncertainty.
It is May 7th, and the chairman has stepped up. Here's the chairman of the Federal Reserve.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite heightened uncertainty, the economy is still in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or come down a great deal, but has been running somewhat above our 2% longer run objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. The risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation appear to have risen, and we believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Pardon me. Following growth of 2.5% last year, GDP was reported to have edged down in the first quarter, reflecting swings in net exports that were likely driven by businesses bringing in imports ahead of potential tariffs. This unusual swing complicated GDP measurement last quarter. Private domestic final purchases, or PDFP, which excludes net exports, inventory investment, and government spending, grew at a solid 3% rate in the first quarter, the same as last year's pace. Within PDFP, growth of consumer spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles rebounded from weakness in the fourth quarter. Surveys of households and businesses, however, report a sharp decline in sentiment and elevated uncertainty about the economic outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 155,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.2% remains low and has stayed in a narrow range for the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggest that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Total PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in March. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Survey respondents, including consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters, point to tariffs as the driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% and to continue reducing the size of the balance sheet. The new administration is in the process of implementing substantial policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. The tariff increases announced so far have been significantly larger than anticipated. All of these policies are still evolving, however, and their effects on the economy remain highly uncertain. As economic conditions evolve, we'll continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the outlook, and the balance of risks. If the large increases in tariffs that have been announced are sustained, they're likely to generate a rise in inflation, a slowdown in economic growth, and an increase in unemployment. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we'll balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. We may find ourselves in the challenging scenario in which our dual mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close. For the time being, we're well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on inflation dynamics and the implications for our monetary policy strategy. Our review includes outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference next week. Throughout this process, we're open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up the review by late summer. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. A lot has happened since the last meeting. There's been tariffs put on, tariffs taken off, and meanwhile, there's a bill advancing in Congress. And I just wonder if I could press you on the last part of your statement. Are you any closer now to deciding which side of the mandate is going to need urgent care first?
Well, so as we noted in our statement, post-meeting statement, we've judged that the risks to higher employment and higher inflation have both risen. And this, by the way, of course, is compared to March. So that's what we can say. I don't think we can say, which way this will shake out. I think there's a great deal of uncertainty about, for example, where tariff policies are going to settle out. And also, when they do settle out, what will be the implications for the economy, for growth, and for employment? I think it's too early to know that. So, I mean, ultimately, we think our policy rate is in a good place to stay as we await further clarity on tariffs and ultimately their implications for the economy.
Hearing you describe what you're looking for in terms of being able to make a decision, it sounded like that's a long-term process before you sound like you're going to be comfortable, or the committee would be comfortable to act on what the data is telling you.
I don't think we know. I think, if you look at where we are today, we have an economy that, if you look through, the sort of distortions in Q1 GDP, you've still got an economy that looks like it's growing at a solid pace. The labor market appears to be solid. Inflation is running just a bit above 2%. So it's an economy that's been resilient and is in good shape. And our policy is sort of modestly or moderately restrictive. It's 100 basis points less restrictive than it was last fall. And so we think that leaves us in a good place to wait and see. We don't think we need to be in a hurry. We think we can be patient. We're going to be watching the data. The data may move quickly or slowly, but we do think we're in a good position where we are to let things evolve and become clearer in terms of what should be the monetary policy response.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, there's naturally a lot of uncertainty around 2021 supply shocks. But there are some who argue that the current situation has notable differences. Energy costs are down. Housing imbalances look nothing like they did 4 years ago. Labor demand appears to be gradually cooling, with wage growth running below 4%. What do you see right now that could nourish higher inflation beyond a rise in goods prices this year?
I think the underlying inflation picture is good. It's what you see, which is inflation now running a bit above 2%. And we've had basically decent readings in housing services and non-housing services, which is a big part of it. So that part, I think, is moving along well. But there's just so much that we don't know. I think, and we're in a good position to wait and see, is the thing. We don't have to be in a hurry. The economy has been resilient and is doing fairly well. Our policy is well positioned. The costs of waiting to see further are fairly low, we think. So that's what we're doing. And we'll see. The administration is entering into negotiations with many countries over tariffs. We'll know more with each week and month that goes by where tariffs are going to land, and we'll know what the effects will be when we start to see those things. So we think we'll be learning. I can't tell you how long it will take, but for now it does seem like it's a fairly clear decision for us to wait and see and watch.
So when you say that you don't need to be in a hurry, does that mean that could the outlook change in such a way that a change in your stance could be warranted as soon as your next meeting?
As I said, we are comfortable with our policy stance. We think we're in the right place to wait and see how things evolve. We don't feel like we need to be in a hurry. We feel like it's appropriate to be patient. And when things develop, of course, we have a record of we can move quickly when that's appropriate. But we think right now the appropriate thing to do is to wait and see how things evolve. There's so much uncertainty. If you talk to businesses or market participants or forecasters, everyone is just waiting to see how developments play out, and then we'll be able to make a better assessment of what the appropriate path for monetary policy is. So we're not in that place, and as that develops, and I can't really give you a time frame on that.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. So many economists have been pricing in higher odds of a recession, and several are noting that it is more difficult for the Fed to cut rates preemptively given the higher risks for higher inflation. So given the outlook, do you still see a path for a soft landing, and what does that look like?
Well, let me say, so let's look back and see where we are. So to go through 2024 up to the day, we've had unemployment in the low 4s for more than a year. We've had inflation coming down now in the mid to low 2s. We've had an economy growing at 2.5%. So that is the economy as we see it now. What looks likely, given the scope and scale of the tariffs, is that we will see certainly the risks to higher inflation, higher unemployment have increased. And if that's what we do see, if the tariffs are ultimately put in place at those levels, which we don't know, then we won't see further progress toward our goals. But we might see a delay in that. I think in our thinking, we would never do anything but keep achieving those goals. But we would, at least for the next, let's say, year, we would not be making progress toward those goals. Again, if that's the way the tariffs shake out. The thing is, we don't know that. There's so much uncertainty about the scale, scope, timing, and persistence of the tariffs. So that's that. In terms of preemption, I think you can look back at the 2019 cuts as preemptive. I wouldn't say that what we did last fall was at all preemptive. If anything, it was a little late. But 2019, we did cut 3 times. But the situation was you had a weakening economy and you had inflation at 1.6%. So that's a situation where you can move preemptively. Now we have inflation running above target. It has been above target for 4 years. It's not so far above target now. And we have an expectation, conditional on what happens, that we'll see upward pressure on inflation. If you look at where forecasters are, they're all forecasting an increase in inflation. So it makes it, and then we've also got forecasts of weakening in the economy, and some have recession forecasts. We don't publish a forecast about that. We don't publish a forecast that assesses how likely a recession is. But in any case, it's not a situation where we can be preemptive because we actually don't know what the right response to the data will be until we see more data.
Colby Smith with the New York Times. How much weakness does the committee need to see, though, in the labor market and the economy more broadly to lower interest rates again? Is it about a certain increase in the unemployment rate over a period of time, or perhaps a certain number of negative monthly job reports? I mean, how are you making that assessment?
So first of all, we don't see that yet, right? We have 4.2% unemployment, good participation, wages behaving very well. Participation, I mentioned it at a good level. So, with the labor market, we would look at the totality of the data. We'd look at the level of the unemployment rate. We'd look at the speed with which it's changing. We would look at the whole huge array of labor market data to get a sense of whether conditions are really deteriorating or not. And at the same time, we'd be looking at the other side of the mandate. We could be in a position of having to balance those two things, which is, of course, a difficult balancing judgment that we'd have to make.
On that point about balancing, I mean, you've mentioned that the committee would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the time it would take to kind of get back to that point. But what does that mean in practice? I mean, how much of that assessment will be rooted in a forecast versus data dependence?
It would be a combination of the two. I mean, let's just say this would be a complicated and challenging judgment that we would have to make. and this is, we're not in this situation, but the situation is if the two goals are in tension, so let's say that unemployment is moving up in an uncomfortable way, and so is inflation. Not the situation we're in, hypothetically, but we would look at how far they are from the goals, how far they're expected to be from the goals, what's the expected time to get back to their goals. We'd look at all those things and make a difficult judgment, and that's in our framework. It's always been in our thinking. You know, we haven't faced that question in a very long time. So again, difficult judgment to make, and not one that we face today, and we may never face it, but you know, we have to be keeping it in our thinking now.
Thank you. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So we had the CPI report that came out that showed month over month the first decrease in inflation in about 3 years. The jobs report, you said, solid that we saw. At the same time, we have those new tariffs that we're living under. So given this, should the Federal Reserve be cutting rates at all this year?
You know, it's going to depend. I think you have to just take a step back and realize this is why we are where we are. Is you know, we're going to need to see how this evolves. There are cases in which it would be appropriate for us to cut rates this year. There are cases in which it wouldn't, and we just don't know until we know more about how this is going to settle out and what the economic implications are for employment, for inflation. I couldn't confidently say that I know what the appropriate path will be.
So following on that, just so then how does President Trump calling on you personally, as well as the Federal Reserve, to make rate cuts affect your decision today and affect your job difficulty?
Doesn't affect our doing our job at all. So we're always going to do the same thing, which is we're going to use our tools to foster maximum employment and price stability for the benefit of the American people. We're always going to consider only the economic data, the outlook, the balance of risks, and that's it. That's all we're going to consider. So it really doesn't affect either our job or the way we do it.
Howard.
Hi, Howard Schneider with Reuters, and thanks for the time. I'm wondering, I mean, given the complexity about the first quarter GDP and what lies ahead, I'm just wondering what your intuition tells you about the underlying direction of the economy right now. Many of your colleagues have said they feel growth is slowing. If so, do you have any sense of by how much, to what degree the slowdown may be? What does your gut tell you about how things are evolving out there?
My gut tells me that uncertainty about the path of the economy is extremely elevated, and that the downside risks have increased. The risk is, as we pointed out in our statement, the risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen, but they haven't materialized yet. They're not in the data yet. So that tells me more than by intuition, because I think it's obvious actually that the right thing for us to do is we're in a good place. Our policy's in a very good place, and the right thing to do is await further clarity. And there's usually things clarify and the appropriate direction becomes clear. That's what usually happens. Right now, it's very hard to say what that would be. In the meantime, the economy is doing fine. Our policy isn't, it's not highly restrictive. It's somewhat restrictive. It's 100 basis points less restrictive than it was in, last summer. So we think it's in a good place, and we think the appropriate thing is for us to wait and see and get more clarity about the direction of the economy.
Well, let me press you on this idea of the economy being fine right now, because reading the Beige Book very closely the last time around, there was a lot of negative stuff, negative sentiment that was in there, and I know that everybody's looking at soft data right now. You mentioned it yourself that the sentiment's sour. But the Beige Book was talking about, the beginnings of layoffs in some industries, prices rising in some places, and an awful lot of investment decisions being pushed to the sideline. Doesn't that point to a slowdown?
It may well. It just hasn't shown up yet. And we all look at all these sentiment and read many individual comments just to get a better feel. And businesses and households very broadly are concerned and postponing economic decisions of various kinds. And yes, if that continues, and nothing happens to sort of alleviate those concerns, then you would expect that to begin to show up in economic data. It wouldn't maybe show up overnight, but it would show up over weeks and months. And that may be what happens, but it hadn't happened yet. And also, there are things that can happen that will change that narrative. I mean, they haven't happened, but it's possible to imagine things that. But in the meantime, yes, we're watching it extremely carefully, like everyone is, but don't see really much evidence of it in actual economic data yet. And by the way, consumers keep spending, credit card spending. It's it's still a healthy economy, albeit one that is shrouded in some very downbeat sentiment on the part of people and businesses.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. The Fed's been criticized recently by a former governor for what he calls mission creep. You take on more problems, use more tools, and then end up building tools to deal with the fallout of those tools, which then makes it a given that you will act more aggressively in the future. Is that a fair critique, and is that something you would be looking at in your framework review?
Sorry, say the critique again.
That the Fed has been involved in mission creep, gets involved in using too many new tools to deal with problems and to go too far. Is that something that the critique was based around the fact that you did QE and QE and QE and went beyond the narrow confines of your mandate?
So, well, I mean, there are a couple. That's not really beyond the confines of our mandate. Look, I would say this: we did things. Essentially, we're on an emergency footing for a couple of years in the pandemic, and it's very fair and very welcome for people to. One thing we hear a lot is we could have explained QE a little better. We did think we were explaining it in real time. I completely accept the thought that we could have explained it better. There's a lot of thinking that we went on too long with QE. I can tell you that the reason we did was we were concerned that we didn't want a sharp tightening in financial conditions at a time when we thought the economy was still vulnerable. And so we did hold on for a long time to QE, and we, of course, tapered and everything. And then we immediately went into QT. And we're down a couple of trillion, but I get we certainly, with the benefit of hindsight, could have tapered earlier or faster. That's absolutely right. But this is all very welcome. We knew doing this in real time that we weren't going to get it perfect, and those kind of after action kind of looks are essential, and we're doing the same thing in our review. So on some issues.
The other part of that critique is that you've taken on topics that are outside of the mandate, such as climate change and trying to ensure that certain groups are benefited by your economic policies in terms of employment, et cetera.
So, okay, on climate, you've heard me say over and over again that we will not be climate policymakers, and that our role on climate is a very, very narrow one. And I think that's what we've done. We've done really very little on climate. You can say that little bit that we've done was too much, but I wouldn't want to give any impression that we've taken climate and it's something that we're spending a lot of time and energy on. We're not. We have very, very narrow things. We did one guidance for the banks, and then we did a one-time stress analysis, climate stress analysis, and that's it. And we dropped out of the network for greening the financial system. So we didn't do much on climate, but I do think, and I've said this publicly several times, I think it's a real danger for us to try to take on a mandate like that, which is very narrow application to our work. And the risk is if you go for things that are really not on your mandate, then why are you independent? And I think that's a very fair question. I do think we've done a whole lot less on climate than some people seem to think we did. Anyway, that's what I think.
Should you have taken on the question of bringing unemployment rates down for specific categories?
We didn't do that. What we said was that we never targeted any unemployment rate for individual racial or demographic groups. What we said was that maximum employment was a broad and inclusive goal. And I think what we meant by that was we're going to consider the totality of the country as we look at our maximum employment goal. Of course, we were never going to target any individual group with that, but I think some people, wanted to hear it that way. But that's not at all what we meant. So that's just not a correct reading of our. But I can see how maybe people found that confusing, and we have to take that into consideration.
Jolene. Hi, Chair Powell. Thanks for taking our questions today. I'm Jolene Kent with CBS News. You've said wait and see, and the economy is doing fine today, but the impact of tariffs are already showing up at the ports. Businesses, big and small, are telling us that they feel it, and most importantly, consumers say they feel it, that the challenges are here, and there's no waiting and seeing. For Main Street, what is the breaking point? What would have to happen to prompt a rate cut specifically?
Well, so we really don't see in the data yet big economic effects. We see sentiment, there are concerns that higher prices may be coming or things like that. So they're worried now about inflation. They're worried about a shock from the tariffs, but they really haven't. That shock hasn't hit yet. Okay, so we're going to be looking at the not just the sentiment data, but also the real economic data as we assess what it is we should do. And remember, there will be two effects. One of them would be weakening economic activity, which translates into higher unemployment, and the other would be potentially higher inflation. Again, to say it again, the timing, the scope, the scale, and the persistence of those effects are very, very uncertain. So it's not at all clear what the appropriate response for monetary policy is at this time, and and by the way, our policy is in a good place, so we think we can wait and move when it is clear what the right thing to do is. Really not at all clear what it is we should do. So people are feeling stress and concern, but unemployment hasn't gone up. Job creation is fine. Wages are in good shape. People are not layoffs, or people are not getting laid off at high levels. Initial claims for unemployment are not increasing. In any kind of impressive way. So the economy itself is still, in solid shape.
Just a quick follow-up. President Trump now says he does not plan to remove you as chair. When you heard that, what did you think?
I don't have anything more for you on that. I've pretty much covered that issue. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Chris Rugaber, Associated Press. Well, I just wanted to follow up. Earlier, it sounded like you said it was unclear how the Fed, what kind of interest rate decisions you will make later this year. So does that, in March, there was guidance that 2 cuts might happen. 2 cuts were penciled in for this year. Is that now, that guidance from the last press conference, has that been overtaken by events at this point?
We don't do a summary of economic projections at every meeting, as you know. We do it every other meeting, and so this was the meeting when we didn't do it. We don't also kind of poll people, so I really wouldn't want to try to make a specific projection for where we are relative to that. We will, in 6 weeks, we have the June meeting, and you'll have another SEP. I'm not going to hazard a guess here today as to what it would be. Again, what I would say is that we think our policy rate is in a good place. We think it leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential developments. That's where we are. And that, depending on the way things play out, that could include rate cuts. It could include us holding where we are. We just are going to need to see how things play out before we make those decisions.
Great. And just to follow up on that, I mean, when you address the issue of how the Fed would handle both rising unemployment and rising inflation, how are you thinking about the fact that addressing one could exacerbate the other? So a rate cut to reduce unemployment could worsen inflation and vice versa. How do you handle those challenges?
You just captured this is the issue with the two goals being in tension. It's a very challenging question. Now, there can be a case in which one goal is very far, one variable is very, very far from its goal, much farther than the other, and if so, you concentrate on that one. And frankly, that was the case well, it wasn't a case where they were really in tension, but if you go back to 2022, it was very clear that we needed to focus on inflation. The labor market was also super tight, so it wasn't really a trade-off. You know, I think you know what our framework document says. It says we'll look at how far each variable is from its goal, and also we'll factor in the time it would take to get there. So, you know, that's going to be potentially a very difficult judgment. But the data could break in a way that it's not. You know, I just don't think we know that. The data could easily favor one or the other. And right now, there's no need to make a choice, and no real basis for doing so.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I wanted to ask, Congress is currently debating spending cuts alongside extending the tax cuts. And I know you've talked many times about how the path of the debt is unsustainable, but given that we're also talking right now about the economy slowing, potentially even recession, I was just wondering, is there a danger that spending cuts now could slow growth a lot more?
You know, we don't give Congress fiscal advice. They're going to do. We take what they do as a given, and we put it in our models and in our assessment of the economy. So I wouldn't want to, speculate on that. I mean, I think we do know that the debt is on an unsustainable level, on an unsustainable path, not at an unsustainable level, but an unsustainable path. And it's on Congress to figure out how to get us back on a sustainable path. And it's not up to us to give them advice.
Well, do you think that they should take macroeconomic conditions into account as they look at this?
I think they don't need my advice and our advice on how to do fiscal policy any more than we need their advice on monetary policy.
Andrew.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. In your Jackson Hole comments last year, you said you would not welcome further cooling in labor market conditions. The unemployment rate then was 4.2%, which is what it is now. Many forecasters now predict a higher jobless rate. How has your tolerance for weakening labor market conditions changed compared to a year ago?
So it was quite a different situation. What was happening last year is that over the space of 6, 8, 7 months, the unemployment rate went up by almost a full percentage point. And it was click, 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 click each month. And everywhere people were talking about downside risks to the labor market. At the same time, payroll job numbers were getting softer and softer. So there was a really obvious concern about downside risk to the labor market. And so at Jackson Hole and then in September, we wanted to address that forthrightly. We wanted to show that we were there we'd been there for inflation for a couple of years, and we wanted to show also that we're there for the labor market. And it was important that we send that signal. Fortunately, since then, the labor market has really, and the unemployment rate have really been moving sideways at a level that is, well in the range of mainstream estimates of maximum employment. So that concern has gotten a lot less. So, you're at 4.2% unemployment. I think we were in a very different situation. Now we have a situation where, the risks to higher inflation and higher unemployment have both gone up, as we noted in our statement, and we've got to monitor both of those. We actually have a potential situation where there may be a trade-off or tension between the two, potentially. We don't have it yet, and we may not have it, but that's what we have, and that's why I think it's a very different situation.
I guess I want to follow up by asking how much of a rise in the jobless rate you could tolerate.
Yeah, I can't give you I'm not going to try to give you a specific number. I'll just say we have to now be looking at both variables and which of them is demanding. If one of them is demanding our focus more than the other, that would tell us what to do with policy. If they're more or less equally distant and equally or not distant, then we don't have to make that assessment. The assessment is you wait. So I'm not going to try to be really specific about what we need to see in terms of a number. But if we did see significant deterioration in the labor market, of course that's one of our two variables, and we would look to be able to support that. You'd hope that it wasn't also coming at a time when inflation was getting very bad. And again, we're speculating here. We don't know this. We don't know any of these things. It's very hypothetical. We're just going to have to wait and see how it plays out.
Thanks.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. In terms of getting some clarity, we've got some talks at the weekend in Geneva between the US and China. A lot of economists are attaching an awful lot of importance to what we hear from those talks. How much importance are you attaching to them in terms of judging what will happen to the US economy going forward? And just in a similar vein, some economists are saying it's days, not weeks, that we have until we start to put the US economy at risk of seeing the sort of pandemic-era shortages and higher prices if we don't kind of soothe relations between the US and China. So it'd be good to have your view on that too.
So, these are not talks that we're in any way involved in, so I really can't comment directly on them. So, but what I will say is this, we had, coming out of the March meeting, the public generally had an assessment of where tariffs were going, and then April 2 happened, and it was really substantially larger than anticipated in the forecasts that I had seen and in our forecasts. So, and now we have we're in a new phase where it seems to be we're entering a new phase where the administration is entering into beginning talks with a number of our important trading partners. And that has the potential to change the picture materially or not. And so I think it's going to be very important how that shakes out. But we simply have to wait and see how it works out. It certainly could change the picture, and we're mindful of not trying to make conclusive judgments about what will happen at a time when the facts are changing.
And just on the fall in shipping volumes from China over these tensions, do you share that concern that we could start seeing goods shortages and higher prices in the coming weeks if this isn't resolved very quickly?
I don't want to get we shouldn't be involved even verbally in the questions about the timing of these things. Yes, of course we follow all that data. We see the shipping data, we see all that, but ultimately this is for the administration to do. This is this is their mandate, not ours. And I know as you can see, they're again beginning to have talks with many nations, and that has the potential to change the picture materially. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Kosuke Takami with Nikkei. Thank you for doing this. The volume of imported goods increased significantly in the first quarter. Do you think that this situation could cause a delay in the impact of tariff on inflation? And does this mean that it will take longer time to reduce uncertainty?
The decision we made today? Which decision?
So the future decisions. So the volume of the imported goods has increased significantly. So the impact on the imported inflation may delay. So what is the impact to your future decision?
Okay, so I think we think that there was a big spike in imports, right? Very big, historically large, really, and to beat tariffs. And now that should actually reverse, so that it's the difference between it's exports minus imports. So and imports were huge, and so that it conveyed a very negative contribution to U.S. GDP, annualized GDP in the first quarter, as we all know. So that could, in the second quarter, be reversed, so that we have, an unusually large contribution to usually positive. That's very likely as imports drop sharply. You could also have, very likely you'll have restatements of the first quarter. It'll turn out that consumer spending was higher. It'll turn out that inventories were higher, and so you'll see those data revised up. It may actually go into the third quarter too, and so I think this whole process is going to a little bit make it harder to make a clean assessment of U.S. demand. I mentioned private domestic final purchases, which doesn't have inventories, government, or inventories, government. Anyway, it's a cleaner read on private. demand. Yeah, but that too probably was flattered a little bit by by strong demand for imports to beat tariffs. So that might overstate. It's a really good reading, 3% PDFP in the first quarter. That might actually overstate. So it's not really going to, I don't think it's going to affect our decisions. I will just say, though, that it's a little confusing, and it's probably less confusing to us than it would be to the general public as we try to explain this. It's complicated, and GDP is sending a signal, PDFP is sending a signal. It's a little bit confusing, but I think we understand what's going on. It's not really going to change things for us.
Courtney Brown from Axios. I guess, we talked about some of the indications of potential layoffs, price hikes, an economic slowdown, all being evident in the soft data. I'm curious why the Fed needs to wait for that to translate into hard data to, make any type of monetary policy decision, especially if the hard data is not as timely or might be warped by tariff-related effects. Are you worried that the soft data might be some sort of false warning?
No, I mean, look at the state of the economies. The labor market is solid, inflation is low. We can afford to be patient as things unfold. There's no real cost to our waiting at this point. Also, the sense of it is we're not sure what the right thing will be. There should be some increase in inflation. There should be some increase in unemployment. Those call for different responses. And so until we know, potentially call for different responses. And so, until we know more, we have the ability to wait and see. And it seems to be a pretty clear decision. Everyone on the committee supported waiting. And so that's why we're waiting.
Just a very quick follow-up. There was this sort of vibe session, if you will, where the sentiments expressed in soft data did not translate into the hard economic data. How are you thinking about that when interpreting some of the signs in the softer survey data?
I think going back a number of years, the link between sentiment data and consumer spending has been weak. It's not been a strong link at all. On the other hand, we haven't had a move of this, speed and size. So it wouldn't be the case that we're looking at this and just completely dismissing it. But it's another reason to wait and see. You're right that we had a couple of years during the pandemic where people were saying just very downbeat surveys and going out and spending money. So that can happen, and that may happen to some degree here. We just don't know. This is an outsized change in sentiment, though, and so none of us is looking at this and saying that we're sure one way or the other. We're not.
Matt.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Matt Egan with CNN. So you mentioned earlier that you were monitoring the shipping data. And we have seen in the shipping data that imports from China into the Port of Los Angeles have plunged, and that has raised concerns about potential shortages. What tools, if any, does the Fed have to ensure that prices and inflation expectations don't get out of hand if tariffs do cause significant supply chain disruptions?
I mean, we don't have, the kind of tools that are good at dealing with supply chain problems. We don't have that at all. That's a job for the administration and for the private sector more than anything. What we can do with our interest rate tool is we can be more or less supportive of demand, and that'd be a very inefficient way to try to fix supply chain problems. But we don't see the inflation yet. We're of course reading the same stories and watching the same data as everybody else. And, right now we see inflation, kind of moving sideways at a fairly low level.
If I could follow up on that, President Trump has indicated that he will likely name a replacement for you when your term as chair expires next year. But your position on the board runs through January 2028, I believe. Would you consider remaining on the Fed board even if you're no longer chair?
So I don't have anything for you on that. My whole focus is on, and my colleagues' focus is all on, trying to navigate this tricky passage we're in right now, trying to make the right decisions. You know, we want to make the best decisions for the people that we serve. That's what we think about day and night, and this is a challenging situation, and that's 100% of our focus right now.
Let's go to Jennifer for the last question.
Thank you so much, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. Public records of your schedule so far this year show no meetings with President Trump. Past presidents Obama, Bush, and Clinton have all met with Fed chairs, and you met with Trump during his first term. Why haven't you asked for a meeting yet with the president?
I've never asked for a meeting with any president, and I never will. It's not, I wouldn't do that. There's never a reason for me to ask for a meeting. It's always been the other way.
So would you want to meet with him if given the opportunity to get more information?
It's never an initiative that I take. It's always an initiative. I don't think it's up to a Fed chair to seek a meeting with the president, although maybe some have done so. I've never done so, and I can't imagine myself doing that. I think it's always comes the other way. A president wants to meet with you, but that hasn't happened.
And if I could just ask one question on monetary policy. When it is time to cut rates, how will you determine how far down rates will have to come to try to keep a balance on the inflation mandate as employment weakens?
I think once you have a clear direction, you can make a judgment about how fast to move and that kind of thing. So it's really the harder question is the timing, I think, and when will that become clear? And fortunately, as I mentioned, we have our policy in a good place, the economy's in a good place, and it's really appropriate, we think, for us to be patient and wait for things to unfold as we get more clarity about what we should do. Thanks very much.
That's the chairman of the Federal Reserve wrapping up the main news conference. The press doing their best to make that interesting. The chairman doing his best to make it boring. And I think he was fairly successful. Your equity market this afternoon looks like this. Equities positive by just 0.1% on the S&P 500. In the bond market on a 2-year, 10-year, 30-year, we look like this. On a 10-year maturity, yields lower by a single basis point, 427.91. The risks have risen. The risks have not materialized. The Fed Chair Jay Powell says we're well positioned to wait.
We don't think we need to be in a hurry. We think we can be patient. We're in a good position to wait and see is the thing. We don't have to be in a hurry. The economy has been resilient and is doing fairly well. Our policy is well positioned. The costs of waiting to see further are fairly low.
So they are going to wait to see the outcome of trade talks between the United States and China. Wait to see if this economy breaks one way or the other.
Why don't you just read Moby Dick for an hour and a half? I mean, honestly, if you want to know how the Fed looks when they filibuster, this was it. Ultimately, I thought that line was interesting, that the cost of waiting didn't seem that great. Some people, Neil Dutta, might disagree with that, but this right now is their stance. It is in a good place, and they did not give any sense of exactly what it would do to tip their hand away from that.
His speech at the Economic Club of Chicago repeated in the news conference this time around. If current trade policy is sustained, it could mean higher inflation. It could also mean lower growth. Our job, we have an obligation, Tom, to anchor inflation expectations.
The obligation is there, and of course the reach out is to when will they do something. There's a lot of heated debate. Neil Dutta sent me a note here from Renaissance Macro. He's scathing, is the only word I could come up with, scathing, about their delay here. As you mentioned Andrew Hollenhorst with a view, and then you go all the way out, dare I say, into next year. The dispersion here is wide. I just want to point out that if he had read the cliff notes of Moby Dick, like I did in college, he could have pulled it off.
Oh, yeah, in an hour and a half.
No mention of transitory this time around. Short-lived or short-lived.
Yes.
Is the new term for the chairman of the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, in the sense that they will get clarity as time goes on, and right now they have none, but it will be made apparent to them as things settle into place. This idea, though, that right now the economy is still relatively healthy is one aspect that I think maybe is going to become challenging in a month's time.
Let's get to the conversation. Joining us now, the former New York Fed President Bill Dudley. Bill, thank you for joining us, sir. They clearly face a range of risks, which, as the chairman says, have not yet materialized. Can you walk us through how you think they've responded to the risks they face and what you make of that news conference from Chairman Powell?
I don't think the news conference is surprising at all. I mean, the Fed is not really sure where tariffs are going to land, which is important. And when they land, they're not really sure what the consequences are going to be on growth versus inflation, and which side they're going to miss their mandate by a greater degree. So I think I was expecting him to say something pretty similar to this. And if I was in his shoes, I would have done exactly the same thing.
I thought that the most notable line was the cost of waiting to see further data seemed fairly low. Do you agree with that? Do you think that the cost is fairly low of simply being parked on the sidelines at a time where a lot of people think that there are signs of a rapidly slowing economy?
Well, I think the costs are low relative to the risk of making a mistake. Let's imagine that the Fed cut rates dramatically because they were worried about the labor market, and then it turned out that inflation expectations got unanchored and the labor market held up pretty well. That'd be a big mistake. And so the Fed really wants to make sure that they don't go down that path. This is not just about the central scenario. It's also about risk management. Try not to do the wrong thing so that you can respond effectively as things actually unfold. So I think the fact that the tariff policy is not set is important, and the fact that we don't have any experience with a tariff shock of this magnitude is also important. So in that environment, it's sort of like, the Hippocratic oath, do no harm to your patient.
Bill Dudley, part of your charm is you had a day job before the Fed job of actually trying to forecast out the economy. How would you frame that now? You've got the luxury of not being at Goldman Sachs. Can you look out 1 month? Can you look out 2 quarters? Can you model out a fancy McKelvey-Dudley jewel out a year right now? I don't think you can.
No way. I mean, I think the only thing we can say is that the economy, like Chair Powell said, is the economy right now seems to still be in good shape. I think the most important thing I took away from the press conference that people should take on board is the fact that don't take the first quarter GDP at face value. The minus 0.3 reading is all because of mismeasurement. It's basically they counted imports a lot better than they counted inventories. So there was a big drag from imports that was not offset by a big accumulation of inventories. And domestic private final sales, which he brought up repeatedly in the press conference, is really a much more representative measure of how the economy is doing, and it's doing just fine, rising 3%. So I think he put the weight on the right things.
I'd point out Jan Hasius with a 2% statistic for this present quarter, published, I believe, last weekend. Bill Dudley, how does the Fed communicate, given this mess that has been wrought? What do they do in speeches coming up? John and I were talking here as we were looking at PSG Arsenal about Jackson Hole. How do they get to Jackson Hole and communicate to the nation?
Well, you can only communicate to the extent that you actually know what's actually going on. So I think it's appropriate for the Fed not to overpromise or imply that they have some crystal magic ball that allows them to see in the future when the future is actually very cloudy. What I'm expecting at Jackson Hole, frankly, is the Fed to talk about their monetary policy framework review and wheel that out. And I thought some of the questions at the press conference on that were interesting, where Powell admitted that maybe QE could have been wrapped up a bit sooner. So I think they understand that there are some things that they can improve in the monetary policy framework. And so I think that's going to be the most interesting outcome of Jackson Hole.
Bill, we've spent a lot of time speaking to Fed watchers on Wall Street, and they've all said a similar thing, that this time, because of the constraints, they might have to act late. They won't be able to act preemptively. And I guess it's important to understand his definition of being late, because there was this really interesting moment in the news conference, and I'd love your thoughts on it. He looked at the cutting that they did last year, 100 basis points of rate reductions, and said the Fed was a little late to start cutting last year. Just what is the definition of late on the FOMC?
I think late is when you realize that the risk on one side of the mandate have become very predominant. So if
the increase in longer-term benchmark yields, this idea that maybe actually there was more strength than expected in the underlying economy. I just wonder what that means going forward about that 2% inflation target. If we're still not back there, if we did see something of a firming up of the labor market, and yet that still is the assessment from last year.
Well, I think there's two things that are relevant going on. Number one, the monetary policy may still not be as restrictive as the Fed thinks it is. I mean, the fact that the economy is still doing okay with a supposedly restrictive monetary policy in place, I think is is meaningful, at least to me. And the second thing I think is going on that's really important that people aren't putting enough weight on is the labor force is going to grow much slower in 2025 than it did in 2023 and 2024. So the kind of payroll gains you need to keep the unemployment rate stable are much dramatically lower this year than last year.
There is this question going forward of what kind of pain tolerance would this Fed be willing to accept before they start to have the clarity that they need to actually make a move. We were talking with Rich Clarida just before the press conference, and he said maybe a 0.5% increase in the unemployment rate, something material that they could point to. What's your assessment that would actually provide clarity at a very unclear moment?
Well, I think Rich Clarida is broadly correct. If the unemployment rate starts going up rapidly, like we go from 4.2 to say 4.6, then the Federal Reserve is going to be thinking, boy, the labor market really is weakening in a big way. We are moving meaningfully away from full employment, and the risk in that environment is that we're about to have a full blown recession. The SOM roll didn't work well last year, right? The SOM roll, we triggered the SOM roll, and there was no recession, but that happened because the labor force was growing very rapidly, and so the rise in the unemployment rate was driven by rapid labor force growth rather than by layoffs. This year, if the unemployment rate rises rapidly, it'll be driven by layoffs.
Bill Dudley, let me throw in an audible then on that. Given the trade war, given the ballet in Switzerland here in the coming days, are we at risk of damaging the productivity that seems so successful over the last 24 months?
Absolutely. I mean, this is putting investment spending plans on hold. We are almost certainly going to have supply chain disruptions, even if we were to resolve this tomorrow, because a lot of ships from China aren't landing here at port, coming to port here, and then that means there's going to be a lot less time to replenish stores for Christmas. So supply chain disruptions to some degree are almost inevitable, and that's assuming that you switch things back, you turn the whole tariff thing off almost immediately.
Hey, Bill, appreciate your thoughts, as always. Bill Dudley there, the former New York Fed president. The Federal Reserve see it like this. The risks have risen to higher unemployment, to higher inflation, to lower growth, but the risks haven't materialized. And the risks are around trade talks as well. The President of the United States, in the last 2 hours or so, we've had a load of headlines from the Federal Reserve, but maybe the most important headline came from the President. The President said we're unwilling to lower tariffs to get China to the table. Now, the US is in negotiation mode at the moment, going into talks at the weekend. Talks about talks between the United States and China. And they can dial up and down the tariff-free policy whenever they like. You can't set policy in a moment like this because you don't know what policy is going to be on the other side of Washington.
You don't understand necessarily what the supply chain disruptions are going to look like. Let's say they don't lower tariffs in anticipation of these types of talks. China has said that is the only way to start talks. So does that remove the idea of talks from the table entirely, even though they might be seeing each other in passing in Switzerland? The key question here is, how do they start to game out whether this is really a pandemic-like supply-side shock or whether this is something entirely different that can get remediated in the near term? That is the difficulty that they are grappling with.
It is different. We've said it so many times on this program. I've heard all these comparisons to COVID. The difference this time around is you don't have to wait for the vaccine. The president has the vaccine. He can take the tariffs off, put the tariffs on whenever he likes. He's in control of the virus, if that's a good word to use. Probably not. No. But ultimately he is. If you believe there are comparisons to COVID, the president is running policy here. So not some runaway virus that we don't have control over.
Is he the chairman of the Fed right now?
I think he's in charge of what the Federal Reserve's about to do, without a doubt. And this is the problem for the Federal Reserve. Let's just say in a month these talks are fantastic. And the Federal Reserve cut interest rates by 50 basis points, 75 basis points, 100 basis points, because they thought these were the new rules of the game. All of a sudden, policy's offside. And guess what? They're about to deliver a big tax package down in Washington, D.C. as well. That's why this is so hard.
Fed Chair Jay Powell alluded to this, saying there are things that can be done, some things, we haven't seen them being done, but there are some things that could be done that could actually cause outcomes to be very different. Key question, and this is something that comes up in a lot of our discussions with analysts and economists, there is damage being done. It's not as if this genie can go back into the bottle so easily, and there are ships that are not going to get here, and there are already supply chain disruptions. So at some point, that is the reason why people are saying the pain is already being felt, the damage is being done, it's now just a matter of magnitude.
A number of weeks ago, we had a yeah but where Besant and maybe Lutnick had to go to the president and say, you're offsides, fix this right now. And in 10 minutes they had it fixed.
And that initiated the 90-day pause we have.
Yeah.
And the negotiations are starting. But if you're the chairman of the Federal Reserve, look, it's an industry to go after the Federal Reserve. We all partake. I understand that. We've been very critical over the years.
You do, John?
But I have some sympathy with the institution at the moment. I don't understand how you set policy for the medium term in a moment like this one.
I think that's the reason why the policy tool that is communication is now filibustering, because ultimately there is no communication that can be had at a time where there is no information, solid information that can be had. And so maybe we'll get Moby Dick.
My sympathy has limits, of course, you know.
I would
understand
suggest
that.
the Fed is codependent on the president. The president's driving the dialogue right now. It's standard psychiatric work. They're codependent on the White House.
The White House is in the driving seat. Couldn't agree more, TK. Mike McKee was in the room. He's out of the room now. Mike McKee, welcome back to the program. You said it multiple times, Mike, in the lead up to this. I don't have anything to add on that, Chairman Powell. And Mike, on a number of issues, he didn't have much to add.
No, he didn't. You've been talking about it. The Fed doesn't know what's going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen, so you can't make policy. But one thing I would add is that you've been talking about this as a supply shock, which it very well could be, but the Fed was also sending the message today that it could be a demand shock. And if there's a demand shock, it could be reflected in things beyond just the unemployment rate and the inflation rate. We could see people start to pull back on spending significantly because either the shelves are empty or because they think things are going to be bad. Maybe they listened to Jay Powell today talking about the elevated risks. So there's a lot going on, a lot of cross currents going on, and it really comes down to how does all this affect the consumer? And by that I also mean businesses, because as you reported every day, people are pulling guidance. They don't know what's going to happen. So at this point, the economy could go either way. The Fed's stuck in the middle, and really there isn't much to say about the Fed for right now, except that they're watching like we are.
Mike, you're a student of Fed history, and I wonder how much this has a parallel in recent history at a time when the Fed is just going to say uncertainty in 15 different ways and then sometimes the same way over and over again.
Well, I think there isn't an exact comparison, but what you might look at is obviously the pandemic, where nobody knew what was going to happen because we hadn't had this happen before. And so the Fed was stuck in a situation where it knew things were bad. It knew it had to do something. But how long did that have to go on, and how far did they need to go? That was the question that was never really decided, and we kept talking about for months and months. But the idea of we've got stagflation out there, but we don't know if it's going to happen. And if it does happen, we don't know how bad it's going to be or when it's going to happen. That I don't see any precedent for.
Michael McKee, for our international audience, brief us right now on, and you and I know the shadow FOMC, iconic at Carnegie Mellon and the rest. Tell us about the Trumpian shadow FOMC right now. Is there coalescing a beast that's going to send signals, send messages, critique Jerome Powell?
Well, there are a couple of different groups going on, you could say. The Shadow Open Market Committee doesn't really have a lot of critiques at this point, other than what we were talking about earlier, the Fed's mission creep, the question I asked him. There are people who are contenders for the Fed chairmanship when the president finally makes a decision who could be having things to say. Kevin Warsh talked last week, the week before, about that. But really, the opposition or the people who are going to raise the questions are in the administration right now, because the president wants to influence the Fed. He can't really do it, but he wants to. So there are going to be other people who are going to pick up on this stuff and talk about it. Scott Besant's been asked about it. He was asked about it today. They want the Fed to lower rates, but I think Mr. Besant knows, even if Mr. Trump doesn't, that the Fed can't move right now because they don't know what Mr. Trump's going to do.
Mike McKee, appreciate the reaction. We'll hear from Mike throughout today on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio. So we've had plenty of sympathy for the institution. It ends right now. Here's the criticism. It goes like this. I've heard it now from the previous Minneapolis Fed president, St. Louis Fed president, rather, Jim Bullard. I've heard it directly from Mohamed Al-Erian as well, that this Federal Reserve is only really entertaining one scenario. But you hear a lot of people talking about a wide range of outcomes, but emphasis matters at a news conference. And the emphasis with Chairman Powell keeps landing on stagflation without saying stagflation. And Jim Bullard said this, and Mohamed said it as well. What they don't entertain is the prospect of a good outcome, the prospect that the Chinese turn around over the next few weeks and say, you know what, we'll give you what you want. The Europeans do the same thing, and you end up in a situation where you have lower tariffs, and maybe you end up in a situation where you have a reduced tax rate as well. And perhaps by the end of this year, you're in a better position for both the risk assets and growth too. And you don't hear any of that when you listen to Chairman Powell, and I didn't hear much of that at all in the last 90 minutes.
There is a key question here. Is there a scenario in which they would have to hike rates? Is there a scenario in which they don't have to move at all because this is a soft landing in the same kind of way that they used to with no tariffs? There is a positive economic outcome that he kind of alluded to in passing, but it wasn't necessarily the main story.
Yeah, kinda, but not really, right?
But not really.
Joining us now to discuss, Jeff Rosenberg of BlackRock. Jeff, I'll make it simple. Is this a moment to own bonds? And if so, where on the curve?
It's certainly a moment to be adding diversification to your portfolio, because the whole theme everybody's been talking about and Powell answered in multiple ways is we don't know, and he doesn't know, and it's heightened uncertainty. So you need more balance in your portfolio. Now, the subsequent question is, do bonds give it to you? And there I'd say you got to be more anchored to the front end of the curve. The back end has a lot of uncertainty. You got to look for alternative ways of finding diversification in your portfolio. And beta exposures are just directional. Is the market going up? Is it going down? Is it a good outcome? Is it a bad outcome? As Lisa was just outlining, it's incredibly uncertain. And so it's a time for diversification.
Jeff, this feels like in high school when someone really likes someone else and they keep talking about them ad nauseum and you feel like there's nothing else to talk about and you're kind of sick of the conversation, but you feel like you have to keep entertaining it. It feels like everyone's trying to get into the head of one person again and again and again, and it's sort of exhausted by the end of the day. How do you rise above that and understand what's actually happening in the economy in some kind of way to understand which way things are turning?
Yeah, it's a good metaphor. It's a fun metaphor and a tough question. And I think one way is to really think about it from a portfolio construction point of view of what am I exposed to in my portfolio, right? So if it's about one person and one outcome, that's kind of the antithesis to what we've all learned over the years of how to build a good portfolio. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. In this context, it is don't have all of your outcomes determined by that uncertain and unforecastable outcome. And so that's really about diversifying my sources of return. I've talked about it on this program before. Often all we talk about is the beta outcome, the directional outcome. And there's another good news story here for investors, which is all this uncertainty actually increases opportunities, but if you're investing not in directional space, but in the cross-section. And so you're creating bigger winners and losers in the micro space. There's greater divergences and dispersion in the macro space. And so if you have strategies that are more about betting on the differences and not the direction, you can balance out your exposure to not just one person. That's a really tough outcome, but to hundreds of different outcomes. That's a better chance for success. And that's a way to pivot away from this kind of unipolar focus on that, popular person in high school.
Hey, Jeff, I see, I don't know. Is there anything else you'd like to add right now?
Jeff, thanks for entertaining that. Thank you.
Come on. You know exactly what I'm talking
Was this
about.
a Friday night party?
Just pause.
I don't want to get too
what I'm
deep
talking
here,
about.
TK.
No, but you get the idea that it's just sort of exhausting. There's something more to say or talk about.
Everyone's
You can't know.
exhausting. I'll take that from you. There's no question about that. Jeff, off your remit, what I'm seeing is a multi-standard deviation move in selected currencies. Where's your unexpected out there across equities, bonds, commodities, and particularly the depth of the currency markets?
Yeah, I mean, the FX move is really important here, right? And so, let's just kind of look at what's happened in markets since April 2nd is you've had this remarkable rebound in risky assets, equities, sub-equity indices, factor exposures, and we've kind of are above in many of those measures the April 2nd tariff day, Liberation Day announcement. The one exception, a lot of these boxes are the same, which one's different, is the dollar and the FX piece of that. And that's really talking about kind of the global impact here, and that hasn't been resolved because, are we going to be talking about deficit equalization or tariff equalization? The latter is a pretty good outcome to the earlier conversation. You could get lower tariffs. This could be really positive. But the former, which is what was the initial thrust of the policy announcement, is deficit equalization. That's very problematic, and it's problematic to the flip side of deficit equalization is a big collapse in the U.S. capital account surplus. And that's what you see on the currency piece. That's the big surprise move. We got to keep an eye on that. And I think that's a really key development, especially as we go through each one of these announcements on bilateral trade negotiations. You're going to look at the voting evaluation of those pronouncements in the currency markets. I think you'll get a good read on.
This goes to the heart of your whole discussion around diversification and balance. How much is that diversification and balance increasingly international as a result of that uncertainty around the dollar and the space going forward?
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a huge theme. You see it in the flows. You see it in the relative equity returns. It's partly what's reflective in the currency that you are seeing from a global investor's perspective, kind of a questioning of the overweighting that has existed in, say, equity portfolios because of the dominance of U.S. capital markets, right? You look at GDP versus market cap differentials, and you have a very big gap. The largest gap is in the U.S., and so that's one way of sort of thinking about where would the rebalancing occur. And the trigger for that is, again, this assessment. Are we going to push further on this policy towards deficit equalization? Then I think you're going to be looking more at equalization between market cap and, say, GDP contributions in the global cross-section.
John, the fiscal debate may get overwhelmed by the actual data of employment and interest rates back to the Fed and all that, but I would go back to what you and I first talked about decades ago, which is Euro-Swissy. And the fact is you have strong Swiss right now, and as Jeff alluded to, anybody in equities, including all our listeners and viewers in the stock market, don't forget to monitor foreign exchange each and every day. The Swiss franc is talking right now.
And these central banks will have a decision to make, how to respond to some of these shocks. And I think it's clear the kind of decision they're making so far. Lisa, we talked about it. The ECB, reducing interest rates. The Chinese coming down, reducing interest rates. The Federal Reserve doesn't really understand the nature of the shock yet. The rest of the world has decided it's disinflationary. Maybe they have the capacity to reduce interest rates in a way that the Federal Reserve does not. But we've talked about this a million times. Trade talks, things can change from hour to hour, never mind day to day. It's only a few hours ago we read a headline from the President of the United States that said he wasn't willing to reduce tariffs to engage in negotiations with the Chinese. And then we have reporting moments ago that says the President is ready to rescind global chip curbs. Now, this is sort of one versus the other. Every single headline moves this market one way versus the next. The Federal Reserve can't behave that way. It can't reduce rates 25 minutes ago and then hike them the next. That's the problem they've got at the moment.
In fairness, a lot of people feel like they can't live like this right now. A lot of traders out there are saying, what's the point? I mean, you see that whipsaw in the NASDAQ in particular. This is something that NVIDIA has wanted. There is this tension between the fast-moving headlines of a tweet or a truth or a statement with the real economy and companies that have to make longer-term decisions. And as an investor, especially where speed was your friend, how do you deal with that in a very different backdrop?
Jeff, are you tired of this yet? How are you feeling?
Look, we're feeling great. This is creating a lot of opportunities if you know where to look and reweight your sources of returns away from the stuff that's impossible to forecast, right? And so, like, in this last conversation, this is sort of in our kind of systematic framing, it's like momentum signals versus reversal. Momentum is a really tough strategy right now. Reversal, much better for exactly the description that you're just talking about. One day it's one headline, even within a headline, within a day, the headlines are reversing around. So that creates opportunities if you're weighting your sources of returns to the right environment. And it's just kind of like recognizing, look, the easy momentum macro trade of the post-COVID environment is not the trade right now. It's much more in the cross-section, much more reversal. That's where you can find some opportunities. And if you're trying to predict, what the next, trade headline is going to be, that's going to be a very frustrating place to be.
Yeah, good luck to you. Never mind within a day, within the hour. Jeff, thank you, sir. Jeff Rose Rosenberg of BlackRock. The latest reporting from the team here at Bloomberg. The Trump administration planning to rescind Biden-era AI chip curbs, according to people familiar with the matter.
You look at NVIDIA shares, they're up more than 2% on this news, and it makes sense given how vociferously against this they've been. This goes to the question of what is the ultimate goal of some of the tit-for-tat in the trade war that is between China and the U.S.? Is it just complete decoupling when it comes to tech? Is this trying to tweak the rules? Confusing.
The team will guide you into the close. Good luck to them. Coming up, Jason Thomas of Carlisle, and tomorrow, if you're going to be tuning in on Bloomberg TV, you'll catch up with Stuart Kaiser of Citi, Kelsey Barrow of JP Morgan, Nouriel Roubini of NYU Stern, and the former Kansas City Fed President Esther George. And if you're listening to Bloomberg Radio, TK might steal a few of those guests. From New York City this afternoon, good afternoon.
investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories.
I've never seen cash machines as lucrative as these companies are.
Just close your eyes and buy.
Many Koreans find this really shocking and unbelievable.
This needs to be a wake-up call for Europe.
You can have only one captain of the ship, and we are the captain of the ship.
You love it or hate it, you can't ignore it.
Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg. Asia is a continent of contrasts. The region is a nexus of rich cultural traditions and a vibrant hub of trailblazing innovation and modernity. How will it push the limits of technology even further?
Going to space should become as easy as, taking a flight.
If NASA is designing a lander, their approach is they're designing a Formula One car. So we take, say, a Jeep approach.
Minso, give us a sense of how you translate Korean architecture for the rest of the world.
We call this madang. In general terms, it's where we can be ourselves, where we belong.
There is an old saying in Korea that says, "Call me blue, hwai 불치." It means simple but not humble. So it has a tremendous impact on Korean architecture.
People tend to think the robot AI taking the job from them. We want to use the robot as a basic asset, meaning people have an income through the robot.
From space tech in India to robotics in Japan, Asia is driving the future, reshaping industries, societies, and the way we live. Join me as I take you through the bold innovations. Discover Asia's next-gen technologies on Momentum.
The top names at the Fed are on Bloomberg.
I'm not going to overreact to any increase in inflation that I think is attributable to the tariffs. But if I see a significant drop in the labor market, then I'd be ready to go. I wouldn't be sitting here waiting to determine whether the inflation is transitory or not. It's time to worry about the real side of the economy. I would expect more rate cuts and sooner once I start seeing some serious deterioration in the labor market.
Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg. This week, Bloomberg Television and Radio are live from the Milken Conference in Los Angeles, speaking with the biggest names in business about the top issues for investors. Live coverage continues this week on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Welcome back to Beverly Hills, California. Special Bloomberg coverage, day 3 here at the 28th Annual Milken Institute Global Conference, a mashup of 2 of your favorite shows, The Close and Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Romaine Bostick.
And I'm Carol Masser, less than 10 minutes away from the closing bell on this Fed Wednesday. I mean, so much going on, but it's kind of fascinating that often the Fed meeting and what the Fed chair has to say, always important, but there's just so many other questions, and I feel like tariffs, White House policy has really trumped that.
And you're really seeing that play out, pun intended, I assume. But you see that playing out in financial markets today. A lot of oscillations between gains and losses. Some people looking at the Fed statement, seeing a red light. Some people looking at the press conference, seeing a green light. Right. And then, of course, you still have a lot of commentary coming out of the White House when it comes to trade policies, and that's having a big impact on where prices go.
And I think it's safe to say trade policy and tariffs, from the conversations we've had, that's what people want some clarity and certainty on. But Fed chair, always important.
All right, it was just about 2 hours ago when we did get that Fed decision. Of course, no real surprises there. They unanimously chose to keep their benchmark rates where they are. Jay Powell standing firm, but he did warn of risks to higher inflation and rising unemployment. Here's what he had to say.
In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up. Survey respondents, including consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters, point to tariffs as the driving factor. For the time being, we're well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. And so we think that leaves us in a good place to wait and see. We don't think we need to be in a hurry. We think we can be patient.
Obviously, Fed Chair Jay Powell earlier today. Well, analysts seizing on the Fed's inflationary warning. Let's see what our next guest has to say here from Milken. Seema Shah of Principal Asset Management says a rate cut won't come for a few months yet, writing, quote, that the Fed has been plunged into an almost impossible situation whereby its 2 mandates will likely move in opposite directions. It's a tough spot to be. Pleased to say Seema joins us right now, Chief Global Strategist at Principal Asset Management, the global investment business for Principal Financial Group. They manage about $540 billion in assets under management, so they see a lot when it comes to investor sentiment. Seema, good to have you here with us. Did Fed Chair Jay Powell, his characterization of things, a lot of uncertainty it seems like, did he get it right in your view?
I think the entire press conference was about the amount of uncertainty. He feels like he's not in a position to make any kind of even forecast about growth, where inflation is going. And certainly to us, it makes sense, right? We can see that the soft data is weakening. It's likely that the hard data will weaken in a couple of months, but we're not there yet. And then at the same time, they still have to wait and see exactly what the administration is going to do with tariffs. You saw just before Powell started speaking, there was a headline about Trump and the China negotiations. Put them in a really tough spot. So the best thing to do, particularly when there is chance for a policy misstep and inflation is already above target, the best thing to do is just wait and see.
Is there a moment, though, when it's almost too late in terms of if it takes too long to actually get some kind of trade decisions or tariff decisions, especially between the U.S. and China, done, that the damage will already be done to the U.S. economy?
I think that's exactly what it is, and that's the reason why 2 years are coming down right now. It's because they're worried that Powell will wait too long. And remember, if you're waiting to see the labor market cracks turn through, labor market indicators are usually the most lagged in a recessionary environment. So if you're waiting for that before you respond, you're typically going to be acting too late. So then I think there is a chance that once they do start cutting rates, if they're waiting towards the end of the year, you end up moving to a place where they have to cut rates more aggressively than certainly if they started in July or any other time.
Of course, Powell's argument would be we can't really start cutting until we have that hard data show up. What gives you the confidence that a lot of the survey data and the anecdotal evidence that we have of a weakening economy will actually translate into that hard data reflecting the same thing?
I think as the days are going by and we're hearing more and more from companies thinking about layoffs, it is becoming more and more likely that that soft data is going to lead through to hard data. But historically, that hasn't always been the case. You have had times where that bifurcation between soft and hard data has persisted for months and months and months. So I think there is a little lack of clarity. You could argue that Powell could maybe look through a lot of that and say, look, the data is ultimately going to weaken, and we need to act preemptively. But of course, it's the inflation story that they have to be really concerned about. And as he said, the inflation expectations from the surveys and market-based indicators in the last month have started to move even higher.
I know you're not a politician, but I'm going to ask you a political question because Powell was asked repeatedly about his tenure and whether he would serve out that tenure, which actually comes to an end naturally, organically, in about a year's time. if there was to be more pressure on Powell to cut rates, and he does not give in to the president's wishes, do you think, is it plausible that we could see a change in Fed chair before his term is up?
I think that what we saw from the bond market a few weeks ago is enough to ward Trump off from making that move. Let Powell finish out his term and then suddenly bring someone in. I mean, there's other policies that could come through. He could start talking about a separate Fed chair who is known to be more dovish. The market would then start following that person instead, and that would push down bond yields. But I think it certainly makes sense in the way that the questions around credibility of U.S. administrations, the way that we've seen the dollar move, that it makes sense that Trump has to step back from what is clearly a dissatisfaction with the way that Powell has conducted monetary policy.
Seema, I also do wonder, I think one of the major themes here has been moving out of the U.S. and moving elsewhere. And whether people are still saying, yep, U.S. is still the premier destination for investment, global investment dollars, I do feel like there's a lot of side conversations here at Milken that people say otherwise. What do you say?
Well, so I was on a panel yesterday on global capital markets, and that was the ultimate discussion. Is this the time where investors are starting to really think about leaving the U.S.? Now, from my perspective and from the investors that we're speaking to, they're not necessarily talking about entirely moving away from the U.S., but the marginal dollar, it really is becoming a discussion. Something where they're actually starting to say, is Europe the other destination that we can think about? Places like India, Japan, and certainly with the currency as well, with the appreciation of all these other currencies, it actually makes more sense, Stephen, to think about your domestic investor base as well.
Yeah, and having said that, if indeed we see a recession in the United States, or worse than that, we see stagflation, is the expectation, the research that you guys are thinking about, is that the whole world is impacted by that because the U.S. is the dominant economy, and still in terms of investing too?
It is, and I think that what we're anticipating to see is the U.S. will weaken and the rest of the world will follow. But it's interesting that investors...
No doubt about it, right? No doubt about that.
It's very difficult to see a situation where the U.S. weakens and the rest of the world thrives. But importantly, investors have almost made their peace with the idea that this year is going to be a tough year. But when they're looking out to 2026 and beyond, particularly for Europe, they're looking at all the fiscal stimulus measures and they're feeling more optimistic about the future. So it is more of a forward-looking, secular discussion that people are having rather than being worried about the tactical near-term dynamics.
With regards to that discussion, do you have a sense that that will be sustainable? Because I can understand in the moment why people would be thinking about these reallocations, but of course, we've kind of been here before under different circumstances, but we've been here before.
Absolutely, and we always see this, that the market has a tendency to extrapolate what the current events are. And certainly what happened with Germany yesterday was a good reminder that things never really run smoothly in Germany. But we are seeing really important discussions from a policymaker perspective, European Commission, really talking about potential deregulation. It's really early days, as you said, and we have to be still a little bit careful about how we can be positioning. What I'm seeing is that the US allocations are staying fairly strong, but that marginal dollar, it is a growing discussion that is maybe Europe the place to be thinking about over the next 5-10 year period as an additional perspective for investors.
I'm curious right now, are you seeing a real appetite for risk, meaning riskier assets, or is everyone really just looking for the safest bets?
I think we are seeing a swoop in for the higher quality, slightly more defensive plays. But here in Milken, I think the one word that I keep hearing about is opportunities. People are not too concerned about it. They're waiting for there maybe to be a market pullback, and that for them would be the time to swoop. So it's a little bit safer right now, but I think people are looking out for when is the opportunity that they can really start to increase their risk asset exposure.
All right, Seema, always great to catch up with you, particularly here at the Milken stage. Seema Shah, Chief Global Strategist at Principal Asset Management. And before we get to the closing bells, I just want to talk about the Treasury market. It's kind of fitting that right now the 2-year yield is unchanged on the day, because maybe that's a reflection of just how critical today's Fed meeting was, which was not very critical at all. A wait-and-see approach, that was a real takeaway here. The idea that not only is the Fed wants to wait, but I think the real sentiment here is they have no choice but to wait.
I think that's so true, and I think it reflects the sentiment that we're feeling when we talk to CEOs and a lot of investment folks, that everybody's just kind of waiting, and the Fed chair is waiting. Okay, so what's next? Where do we go from here? Because there are some very clear different scenarios in terms of how this plays out and the impact it has on markets as well as companies. All right, folks, we're nearing towards the closing bell. We got some green on the screen.
Well, we're not nearing them. You can hear the closing bells in your ear, Carol.
Seconds.
That means the closing bells are here. as is tradition, Carol Massar, even though you've been doing this for decades, they actually start the bells before we actually hit the 4 p.m. mark in New York. You see people clapping and cheering, and they have a reason to. It looked like we were going to end up in the red. Stocks spent a good portion of the day down, but a nice little spike coming actually during the press conference by Jay Powell. Dow Jones Industrial Average up more than about almost 300 points on the day, or about 0.7%. The S&P up about 0.4%. The Nasdaq up about 0.25%, and the Russell 2000 adding 0.3%.
And let's not forget that there are some trade headlines that continue to come out. And we had, I don't know, about an hour or so ago, President Trump rescinding global chip curbs amid AI restrictions debate. So this is a churn that continues to go, and I think this is very key, maybe in terms of why we have a little bit of support on the equity side of things.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because it really kind of encapsulates a lot of what's been going on here at Milken, from Beverly Hills to Wall Street and Washington, smack dab in the middle of it all. Jason Thomas, he links it all together as head of global research and investment strategy at Carlyle. And it's interesting because he actually made a very prescient call back in January, saying the run-up in big U.S. tech stocks had actually gone too far, and that was actually boosting the appeal of beleaguered European equities. Well, since he made that call, European stocks have outperformed the S&P by 9 percentage points. And it's outpaced the Mag 7 by 20. Pleased to say that Jason joins us right now. Great to see you, Jason.
Thanks for having me.
Great call. Well done.
Thank you for reminding everyone. I appreciate that.
It was a great call, and I think it's interesting, too, because it was a call that was made before we really had a clearer picture of what the tariff rollout were going to look like. We kind of knew tariffs were coming because Trump promised them on the campaign trail, but now that you have the visibility from Liberation Day and everything that's transpired in between, does that change your call at all?
Well, I don't know how much visibility we have. And I think that is the big challenge today. What's remarkable about what we saw in the April data was how many management teams decided to really not be hasty, not overreact. We don't know where the tariff rates are going to end up. So as a result, it's very interesting. For the last month, we've had 25% tariffs on auto imports. Just this last week, we've now had 25% tariffs on auto parts. Of course, there's very complex carve-outs and things like that.
Right.
But if you go to a dealer lot today, you don't really see any price increase. If you go to assembly factories in the United States, you don't really see any change in production schedules. And this is, I think, what we see in the economy more broadly. It's management teams, again, not wanting to overreact, not wanting to have those really tough conversations with their suppliers where they're demanding a discount, not wanting to have those tough conversations with their customers trying to push on price.
Yeah.
Because that can burn bridges, and you find out in a month's time policy changes, and you've made all these changes for no reason. And so I think that we're in this interesting period where, because of the inventory accumulation in Q1, you have a lot of companies that have months to sort of wait and see how things play out.
So you don't think that would have, in the interim, any negative impact on the economy? Things are just going to hum along?
No, I think that it's setting up for a cliff effect in some sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Because eventually those inventories run out.
Right.
So that's my concern.
A fair amount of pull forward in the numbers, right?
Really, I mean, starting in December,
right?
It's intermediate goods, components, parts, raw materials, enormous increases in inventories. And of course, the intermediate goods don't count towards GDP. So that's why you had the contraction. You had a big increase in inventories on the retail side, finished products, but even larger increase in intermediate goods. And so that's what I think is going on. They're drawing down those inventories of components and parts to keep production running normally, hoping that there's some change in policy ahead, but that may not be forthcoming. I mean, to say there are a lot of loose ends here would be an understatement, of course.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating. I just, we're just at this moment of fork in the road, right? Which way do we ultimately go? So what do you do in terms of, investors? How should they approach this? I mean, I understand this long-term investing strategy. I've heard it, our whole lives. And yet, we could be setting up for some really strong fundamental changes.
I think that these fundamental changes are something that we have to appreciate. This is a 5-year, 10-year process. And really those fundamentals are an economy for the last 20 to 30 years. Manufacturers in the United States have focused more and more product development, product design, and of course branding, leaving most of the manufacturing to the rest of the world.
Right.
So one of the really interesting aspects of this is that to reduce the trade deficit in the short term, U.S. consumers have to spend less on U.S. branded goods. I mean, think of it this way. We run in about a $100 billion trade deficit in apparel and in sneakers, athletic wear, with China and Vietnam. They're not sending us Chinese or Vietnamese branded sneakers.
No. Right.
They're not sending us Chinese or Vietnamese branded apparel. So, it's these aspects. The same thing, the deficit in semiconductors, almost entirely explained by U.S. designed semiconductors. So these are the kind of production networks and decisions that I think are going to change over time.
I want to ask you, Jason, because we've got ARM Holdings just crossing the Bloomberg terminal, and I'm going to go right to the outlook, which is something we care so much. Player is certainly in the semiconductor space. Sees first quarter revenue $1 billion to $1.1 billion. The estimate was $1.1 billion. So maybe reining it in a little bit.
Yeah.
How much importance are you right now in this moment of time putting on earnings?
Well, I think that the earnings expectations are extremely optimistic, not just for this year, but for 2026
Too
as well.
optimistic.
I think that they're going to be revised down, and I think we should be expecting that. Right now, people are expecting sort of a bump in the road in Q2, but it could be more meaningful than that. So right now, I think, again, it's both management teams and investors really focused on the optimistic outcome, that we find some landing space for tariffs that's really, not so dramatic. Again, a 10 percentage point increase in the effective tariff rate, you have some discount in import prices, you have some increase in the consumer price, you have some decline in volumes, but it's all in this manageable state space. It's really those 25% tariffs, or of course the effective embargo on goods from China. That's where you have the really significant potential economic damage, and those are the questions. When does that get resolved? Does it get resolved?
Right.
But this is a big issue for investors right now, because even if you are a long-term investor, even a short-term tactical, I mean, how are you modeling now what is effectively completely unknown to a certain extent?
Yeah.
And I do wonder, particularly in your world, as you're talking to partners and clients, is there a sense here of a retrenchment in the investing side of this equation?
Not yet. And I think that what people have learned over time is that when you sit out vintage years, or you decide that now is a bad time, that you get burned. It's almost impossible to time the markets. I think, again, we have to appreciate that this is a more or less fundamental change.
Yeah, this is a lot different than just a cycle.
Yeah. No, that's right. We're talking about, for 40 years, you've had a decline very steadily in the price of durable goods, of consumer electronics, appliances, autos.
Right.
To expect that sort of price declines going forward is unrealistic.
Yeah.
Production networks are going to change. There's going to be more price pressures ahead of us.
This may be a dumb question, but the speed of which the Trump administration has come out, or at least tried to articulate these policies. If this had been more elongated, if it had been a more formal process, using, real policy papers, the Federal Register, and just giving people a chance to digest things and, of course, lobby either for or against them, do you think the negative market reaction might not have been as negative?
Certainly, but it's also been interesting the way the market has bounced back from this. And I think what we saw in April was that there was a sense that if the market doesn't like it, or if the Treasury market starts sending some really negative signals, that policy will recalibrate. And I do think that that's what investors are banking on today. That once we get some bad data from the real economy, once the markets start to sell off aggressively, once Treasuries yields start to move up, or just a sense of more of the sell America trade, that policy will recalibrate once again. So I think that is what's interesting right now. When you have an economy where the real data look fine, when markets have rebounded, perhaps that strengthens the administration's resolve to push forward on some of these more aggressive tariff rates, and you end up in, ironically, a somewhat worse place.
But the big risk is if we read the Trump administration wrong in terms of backing off to an easier place, and that's a massive risk.
And again, with the markets rebounding, with the economy looking good, what incentive do they have? What message are they receiving that would suggest that they need to back off? I think that's the paradox right now.
All right, great stuff. Jason, thank you so much. So appreciate it. Yeah, be well. Jason Thomas, he's head of global research and investment strategy over at Carlyle, joining us from Milken. Some earnings, big earnings. ARM down about 8% in the aftermarket. Let's head it over to Bonnie Quinn over in New York with a quick look at market reaction where we closed on this Wednesday.
Exactly, Carol. It ended up being a really fascinating last few minutes of the session because after hours, we got ARM earnings, and they were big disappointment. A tepid outlook for the fiscal first quarter, giving a range of a bottom line of 30 to 38 cents when the estimate was 42 cents, falling well short of estimates for the first quarter. Now, the fiscal last quarter, it came in with revenue of $1 to $1.1 billion. The estimate was at the higher end of that scope, and revenue did beat slightly, operating income beat, but again, the first quarter outlook was very tepid. Now, that's interesting because right before the close, and it's not clear that ARM knew this when it was preparing its financial statements, we got a word from people familiar with the matter that the administration, and specifically President Trump, is going to rescind global chip curbs amid AI restrictions. In other words, the Department of Commerce saying that the Biden AI rule is overly complex, overly bureaucratic, and they will be replacing it with a much simpler rule that will unleash American innovation and ensure American AI dominance. Now, you put that together with the idea of China tariffs, well, it's not quite clear how this will affect the chip makers. But at the very end of the session, you did see NVIDIA and Qualcomm surge. They finished the day up 3.1% apiece, bringing the SOX index up to a gain of 1.7%. But as you can see in the after hours, there's a little bit of confusion as to what should happen with Qualcomm and NVIDIA down very, very slightly. That's partially because of the ARM earnings. And again, would ARM say the same thing if it knew about these chip curbs being rescinded? Not quite so sure. We might get some clarity tomorrow. Let's take a quick look at how we ended the session, though, otherwise, with the Powell press conference. We had the S&P 500 up 0.4%, the Dow up 0.7%, the dollar index also stronger by 0.7%, and treasuries as well were also pretty much unchanged. Not too much news out of the conference. Now let's get back to you guys at the Milken Institute Global Conference in Beverly Hills, California, and Carol Masser.
All right, Bonnie, thank you so much. A lot going on here, I got to say. BlackRock's Chief Executive Officer, Larry Fink, we want to point out, among those members of the U.S. financial and tech business community that will visit Saudi Arabia along with President Trump next week. It's a big trip. The president is keen for the oil and gas-rich Gulf states to ramp up investments in the U.S. and really buy more of its goods. Now, developments out of that could certainly shape the global investment landscape. Our next guest leads the team that generates investment strategy research across many markets, including global fixed income, liquid corporate credit, alt asset markets such as private credit and real estate. A great overview. So let's bring in Amanda Lynham. She's BlackRock Head of Macro Credit Research. BlackRock, of course, the world's largest asset management firm, $11.6 trillion in assets under management. Got to get it out because, man, there are firms and then there are firms like BlackRock that just see a lot in terms of investor sentiment and where flows are going. What are you guys seeing that maybe we aren't capturing in the narrative?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon. I've been struck by the optimism of this conference. I think one of the things that's really stood out to me is a proactive, almost offensive approach to taking advantage of market dislocations and volatility. I think there was widespread acknowledgement that there's a lot of uncertainty that we need to navigate. We probably haven't seen the last of it. It's very dynamic, as you've been saying, but I was really impressed upon kind of let's take advantage of this to find opportunities for our investors outside of the U.S. As you mentioned, was one of the things as well. Private credit was another.
Right. You're impressed. Yeah. Do you buy it? Are you surprised by it?
I do, and I think it makes sense because I think really what I took away from a lot of the conversations over the past 2 days was kind of a back to basics approach to real credit work. Credit is my universe,
right.
And I think there's an acknowledgement there are things we can control, there are things we can analyze, there are things we cannot. Let's make sure that we have diversified portfolios that we can navigate this. But I'm not sensing a risk-off posture. I'm not sensing a retreat. What I'm sensing is, okay, there are opportunities that will come out of this, and how can we make the most of it? I was really pleasantly surprised to see so much emphasis on Europe as an opportunity set. I think on private credit, actually the convergence of public and private credit markets was something that came up a lot in the discussions across a variety of different conversations. The next generation of financing, kind of acknowledging some of the long-term needs for capital. These are all structural shifts that we've been talking about for a while, actually, including bank partnerships with private credit. But it was good to hear them kind of formalized and almost mentioned proactively.
Are they being accelerated because of current conditions?
I think there's a delicate balance, Romaine, of there's a bit of an option value to waiting and seeing. We heard it from Chair Powell
We're hearing it from corporates. So time is of the essence here. We want clarity. We want it soon. I think that will be best for the business community. But I do think actually what there is what I heard yesterday was dispersion is inevitable. And I think you see that in asset classes. You see that in conversations. So I do think there's a recognition that we need to be a bit front-footed.
Well, talk about some of the lower-rated companies in the world of credit, because I know, look, if you're a relatively healthy company with good cash flow and maybe profitability, you're probably not too worried. But if you're a company that's already been struggling, and particularly if you maybe have to face refinancing sometime soon, what should we expect out of those? Is that an investable space right now?
It's a great question. I would say we are comfortable moving selectively down in quality. Sometimes the automatic reflex in a period like this is to move up in quality in a generic sense. We're pushing against that a little bit, going back to the back to basics credit work. The one area we are watching very closely, pockets of the credit market, just like pockets of equities, have already been under pressure before the hard data has deteriorated. I would say the very low end of the high yield spectrum, triple C's, parts of the leveraged loan market that are levered over 7 times, right? You have pockets of these markets that the left tail was already under stress. That's where we're watching. So you can't be reaching too far down in credit risk.
But I'm curious, with regards to the pricing in that part of the market, as well as the potential yield that you're going to get, that's enough to entice people back? And if so, is that just relative to the fact that other areas of financial markets like public equities are down?
Within reason, it's enough. Parts of high yield have actually outperformed investment grade year to date on a total return basis. Part of it is basic. Credit just sits higher in the capital structure. We don't talk about it enough. Part of it is you are picking up an additional spread premium. With the volatility in the treasury market, that incremental credit spread is meaningful. But I think where we would draw the line is reaching too far down the quality spectrum, given the uncertainty, into companies that just aren't viable. That's really the distinction.
I want to go there because I can't tell you how many times I think we've had a conversation since we've been at Milken about people saying, you know, you're going to have to be very selective in private credit. Know your manager. Make sure that they. So I'm just curious about all those other companies that maybe aren't making the grade. Does that mean you anticipate we will see some fallout, especially when it comes to those firms that just can't find either a way of, you know, finding the funding they needed?
Absolutely. The dispersion that we expect in liquid credit also applies to private credit. One of the striking stats that we track, actually private credit fundraising since the Fed started hiking in 2022, the lion's share of it has gone to managers with 4 or more vintages. Why? It's because allocators are valuing restructuring expertise, workout experience, the actual ability to navigate a cycle like this. There will be winners and losers, absolutely, for sure. We see dispersion amongst certain sectors, companies with certain size profiles, but I would say in average, actually, just like in liquid credit, the aggregate fundamentals are still pretty attractive. The technicals are supportive. And I think what I'm sensing from this conference, there's an opportunity cost to being too defensive. It came up yesterday. Someone was basically making the point, I'm hesitant to be too short if there's a really positive potential outcome that's on the horizon. So I need to make sure to kind of navigate that. So I think, going back to your question, Romaine, there's this delicate balance of what is the optimal trade-off between selectively taking risk, maintaining a diversified portfolio, and not being too defensive, because actually the lesson from 2024 is that there was an opportunity cost of being too defensive.
It's a full plate.
Yeah,
it's a full plate.
That's a great point, and that's a great place to end. Amanda, really great to catch up with you. Amanda Lynham, she's the head of macro credit research over at BlackRock. A lot more coming up here from the Milken stage, but let's go back to New York and Bonnie Quinn.
Well, Romaine, very fascinating final 10 minutes of the session. We were all focused on the Federal Reserve Chair and what he was saying about everything to do with the economy and the dual mandate and so on. But then we got a headline that the Trump administration, according to people familiar with the matter, is going to rescind global chip curbs amid AI restrictions. People familiar with the matter telling Bloomberg News that the repeal means the administration will not enforce the so-called AI diffusion rule when it takes effect May 15th. Now, how does that interact with China tariffs? We're going to have to wait and see, right? Because it obviously means that there will be less restriction, or at least different restriction, on chip exports. But is there still going to be a 140% tariff on Chinese goods coming in? And will China retaliate on US chips and so forth? Well, we don't know. What we do know so far is that we got more earnings, and that's earnings from ARM in particular. ARM was giving a very tepid outlook for fiscal Q1, falling well short of estimates, with a range of 30 to 38 cents for adjusted earnings per share when the estimate was 42 cents, and also saying that revenue would miss what Wall Street had been anticipating. Now, current quarter-wise, it did okay, but the shares dropped precipitously in the after-hours trade. If you look at Qualcomm and Nvidia, they're dropping, but not that much. And in the regular trade, Qualcomm and Nvidia, in fact, soared at the end of the session, up more than 3% apiece, which brought the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index to a gain of 1.8% on the session when it had spent most of the session in the red or barely in the green. So that's the story for tomorrow. We'll see how those chip makers react to both sets of news, the positive news out of the Trump administration and the Commerce Department, and the potentially negative news from the ARM earnings. That said, ARM didn't necessarily know that there was going to be this change when it comes to China in its earnings preparation, so we don't know how ARM will trade tomorrow. So I'll get it back to you now at the Milken Institute Global Conference and Beverly Hills, California. Romaine Bostic. Romaine.
Of course, today was Fed Day, and while Jay Powell isn't ready to cut rates because of those tariffs, other central banks are. Just last month, Kenya became the first central bank in Africa to ease monetary policy since Trump's April 2nd tariff day. East Africa's largest economy had been showing signs of recovery, but the trade war may be potentially threatening to restoke some of those deep structural and fiscal challenges. Pleased to say, joining us right now is Patrick Njoroge, who served 2 4-year terms as Kenya's central bank governor. Mr. Governor, great to have you.
Thank you.
We've been through a trade war before, back during the first Trump administration, and a lot of African nations had a chance to sort of recalibrate around that. When you look at the contours of the current trade war, emerging trade war, how are some of those nations prepared to deal with it this time around?
Thank you. So first thing is a lot of our African countries have been trading with the U.S. According to the AGOA, which is the Africa Growth and Opportunities Act, exporting into the U.S. At zero tariffs. So that, in effect, has ended in terms of the tariffs that have been imposed, or at least the intention is to impose tariffs minimum 10%. So the shock there is significant. And as happened before, there has been, you could say there have been other occasions, like for instance, when Ethiopia lost the AGOA opportunities, and they lost a lot of the companies that were actually producing garments and other services that were being exported to the U.S. So it is significant. However, what is different now is that there's more maneuvering with other nations. Mm-hmm. So there's more maneuvering with other African countries regionally, right. And already there's been a lot of discussions about the African Continental Free Trade Area, and also with other countries such as the EU, etc. So there's more maneuvering in that space.
I'm curious, do you think we'll see more intercontinental trade? Because that's been a big bugaboo. People look at Asia, and you talk about intercontinental trade there, that's something like 53%. In Africa, last time I checked, it's still below 20%.
It's 16%, the last number I saw. So it's still small, but the intention, of course, is to increase it. And I think this will provide some energy, some dynamism in that direction. So at the end of the day, the big issue will be to protect those industries, or protect the lives and livelihoods that will be damaged by the tariffs, even as the U.S. Confirms what is the level that will be imposed going forward.
Patrick, one of the things you said is more maneuvering within the African nations, which is something you and Romaine were just talking. You also said more maneuvering with the EU and et cetera. Does et cetera include China?
Yeah, the et cetera includes China. I mean, China, as you know, is the second largest economy at this moment, and also has already established some, let's say, initial links with the African countries.
Pretty substantial links, right?
Yeah, but I think beyond that, one should also see the emerging countries, such as the countries in the Middle East. So you have all those oil exporting countries. You have Turkey. So you have India. So I think all of them are coming to the fore in terms of discussion of opening the trades to them.
So is it a bad assumption or conclusion for global investors to say that if the U.S. is pulling back in terms of its involvement with Africa, that we should assume that China's going to pick it up, or are you saying it's going to be spread along a lot of different areas and regions?
I think there are two things. One is China, of course, at this moment is much more disposed to take on the gap that the U.S. will be pulling out from. But I think the point here is that, remember again, there are specific commodities that have been traded.
Right.
So it has to be done sort of commodity by commodity, and that's where the diplomacy also comes in, right? So Absolutely. It is very important to appreciate that. Finally, it's also important to note that there's the short term when nothing will happen, and the direction of trade, the shift in direction of trade will take some time. So the short term will necessarily be negative for Africa.
I think we have to leave it there. We love talking about it and just the relationship. And this is where something like the soft power that the U.S. has certainly done in Africa has been very important going forward. Yeah. We're going to leave it there. Of course, Patrick Njoroge, he's the former Central Bank of Kenya governor. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time here.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Really great.
All right, still ahead, folks. We've got lots more to come from Milken. Continuing I'm curious about what other people also had to say about the Fed decision. Christian Strack is PIMCO's president and global head of credit research. He's going to be along.
Yeah.
And then someone you know really well, Dino De Lorenzo.
Dino De Lorenzo helps her run Guggenheim Investments. She's going to talk about what they're advising their clients about. I know they have to be getting a lot of calls here as we keep a closer eye on public markets and the private. From the Milken stage here in Beverly Hills, California, you're watching Bloomberg.
In case you missed it, on the China Show,
President Trump has called Wednesday Liberation Day, and that seems like liberation from the rules-based order on trade.
We're seeing a lot of orders being canceled, particularly on product being sourced out of China. There's a threat to seeing a shortage of certain products because, look, China's our #1 supplier of footwear. When I got this job 15 years ago, it was 88% of our volume to the U.S. It's now 56% of our volume. But the fact of the matter is, most of that volume is for price-conscious consumers here in the States.
One of the things you see here when you talk to suppliers and buyers is that this essentially gives Asia and Africa to Chinese supply chains an influence, because now as American firms have to focus more on the home market, the companies and organizations with the money to invest in new areas, that will be mostly Chinese money.
Don't miss the China Show live every weekday.
I'm David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week. This week, the Fed decides, and economists Larry Summers and Ken Rogoff explain what they decided. Why cutting costs at the IRS will cost us all money. Why all those U.S. pharmaceutical companies are making their drugs in Ireland. And the political battle over the future of America's universities.
It's worked beautifully for America, and I would hate to see that get undone.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
How much does the geopolitical volatility emanating from the United States perhaps undermine the bull case for Mexico? Is that a scenario you've plotted out?
Structurally speaking, we do still have a very positive view in Mexico. On the macro side, it is a very attractive investment geography for the U.S. Mexico is hugely competitive in terms of costs. The wages in Mexico are much more competitive than the wages in China. So why would the U.S. companies not take advantage of that?
And this structural cost advantage is going to lead Mexico to continue to contribute to the growth of U.S. as well. The value chains, the supply chains are so integrated that Mexico has to play a continuing role in the further development of the U.S. And U.S. is growing very healthily, very nicely. It will benefit Mexico this way or that way. It will benefit Mexico.
Mexico for VVA is, a source of resiliency of earnings, and it generates and complements the diversification that we have from the footprint. But there's another topic that is very important, which sometimes we don't focus a lot about, and why we're so convinced that Mexico is going to continue to do well, which is the leverage in the country. Because the leverage in the country is only 33%. And when you've seen Mexico grow and BBVA grow in Mexico, structurally speaking, the leverage is so low that just a little bit of growth in the leverage is going to be able to support that bull case in Mexico. So that's why we're structurally positive in Mexico.
In case you missed it on the opening trade.
How big a headwind is that going to be to my performance over the next 6 months, next 12 months? That dollar story, that dollar factor, that FX overlay.
Yeah, I don't think you can overstate the importance of this dollar shift. As we start to see a convergence of relative economic and profit growth rates, you are starting to see some of that overvaluation unwind, and it's shifting portfolio flows as well.
Don't miss the opening trade live every weekday.
All right, welcome back to our live coverage here at the Milken Global Investment Conference. This is still the Beverly Hilton. You know that, right?
I know that. Do you know that?
I'm Romaine Bostic. That's Carol Master. Of course, we've been broadcasting here all week, the final day here. Yeah. And as the dust settles from, well, don't forget, we had a Fed meeting in Washington.
I know.
You had all the bankers here at Milken. They're finally starting to head home in a few minutes.
A lot of folks from the administration.
Absolutely. A lot of folks in the administration. And one person who is at the center of that, she's here right now to give us the big picture of the environment. And more importantly, some of the products that her investors are actually looking for right now in a time of tumult, if you will. Dina DiLorenzo is the president of Guggenheim Investments, $200 billion in total assets across fixed income, equity, and alt strategies. Great to see you, Dina.
Hey, Ramin. How are you?
I'm doing well. I mean, the question is, how are you? I mean, I assume your phone's been ringing off the hook the last few weeks.
I'm great, but I need to correct you on one thing.
Oh.
I have to take credit for the fact that we're not 200 billion in AUM. We're 350
oh my gosh.
in assets under supervision.
You have my soul. You have my deepest apologies. I made a mistake.
Never makes mistakes.
And Carol loves this because she loves to correct me on air. So thank you. All right, $300+ billion.
We want to take full credit for that.
How do you protect that $300 billion?
Maybe it went up just overnight. You had it right. It just boosted up.
Well, thank you for having me here.
Great
I know it's the Wednesday right after the conference, like last day of the conference. We're all a little raspy and winded. So I apologize if I refer to my notes today because it's been like meeting after meeting, which is fantastic because, you know, every year you come to Milken and you want to like meet with clients, prospects, colleagues, friends, the press. And this has been an extraordinary year, especially given the extent of the uncertainty, and people are just looking for clarity, conviction, and calmness from those who, you know, provide those services to them. So the secret is keep doing what we always do, remain disciplined to our investment process, and continue to educate the clients through our thought leadership and, you know, our commitment to them to help them work through their objectives, and if need be, refocus them into areas within their portfolio that give them that flexibility and while they balance their needs in the uncertain times.
So you're not really getting the sense that people are pulling back. It's more just maybe just looking for maybe a little bit more caution, a little bit more selectivity and things?
I think the durations have been extended, right? So we're relatively up for the year in flows. When January started, we really anticipated that when I was here at Milken, I'd be telling you that I was net positive significantly in inflows. But the good news is that we're not negative, right? So we are net positive, just not as much as we thought we'd be. But we do anticipate that by the end of the year, we're going to see some real increase to the action that clients are taking to put their money to work. I think right now, they're not pulling back, they're just being cautious, but they're being cautiously optimistic, which I think is really good.
Yeah, I feel like it's a term that we've heard a lot here at Milken, the cautious optimism. Dina, when it comes to private credit, right, we continue to see that market grow, we continue to see the number of participants in it grow. How do you guys differentiate yourself?
Okay, so the private credit word is, the private credit saying is really interesting. We've been doing it for over 2 decades. We believe our edge is that we are research-driven, due diligence-driven, quality over quantity. And one of the things that really genuinely concerns me about how there's been a huge growth in this space is for the new players that are entering it, I'm not sure they really understand the operational demands and the risk oversight that you need when you're actually providing those types of funds and those types of investments to clients. And I do think that it's like one thing that Guggenheim can differentiates itself in that space is that we do offer a deep bench, not just from the research and the investment side of it, but also from the administration, valuation, liquidity profile, reporting, and the education, right? So our thought leadership is award-winning, And one of the things we truly focus on is really educating the advisors that we service when they are contemplating investing in interval funds, BDCs, and really understanding the differences between them and what that really will mean to their clients' end goals.
Well, when it comes to private credit, in terms of making that differentiation, you mentioned like making sure that you have, the risks that are involved. What do you think? Because I feel like everybody has been all in on private credit for many years now as the industry has grown. What are the biggest risks that you kind of remind your team, like, this is what we've got to watch out for?
Issuer credit quality, right? Yeah. Or do they have their ability to meet their debt requirements and their covenants? Especially in these uncertain times, I think it's really important to focus on the credit quality. Anything like right now, clients really want higher yield, but they also want stability and flexibility. So I think it's tremendously important to make sure that the credit quality is there and understanding their liquidity needs, right? And when they need that liquidity. And I think that will really help you maintain and retain your client relationships if you're being very transparent about exactly what they're buying and when they're going to be able to take money off the table.
There's been a lot of talk at this conference, too, about sort of the democratization of access to private assets, alternative assets, if you will. A lot of partnership between some of the big institutional players as well as some of the alternative asset managers as well, in an effort to sort of, I guess, go a little bit further down the income spectrum in terms of attracting new clients. Is that going to sustain itself?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think that the mass affluent is educating themselves, especially with the application of AI now, which we're really proud of, how we're using AI in our working environment. I think that people have a tremendous opportunity now to get access to some really important information that allows them to invest their money more wisely, not just for their current situation, but for their generational planning and estate planning as well. And these are types of investments that do have long duration with high yields and income benefits if you're investing and allocating in the right way, and diversified. And when I say diversified, it's not just diversifying with the types of issuers, but also the types of products, right? Because they all have different liquidity requirements.
All right, gonna leave it there. Listen, thank you so much. Always finding time for us.
Oh God, I want to spend more time with the two of you.
She didn't even need her notes. Why did you bring notes?
Because you guys just make me feel so comfortable. It's great.
I had notes too, so don't feel bad.
So good to see you, and I hope to see you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I always love talking to somebody who manages more than $300 billion. Overseas a team. Yes. Yeah, I misspoke again. Let me just shut up now.
All right. Enjoy the rest of your week.
Thank you.
It's finally sunny in LA.
Finally, Dina DiLorenzo, president of Guggenheim Investments.
All right, let's go to Bonnie in New York. Bonnie.
Romaine, thank you so much. A fascinating end to the session. We had ARM earnings out post-market. Those shares down more than 8%, and it had been flat on the year up to now. The outlook for fiscal Q1, less than tepid. It sees a bottom line range of between 30 and 38 cents a share. The estimate was for 42 cents. Now, commentary-wise, the CEO, Rene Haas, who, by the way, will be on Bloomberg TV tomorrow, says the business is unbelievably strong and that ARM is in the process of closing new licensing deals. And he wanted to make sure they're signed before adding revenue to its outlook. So make of that what you will, but certainly in the post-market, those shares are being sold off. But I want to show you the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index more broadly, and specifically NVIDIA and Qualcomm, because at the end of the session, we saw those two stocks and really all of the components of the stocks surging. Now, slightly different story after the close, but Qualcomm ended the session up 3.2%, NVIDIA ended the session up 3.1%, and that's because we got word from people familiar with the matter that the president is going to rescind global chip curbs amid AI restrictions. Now, we know that there had been a lot of trepidation about what would happen to those businesses if those Biden-era AI rules went into effect as they were written. Well, it looks like now President Trump is going to do something a little bit differently, that there will be maybe a simpler rule that what the Commerce Department says unleashes American innovation and ensures American AI dominance will be what's in place. And that certainly helped those stocks at the end of a very quiet session up until then. It was really all about the FOMC until the last few minutes. Back to Milken and Romaine Bostick. Romaine.
And to a certain extent, it is still about the FOMC, but of course,
right now, there's nothing actually happening. And while some pockets of the financial markets are lamenting this sort of stasis on interest rates, that tightish monetary policy has actually been a benefit to some private debt deals, and what often, or at least sometimes, are double-digit returns. That's enticed more investors back into funds that finance assets from real estate to consumer loans to small businesses, you name it.
There's always opportunity.
Absolutely, and PIMCO has a major focus on asset-based finance right now, taking advantage of that opportunity, and its global head of credit research, Christian Straka, joins us right now here on the Milken stage. Great to see you, Christian.
Thank you.
Talk a little bit about the expansion of asset-based finance, because when I hear about it, I can't help but think, didn't that already exist? Is this an evolution? Is this something new? Explain it to me.
Well, it is an evolution. Yeah. I mean, it has existed, but mostly it existed where banks would make loans and then securitize them into asset-backed securities. So yes, that has existed for 40 years. What we're seeing more and more, but in that old version, banks would retain real skin in the game, and they would retain a lot of loss exposure when they would retain that part of the securitization. Now, though, banks are going to a model where it's much different, where they're actually selling loans to asset managers like PIMCO and others outright. So they're not securitizing; they're selling the loans outright. There still is some alignment with the asset manager, and that's really the new thing that has happened. That's in the last couple of years, ever since the failures of the regional banks, the Silicon Valley Bank, First Republic Bank, and also Credit Suisse in Europe. You're seeing more and more banks moving to this model of what they're calling velocity of the balance sheet, of turning over the balance sheet, still keeping the customer, still keeping the borrower, and making the loan, but then selling it to an asset manager. Then asset managers take those loans, and then we, PIMCO, we securitize them. And so that way, all of the risk is moved into a much better way of holding the risk, which is not. And the problem with the banks was bank liability deposits.
But I am curious, how do you evaluate that risk in the here and now when there's still just so much uncertainty, if you will, around economic conditions and whether those assets will be able to weather those conditions?
Right, exactly. You have to have pretty deep infrastructure for analyzing the risk that you're taking, because not every loan is made the same. And you have to do stress tests on these loans. And right now, we are stress testing for a recession. It is not PIMCO's call that there will be a recession, but we're not going to buy loans that aren't going to be able to survive through a recession. So that would be residential mortgages. Is a pool of residential mortgages going to continue to perform if there's a recession? Consumer loans, equipment loans, aviation finance, things like that. We are stressing for a recession, not our call, but we need to be resilient in the assets that we're buying.
So super picky, it sounds like. So if there's a bundling of them, I mean, everything's on the same grade, in other words, right? We're not getting a mixture in terms of risk valuation.
Well, there are mixes, but PIMCO is really avoiding subprime. And, you know, there's a business to be done in subprime, but it's been our style to be more up in quality. And there's more and more supply of those more higher quality loans coming out of banks. And for us, it's a better risk-adjusted return over the longer term because you don't have those drawdowns and those losses when recessions come.
How quickly are banks moving them off their balance sheets? I'm just curious, like what you are in that process.
Well, if you look at in the years prior to the failure of Silicon Valley and First Republic in 2023, bank loan growth was high single digit every year. In 2023, it was 2 or 3%. In 2024, it was 2 or 3%. This year, year to date is about 3%. So the loan growth has dropped considerably, and that's because banks they're still making them, but they are selling them off to asset managers. So this is very significant. It's in the hundreds of billions now. It's not in the trillions yet, but it will get there, and it's spreading. That's the other thing. We're seeing more and more of it in the UK now. We're starting to see it on the continent as well, because what European banks are realizing is that U.S. bank equity multiples are doing better as they're doing this velocity of the balance sheet. It's good for the bank itself, and so Europeans are seeing that and are taking that opportunity as well. Yeah.
Christian, I do have to get your thoughts about the Fed meeting today. Obviously, rates stayed the same as was expected.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of questions right now about where rates might go later this year. And I'm wondering, do you have any visibility into that? I mean, I know that ultimately becomes an economic call as well.
Yeah.
But as you're sort of modeling things out, are you modeling for higher interest rates or maybe just where they are now?
We are modeling for higher interest rates than we would have expected 6 months ago. We are not modeling for, we're not using as a base case higher interest rates that the Fed would hike interest rates. That is a tail scenario that we do include in our stress scenarios. So we do model that, but it's not the base case. Whereas the recession is, as I say, it's not a base case, but you have to be able to survive through that. Now, the visibility is really, and Rich Clare, our colleague, has spoken a lot about this, is that the base case should be that the tariffs should be a one-off impact on price level, and as long as monetary policy and fiscal policy don't accommodate that, then inflation should get under control over the course of next year. But we do expect that the Fed will be more or less in a wait-and-see mode, and they need to see how this goes and whether that will be the case.
Christian, though, in terms of tariffs, I understand the concept of a one-off, but if that one-off is pretty onerous in terms of what the deal is, that kind of changes the picture.
There's no question that it will have secondary effects. Okay. There will be second-round effects. The question is, will there be third and fourth-round effects? And there it would be, how does the Fed respond to that? And the reality is the Fed will keep rates higher than they would otherwise given a softer economy.
All right, we got to leave it there. Never enough time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So appreciate it. Christian Strach, he's PIMCO's President and Global Head of Credit Research, joining Romain and me here at Milken. Let's head back to our New York headquarters and to Bonnie Quinn with a quick check of aftermarket action. Hey, Bonnie.
Hey, Carol. Yeah, ARM, a big one, and it's going to be a big mover tomorrow. By the way, Rene Haas, the CEO, will be on Bloomberg Television in the 12 o'clock hour. ARM is dropping like a stone, down 9%. Now, Rene Haas gave a good outlook. He said that they're in the process of closing new licensing deals and wanted to make sure they're signed before adding revenue to its outlook. But its outlook was pretty bleak. As you can see, that was the intraday chart, dropping 9% post-close on that one. The outlook was for 30 to 38 cents bottom line. The estimate was 42 cents, so you can see what a difference that made. Now, if we look at the chip stocks more broadly in the session, they were plodding along, not doing much of anything really while we were listening to Fed Chair Jay Powell and so on. Then, towards the end of the session, Bloomberg News learned that President Trump is going to rescind global chip curbs, and that sent those two stocks, among many others in the stocks, higher. Back to you guys at Milken.
All right. All right, Bonnie, thank you so much. Well, real estate, always a big topic here at Milken. One company that has an expansive vantage point of both the debt and equity sides of the global real estate market is Hines. It is one of the largest privately held real estate investors and managers in the world. More than $90 billion in assets under management, 30 countries, and I gotta say, it invests in all major property types. With more and where the company is finding opportunities in today's environment is David Steinbach. He's managing partner and global chief investment officer at Hines. I set you up. I know real estate, it's local, there's different asset classes, there's geography. Is there a big kind of narrative, though, around the picture right now?
Well, look, I mean, I think it's really important to understand that the public markets and private markets are in a very different place. And, the public markets are having their own cycle, which we're dealing with right now with the tariffs and a lot of questions. The private markets, meanwhile, especially real estate, have been really bottoming out this last, few quarters last year on the back of 500 basis points of interest rate increases. And so that really has caused the industry to reset. So it's in a much different place. The big picture, though, when you look forward and look at what looks like is going to be a bit more of a lower growth, higher rates environment, maybe even stagflation environment, the thing that's most on my mind is the lack of new development that's occurring. And I think that's something the market's not really paying attention to, and it's going to have consequences down the road.
We talked about this on the panel in terms of tariffs and trade disruptions, that when you're going to build a project, right, you've got to have a big development, you've got to have everything in place, otherwise you're going to be held up. You're thinking about that before committing maybe to new business.
It's that, but it's also more fundamentally the math, right? Okay. So whenever you do a new development, it needs to financially make sense, right? And we look for between 150 and 200 basis points of spread off of, you call it an acquisition. And with the increase of interest rates,
So buying versus building.
right, exactly. And this is definitely more of a buy moment. And I think investors, if they are taking action now and buying now, it's a decision they won't regret, as the pipeline of your development is so small going forward.
But geographically speaking, and particularly, I think about, I was just in Washington, D.C. I was talking with some real estate developers there. There's a lot of concerns about economic conditions there and whether that is right for that long-term investment. And then, I go down to Texas and I was in Houston and, everything's just booming and, people can't build things fast enough. So where are those geographic discrepancies?
Yeah. So the first thing on global lens, I mean, certainly the sentiment in Europe, in our view, has changed quite a bit in the last few months. The environment since January, and I was in Davos, and the environment there was much more optimistic in the United States and pessimistic on Europe. That dynamic has really flipped. And I felt that here the last 2 days at Milken.
Yeah.
I think the environment in Europe is actually seeing a lot more spending coming down the line. I think what's happening and the geopolitics has brought Europe a bit more together. And I think the spending is something that means that there's going to be a lot of investment opportunity. In the United States, obviously it depends on where, right? The different geographies are going to be impacted in different ways. The Port of LA is going to have, a certain impact given what's happening in shipping. But meanwhile, there's going to be new corridors of demand that get created. There's a lot of more in the center of the country ports and other areas where it'll pick up new trade corridors that are going to get reemerge on the other side of this.
And you think that these will be long-lasting structural changes? These aren't going to be sort of Band-Aid stopgap solutions that might snap back once potentially we get more stability on trade?
I think what's happened right now is something that is going to change forever the market. I think this is one of these structural changes that have occurred. And I think, once you squeeze all the toothpaste out of the tube, it's really hard to put it all back. Yeah. And so I think we're in a world of higher friction costs for global trade. I think that's an opportunity. I think the market will figure out the ways to make money and how to attack that.
Yeah.
But without question, I think we're in a different operating environment.
He's really good. You should do a panel with him.
I've done many. I've done several panels. Middle East. I mean, Disney. Oprah said big news today. Like, I'm going to do a theme park over in the Middle East. I'm just curious, what is going on there?
Yeah, I think the Middle East, and certainly we work all around the world, and I think the Middle East is actually going to be one of the areas that see benefit from what's happening as trade routes get rerouted. I think the Middle East is going to be a beneficiary of that, and that's certainly what we're feeling on the ground.
I want to go to something on the panel too, and I don't know whether there's Barry Sternlicht who was on the panel too, as you know, rather entertainment, but talked about the West Coast ports, like that maybe we're not realizing the impact that ultimately longer term they're not going to be as important going forward. You agree?
I do think there is going to be some rebalancing. I think that certainly it's going to have a down cycle. I think, look, I mean, we're a very creative economy, creative country. The Los Angeles is a very creative place. I mean, they'll figure a way out. So I don't think we should see this in just a negative light. I think certainly there's going to be near-term hits, and we should be honest and very eyes wide open into that. But longer term, these things will figure themselves out. But near term, I do think there will be new opportunities in new parts of the country that will pick up some of the slack and see new trading partners as an opportunity as well outside of China.
And you think that will be a net benefit, particularly for your business and for your peers as well?
I think, look, I mean, what's happening right now is we're unable to build as much as I think the market needs. The U.S. is 2 million houses short. I mean, I can go through the list of things that we need that we're not able to build because the math is not working right now. It does mean that if you have a project where the math is working, I think that is a fantastic opportunity. It does mean that you should be buying real estate into this cycle because, again, you're going to own something that'll be more valuable. Yeah. And it does mean that in a world of a bit higher inflation and this kind of new deglobalized world, real assets is set to perform very well.
They are, but if you're starting a new project, say today, how do you factor in the financing, the relatively higher financing cost to start that now without knowing exactly where we're even going to go just even a year from now?
Right. Yeah. So there's several elements to that. I mean, just at the big picture, obviously the math, you have a capital stack that has equity and debt, and we need debt just to be stabilized. I don't need it to come down significantly or up, but then you need the rents to justify the new development, and that's kind of this piece of the market that we're in this liminal space of, where we're not quite seeing that yet, but it's going to come given what's happening.
All right, I'm going to make you go there. Like, do you have a favorite real estate investment bet right now in this environment? Go anywhere in the world, go to any type of asset class, within real estate.
Look, living is my my number one conviction right now.
Residential, you mean?
Yeah, residential. But you have to think about it.
In the U.S., elsewhere?
Well, all over the world. Okay. I am long in the U.S. And again, the U.S. is 2 million houses short. And so I think that asset class performs really well in higher inflation environments. It's usually first in, first out, given you've got 1-year leases that mark to market constantly. And so it's a great way to play the market. I also think in moments of uncertainty, which is kind of what the consumer's facing right now, they do tilt towards renting instead of buying. And so I think that is going to increase some demand here in the near term as some increased concerns on the economy near term.
This is why we want to talk to him.
David's great.
Great.
David Steinbach is the CIO at Heinz.
All right, David, thank you so much. All right, we're going to get ready to wrap up our coverage here at Milken. Let's take a look back at some of Bloomberg's most noteworthy interviews. Wow. We did a lot. Everybody did. Team effort. Take a listen. Maybe.
No.
It's very hard for the Fed right now because of this disconnect between hard data and soft data.
I think that volatility is going to be here for some time. It's whether the volatility is accompanied by whiplash behavior. And that's what the markets are looking for.
I see us moving from what was hyper-exceptionalism to merely exceptional, because I don't think there are good alternatives to the U.S. today, but that can change over time.
He, I think, did the right thing in pausing tariffs, reciprocal tariffs for 90 days. And I think the next step probably should be, I call it a 180-day pause, take down the China tariffs.
There's a reasonable case to be made that we have a probability of a recession slightly above 50%.
And that was just a sum of the big names that we had across the Milken stage over the last 3 days. I mean, I've lost count, like probably 100 people walked across this stage, and you saw Manny Roman there. One of my favorites, who actually didn't make it in there, that actually really surprised me, was we had that great conversation with the CEO of Bombardier, Eric Martel. And of course, he is, of course, in the crosshairs, a Canadian company, but as he pointed out, so much of their manufacturing is actually here in the United States. And then, of course, most of their customers are global, so he's really at the center of everything.
Understands that North American supply chain. I think he said something like 4,000 or 5,000 suppliers, but about half of them are here in the United States. So he is like a true life lesson in terms of managing supply chains here in the United States. I have to say, I think one of the big things was we kept hearing tariffs and trade over and over again. And I think what comes out of the White House and the administration is really, really key.
But one thing I think is different, and well, two things that were different about this year versus the last couple of years. A, the number of White House officials who were here. I mean, I lost count. I mean, it was literally dozens. I mean, obviously you had high-level folks like Scott Bessent, Brendan Carr, chairman of FTC, the acting chairman of the CFTC, but a lot of other kind of second-tier folks, and they were really banging that drum. Tax cuts are coming, deregulation is coming. Will the market actually buy it?
They were on the ground here, I think, also to get out a message, no doubt about it.
And it was a very unified message as well.
Absolutely.
And you know what, Carol?
We're done.
We were pretty unified as well. It was great working with you. I'll see you in 12 months, Carol, live from the Beverly Hilton in Los Angeles, California. This is Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
Up-to-the-minute news, technology news, geopolitical news,
economic news,
financial news.
Bringing you the latest news in private markets
whenever,
and wherever.
Wherever it happens. In Washington, Beijing,
Cape Town, South Africa,
Las Vegas,
Davos, Switzerland,
Rio de Janeiro, Brazil,
the south of France, and this
is Bloomberg.
Incidence of cancer, which is to say people getting it, is higher than it was 20 or 30 or 40 years ago. Is that because detection is better than it used to be?
All right, so the dirty secret is we have no idea. We don't collect data well in the United States. What we do know is that there's not a dramatic rise in cancer in the United States, but what we are seeing is a troubling trend is younger people are getting more cancers. That's real. We have no idea why. But we are seeing younger people, more colon cancer, more breast cancer, and other cancers in younger individuals, 20, 30, 40-year-olds, that we never used to see.
What do you think could possibly be the cause? I assume pollution or the environment in some ways?
We assume it's either something in the environment, we assume it's diet, it's ultra-processed foods, it's microplastics, it's changes in the microbiome. We really don't know.
Asia is a continent of contrasts. The region is a nexus of rich cultural traditions and a vibrant hub of trailblazing innovation and modernity. How will it push the limits of technology even further?
Going to space should become as easy as, taking a flight.
If NASA is designing a lander, their approach is they're designing a Formula One car. So we take, say, a Jeep approach.
Minso, give us a sense of how you translate Korean architecture for the rest of the world.
We call this madang. In general terms, it's where we can be ourselves, where we belong.
There is an old saying in Korea that says, "거미 불루, 화이 불치." It means simple but not humble. So it has a tremendous impact on Korean architecture.
People tend to think the robot AI taking the job from them. We want to use the robot as a basic asset, meaning people have an income through the robot.
From space tech in India to robotics in Japan, Asia is driving the future, reshaping industries, societies, and the way we live. Join me as I take you through the bold innovations. Discover Asia's next-gen technologies on Momentum.
In case you missed it, on The Pulse.
I see more and more European suppliers that are becoming aware of the need to increase the pace and to offer something unique. So if, let's say, 2-3 quarters ago, I was them more in a wait and see, now I see more reactive. We have some Chinese suppliers.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Michael Shepard, I'm Kaylee Lyons.
Tonight, Jerome Powell and the Fed hold steady amid the uncertainty over tariffs.
If the large increases in tariffs that have been announced are sustained, they're likely to generate a rise in inflation, a slowdown in economic growth, and an increase in unemployment.
The decision from the Fed this afternoon, after it was widely expected to hold interest rates steady amid a weakening economic outlook. Jerome Powell's rationale, despite the president's comments against him, and more coming up.
Plus, the president takes a hard line, saying he won't lower China tariffs in a bid to jumpstart talks with Beijing. The news coming as he swore in the newest ambassador to China on the eve of talks between Xi's government and Trump administration officials, including Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. What, if any, progress can be made on the trade front?
On Capitol Hill, it's that big, beautiful bill or bust. The mad dash by congressional Republicans to pass Donald Trump's desired tax cuts while finding billions of dollars to save from government spending. And why members of the Republican Party remain at odds and what's being done to reconcile them when Chair of House Republican Conference Lisa McClain joins us later.
And the threat of escalation between two nuclear powers, the dangerous back and forth between India and Pakistan following an April attack that left 26 dead in Kashmir, India's retaliation, and Pakistan's threat to respond. We'll have the developments, context, and analysis up ahead. But we begin on this Wednesday with today's Fed rate decision. And joining us now with more is Bloomberg's Michael McKee here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. So, Mike, the Fed essentially, once again, was hinting towards stagflation, warning about risks to inflation, but also risks to employment. It's both sides of the dual mandate. And did we get a clear answer from the chairman as to which side they're going to be first to respond to?
We got a clear answer, but it wasn't to which side. He referred back to the Fed's statement of its monetary policy guidelines, which say they will always look at which part of the mandate is farthest away from where it should be and work on that first. The question then became, which one do you think is going to be farthest away? And he wouldn't say because they really don't know. I do think that it was a very surprising afternoon in that we didn't get a Trump tweet on the fact that the Fed stayed in one place and said that the danger of inflation and unemployment is rising, which made Trump mad when Powell said that in Chicago a couple weeks ago.
Well, Mike, the day is young for a Truth Social post, as we all well know. But we also did hear the Fed chair address that question. He said he didn't think the Fed needed to be in a hurry when it comes to making a move either way on interest rate policy. But there is someone, of course, at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue who really does want to be in a hurry. Tell us about that.
Well, he can't, the president can't do anything about it. He can't force the Fed to cut interest rates. But any president wants lower interest rates. Donald Trump is just much more vocal about that and kind of crosses the line on a regular basis. But the Fed's view is the economy is still growing pretty well. The contraction in the first quarter GDP was a kind of a technical issue that you look beyond. Inflation has been coming down, and we're still seeing unemployment at a low level. So why move interest rates if you don't know which way you're going to have to go? Better to be behind than to be too early the wrong direction.
Bloomberg's Mike McKee, thank you. Today at the White House, President Donald Trump was asked whether he would pull back any of the China tariffs ahead of this weekend's trade talks in Geneva. Let's take a listen.
China says in order to have substantive negotiations, you have to bring down your 145% tariffs. Are you open to pulling back your tariffs in order to get China to the negotiating table?
No.
Joining us now with the latest from the White House is Bloomberg's Jordan Fabian. Jordan, we've heard a lot from the president about China and tariffs over the past month or so. But what does this set Jameson Greer and Scott Bessent set them up for as they head to Switzerland for talks with the Chinese counterparties? Does this put them in a better negotiating position or perhaps a worse one?
Well, it certainly shows how wide the gulf is between the U.S. and China. And I think in Trump's mind, this is an effort to gain leverage on China by saying, you know, we can wait it out. We're going to take a hard line. But if you look across the table, what China is doing, you know, Xi called up some assistance for his economy, and they're also buckling up for the long game, too. And they clearly want the U.S. to blink first. They want these tariffs to come down as a sign of goodwill. And so if they're not going to get that, this weekend meeting could amount to very little.
Does it matter who asked for the meeting? Because China suggests it's the U.S. who has initiated this, and President Trump said China should check its notes on that.
That's right. And if you look back at a statement last week, that's what China was saying. And this is important, you know, not in the grand scheme of things, but in Donald Trump's mind it is. You know, all of these issues, when it boils down to it, are interpersonal for Donald Trump. He wants to be seen as a decision maker. People have to come to him with concessions. He doesn't want to be seen as having to grovel to China to bring this tariff war to an end. And so to the extent that he can project that image, he wants to do so, even if it doesn't necessarily match reality.
All right, Bloomberg's Jordan Fabian covering the White House for us. Thank you so much. Now, we're also learning this afternoon that the Trump administration is planning to rescind Biden-era AI chip curbs as part of a broader effort to revise semiconductor trade restrictions that have drawn strong opposition from major tech companies and foreign governments. And this is all according to people familiar with the matter. And Michael Shepard himself is very familiar with this reporting. He actually was just publishing it to the terminal just over an hour ago, and it moved the markets, whether you look at NVIDIA or the Philadelphia Semiconductors Index. Mike, what exactly do we need to know here? Is this giving NVIDIA exactly what it wants?
Well, this is giving NVIDIA what it wants, but it's giving foreign governments like the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia what they want to. A number of countries had felt left short by these curbs because they were having to meet stricter security requirements to be able to gain access to chips needed for artificial intelligence. And a number of these countries, including Saudi Arabia and the UAE, have big ambitions for artificial intelligence on their own, and they need access to all this computing power. So this is a big step in that direction, but they will be pushing for individual negotiations with these countries as opposed to large bands of three tiers, as it were, of countries gaining access to chips.
And probably no coincidence that we're getting this news or this reporting right on the eve of President Trump heading to the Middle East to visit some of these very same countries.
Well, that's right. And that's something that the president would like to negotiate while he's there. He doesn't want to hand deliver them a finished product. It is something that he would be able to use as leverage leverage in discussions with officials from Saudi Arabia and the UAE while he's there. But it is a win for them. It's a win for NVIDIA, which has pressed for a total repeal of these chips curves. It's known as the AI diffusion rule, and it really has caused a lot of consternation in the industry because they see it as something that will have the perverse effect of throwing countries and their companies into China's arms, seeking access to advanced AI technology.
All right. Well, it was a great report from Bloomberg, and we have much more still to discuss here on Balance of Power. As the president is also using his toughest language thus far on Iran. We'll cover what he said up ahead. But first, the new reporting that says a smaller than promised tax cut could be the solution to the budget impasse on Capitol Hill. We'll discuss the likelihood of all these tax cuts coming to fruition with Republican Congresswoman and Republican Conference Chair Lisa McClain of Michigan next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
We know that they want to slash Medicaid, not because of waste, but for one reason, and that is to give tax breaks to the wealthiest people in this country. They use excuses because they just want to slash the budget. And they don't come up with anything specific, nor do they come up with specific solutions how to end waste. But there are obviously places that can be cut throughout the budget. But you've got to be careful. You've got to use a scalpel, not a chainsaw.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer yesterday here on Balance of Power on potential cuts to Medicaid, a major sticking point in Republicans' budget reconciliation effort currently underway on Capitol Hill. And that's where we go now. Republican Congresswoman Lisa McClain of Michigan, chair of the House Republican Conference, is joining us live from the Hill here on Bloomberg TV and Radio. Congresswoman, thank you for being here on Balance of Power. As we consider the Medicaid conversation, we've heard a lot in the last few days of what cuts are and are not on the table. We've also gotten some fresh analysis in a new report from the Congressional Budget Office that, for example, even just capping federal spending in states that have expanded Medicaid would lead to more than 3 million people being booted off their coverage. What exactly is up for consideration? How many millions of people might be at risk of losing Medicaid?
Well, one, our goal is not to slash Medicaid. So I think we need to get the premise right. Look, we want to first start and make sure that Medicaid will actually be there and work for the people who need it most. So where we're going to start, and this isn't a secret, is the waste, the fraud, the abuse, getting the illegals off of Medicaid. Republicans have no desire to slash Medicaid, but at the end of the day, we do have to look at, are the Medicaid dollars going to the people who actually need it most, are most vulnerable? And that's what we're in committees doing right now. And that's why you see, we were supposed to have the markup this week, but it actually got pushed to next week to make sure that we get this right. Yes, we want to do it quickly, but we got to get it right. Getting it right is way more important than doing it quickly.
Congresswoman, do you see work requirements for Medicaid as being a possible bridge between the desire to preserve benefits and the calls to find some cuts across the budget that we're seeing?
Yes, that is definitely on the table. We want to make sure that we give able-bodied individuals the opportunity to go to work and to have a good opportunity in life. So absolutely, work requirements are on the table. And we need to put those work requirements on the table because we need to make sure that we take care of the people who need Medicaid most. And I know I keep saying that, but if we don't do that, we're going to be in a real world of hurt because we can't outspend ourselves on this problem.
Well, we were hearing about Congress's spending from the Fed chairman, Jerome Powell, in his news conference earlier today, Congressman. He didn't want to weigh in on the fiscal situation, but he did, of course, have to field many questions about the current economic outlook, especially under the consideration of tariffs. You sit on the Financial Services Committee, and I wonder if you agree with the Fed's view that it has the room to wait and see here, that they do stand pat on rates for now, even though President Trump has suggested a rate cut is necessary immediately.
Yeah, listen, we've had good economic signs since President Trump has taken office. Look at the trillions of dollars of investments that are coming to us. And I would remind everyone that inflation right now is under 3%, and unemployment is under 5%. Those are decent, respectable numbers. We're not talking about the Joe Biden era inflation where it's, up over 9%. So everything is a little bit stable, more stable right now. Is there uncertainty because of the tariffs? Absolutely. Let's be honest about that. But President Trump continues to make more and more deals to balance the trade and get more investment and more jobs back to America. That's what he ran on, and that's exactly what he's doing. So I am actually optimistic about the tariffs and the trade and the economy right now.
But Congresswoman, we have seen some concerns expressed about the impact of those tariffs. And from your district, looking across the St. Clair River, you can see right into Canada. What has been the impact locally of the tariffs, especially on autos and auto parts? And what are you hearing from your constituents?
Yeah, what I'm hearing from my constituents is probably a little bit different than the liberal media has been talking about. My constituents, heavily manufacturing, heavily auto, they view these tariffs as a positive thing. They view the tariffs through the lens of job creation. So they are excited that they believe that President Trump will bring more manufacturing jobs back to our state. Because right now, Michigan ranks number 3 behind California and New York in manufacturing jobs lost to our state. That's why we lost a seat in Congress. We've had so many jobs leave our state that actually my constituents are excited because they think President Trump is actually going to bring jobs back to our state.
Do they feel, though, that their wages are going to keep pace with any cost increases we may see as a result of tariffs, or are they counting on the tax policy that your chamber is currently working on, Congresswoman? Because if it's just an extension of tax cuts that are already in existence, that isn't necessarily going to translate into more money in any Michigander's wallet.
You're right, but we have to get this reconciliation package done, because if we don't, and whoever votes against the reconciliation package will vote for the biggest tax increase that the American people have seen in a long, long time. So one, we have to get that done. They are confident that their wages will increase, right? And there'll be more jobs, which is also a very positive thing, especially to people in my district who experienced a lot of layoffs under the last administration.
Congresswoman, we'd be remiss if we didn't look ahead to 2026 in the Senate. Do you have any designs on running for the Senate seat? Mike Rogers, your former colleague, has announced his intention to give it another shot. How about you?
I am happy being where I'm at in the House. I mean, I am the number 4 person in the House of Representatives, the highest ranking woman in leadership, and I love what I do, so I'm happy right where I'm at.
And Congresswoman, would you endorse Mike Rogers then, if you're not going to jump in yourself?
I'm going to let the field play out a little bit and see who everybody gets that gets in. So right now I'm kind of staying out, but I'm keeping my options open.
Republican Congresswoman Lisa McClain of Michigan, thank you so much. Coming up, a look at the economic implications of today's Fed rate decision with Danielle DiMartino Booth of QI Research. Next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
How does President Trump calling on you personally, as well as the Federal Reserve, to make rate cuts affect your decision today and affect your job difficulty?
Doesn't affect doing our job at all. So we're always going to do the same thing, which is we're going to use our tools to foster maximum employment and price stability for the benefit of the American people. We're always going to consider only the economic data, the outlook, the balance of risks.
That was Fed Chair Jerome Powell this afternoon after holding interest rates steady amid ongoing pressure from the Trump administration. Joining us now on Bloomberg TV and radio with her analysis of how today's decision reflects the economy as a whole is Danielle DiMartino Booth, the CEO and chief strategist at QI Research. Danielle, thank you for joining us. What do we make of Jerome Powell's trying to say that the Trump pressure is not having any effect whatsoever? Does it have any kind of bearing on how the Fed maneuvers? And does it create a risk, say, in June or July, if the Fed does ultimately raise rates, that they somehow had to respond to the political pressure?
So I really don't think that there's a lot of political pressure in the current environment that should be a distraction for the Fed, given the great preponderance of data that suggests otherwise, not politically at all, that we're long overdue for a rate cut right now. I mean, it is in the data that they actually produce as an institution that they follow very closely, the Beige Book, which precedes every FOMC meeting, that in its latest iteration, Bloomberg Intelligence does a great job of using natural process learning to kind of gauge the dovishness or the hawkishness and the degree of health in the economy or lack thereof. And right now, the Beige Book is flashing very recessionary levels.
Well, does that need to actually translate, though, Danielle, into the unemployment rate? Or do we need to see tariffs working their way into actual CPI or PCE deflator prints? What actually gets them to move off the block?
You know, that's a very good question. When he was at the podium today, Chair Powell referenced back to the year 2019, one in which the Fed was able to be preemptive in terms of easing in response to the major slowdown that we saw in global trade. And he mentioned that the inflation rate at the time was low enough that the Fed was able to be more flexible in being preemptive with rate cuts. But the fact is, in 2018, when President Trump first tweeted out that there was going to be a trade war with China, the inflation rate that he cited today as being 1.6% in 2019 was appreciably higher. And I think that they need to be going off of the experience that they have actually had, including Chair Powell himself, with Trump trade war 1.0, if you will.
Danielle, put another way, which will come first? Will it be inflationary pressures that we see, or will it be increasing losses in the job market? And then how does the Fed respond? You're clearly in the camp of addressing the unemployment side of the question, but what do you think you will see first?
Well, inflation is an even more lagging economic indicator than unemployment is. And what we know, using the BCY Go function, that's a bankruptcy function on the Bloomberg terminal, is that for the entire month of April, there were 7 large bankruptcies clocked for that entire month. And we're 7 days into May, and we've already seen 6 just in the last few days, with Weight Watchers being the most recent one. But again, the entire month of April's distress has manifested just here in the first few days of May. Of course, bankruptcies are followed by layoffs, and that tells you, in addition to the rapid pace of increase in layoffs announced by Challenger Gray and Christmas, that with big bankruptcies right behind it, that we're going to see the unemployment rate rise before we see that further lagged effect come through in the inflation metrics. The good news is Chair Powell today said that they could act quickly if need be.
Well, but we know monetary policy does operate with a lag as well, Danielle. And is there a chance that even just the rate mechanism manipulating interest rates isn't enough to avert a recession or to stall any rise in the unemployment rate, that it might not work this way this time around?
So, Kayleigh, to your point, I think that right now we are kind of playing with fire. The central bank is playing with fire. Last July, for example, the Fed did not lower interest rates, but because the Beige Book was so dire in between prior to the September meeting, they ended up deploying a larger than expected 0.5 percentage point interest rate cut. Today, with a more dire, again, read from the Beige Book, they chose to do nothing. I was quite surprised by that because, again, this is some of the data which Chair Powell said back last September. That's some of the data that they follow the most closely because it spans the entirety of the 12 Federal Reserve districts.
Right. All right, Danielle, great to have you on the program. Danielle DiMartino Booth, CEO and Chief Strategist of QI Research, joining us on this Fed Day. Thank you so much. Coming up, Pakistan says it reserves the right to retaliate after India launched targeted strikes, signaling the potential for further escalation between the nuclear-armed rivals and the president's new threats against Iran as well. We'll discuss it all with Natasha Hall of CSIS next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
position is I get along with both. I know both very well, and I want to see them work it out. I want to see them stop. And hopefully they can stop now. They've gone tit for tat, so hopefully they can stop now. But I know both. We get along with both countries very well, good relationships with both, and I want to see it stop. And if I can do anything to help, I will be there.
President Trump earlier today discussing the escalating conflict between India and Pakistan, with Pakistan now signaling potential retaliation is coming after Indian strikes against multiple targets overnight that were conducted in response to last month's deadly attacks in Kashmir. And joining us now with the latest here on Bloomberg TV and radio is Bloomberg's Eric Martin. So, Eric, obviously we're talking about two countries that do have nuclear arms here. How great is the potential for further escalation, and what is the U.S.'s role in averting it?
Well, Kaylee, absolutely this is an area of concern. This is a conflict over Kashmir that we've seen play out over almost 8 decades now. As the president just said, these are two countries that have been fighting for a long time. As you mentioned, two nuclear powers. And so this attack in Kashmir that left a couple of dozen civilians killed last month, that India says is a result of Pakistan's support for terrorism. It's an area and it's an issue that has a big risk of conflagration and of escalation. And so certainly we've seen the Secretary of State involved here, as well as the president voicing their hope that this will be quieted down and that those be resolved as soon as possible.
Eric, how does the president's relationship with India's leader, Narendra Modi, play into this? They have a famously close tie and close connection. Does that bode well for maybe containing this conflict?
Well, certainly we saw with Modi's visit to Washington and standing there next to President Trump earlier this year, one of his first visitors in the second term. One would hope that that relationship will help to contain things because, again, this was India that attacked and they say in response to the support for terrorism, but attacked what they say were Pakistani or were terrorist camps in Pakistan's territory. Pakistan saying highlighting the impact on civilians, shooting back at Indian planes. But hopefully, as the president said, this can be now contained.
Bloomberg's Eric Martin, thank you. Joining us for more is Natasha Hall, Senior Fellow of the Middle East Program at CSIS here in Washington. Natasha, we have to ask, does this situation look like it runs the risk of getting further out of control? It's flared up in the past, but what are we looking at? Is this time different in any way?
Well, I think the lesson that we've learned more broadly across the world in the past few years is that frozen conflicts don't stay frozen for long, especially in this sort of multipolar world that we're looking at. So I think the potential for escalation is pronounced. We're looking at two nuclear powers, although the fact that they are two nuclear powers also portends hopefully the quick end to this, because everyone knows what the dangers potentially are here. So it is wonderful that, President Trump has good relationships with both sides, could potentially de-escalate here. But again, this sort of tit for tat, no one knows where it could potentially go. So it's very, very important for that to happen immediately.
Well, Natasha, as you talk about frozen conflicts not staying frozen for long, I wonder if you think this newly agreed truce between the U.S. and the Houthis is going to last for long. We heard about it from President Trump in the Oval Office earlier today. This is what he said.
We had a very good outcome with the Houthis, and we honor their word. I mean, they made a commitment, and we dealt with other countries that were close to them and their surrogates. And we honor all of their words. We'll see what happens, but I think, I believe that hopefully that's over with, and they'll leave the ships alone.
Hopefully that's over with, Natasha. Do you buy it?
One would hope.